welcome,
morning.
welcome. Go ahead, Dapson, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I know it says Soccerton and Miri Chad in the caster booth, but I'm stepping in at least for a game, it seems like. Happy to be here and happy to be casting with you, Soccerton.
Yeah, glad you hopped in. For everyone who is watching right now, who's with us live already, Dapson probably just sat in his chair like 45 seconds ago? How much time? I'm switching in the background here, some scrambling, but we've got you here. We're here ready to go. We've got some really big games coming up today in the EGC Masters Finals of 2025. It's going to be Vortex and Puppy Paw. We got a Spanish bro facing off against a Canadian bro, and we're starting off on King of the Hill.
Yeah, they got to sit back and watch a lot of the games last week, and there were some quite exciting ones. I'm sure they didn't complain about missing out on the 67-minute game between Marine Lord and Beastie that we saw.
Yeah, some long games this tournament, huh? We've had some really long ones. We take a look here at the all-time head-to-head in all the tournaments. Series count, obviously, Puppy Paw has been exceptional as a player, but Vortex has won some. You look at the game count, that really sticks out to me. 43% win rate there for Vortex. That's actually not terrible. Of course, the series count definitely skews in favor of Puppy Paw, though.
Yeah, but you got to look at the recent history. It's been 3-2 Vortex, 3-2 Vortex, and 4-2 Vortex. So while Puppy Paw definitely had the early lead on him, it seems like Vortex has been in a little bit of good form, and obviously being here in the not grand finals but finals here says something quite about how his gameplay is right now.
Yeah, he's had a very, very good couple tournaments, and it's showing that momentum. He's been building up little by little. He's looking great and primed. Of course, the winner here goes to the grand final. The loser gets the privilege to go face off against Marine Lord, which will be later today. So obviously, this is a big series coming up. Whoever wins, they can just sit back and relax and gear up for tomorrow. But if you look at the bracket.
Yeah, you can see with the bracket there, Puppy Paw ended up, he gave up a couple games on his path. Meanwhile, Vortex, no losses in the past couple series that he's played. So again, he is feeling really good about his gameplay right now. Doesn't want to have to go down there and face Marine Lord in the lower bracket. Would much rather be sitting watching and prepping for a best of 9, which is something that I feel like players aren't really used to playing best of 9s.
Yeah, these are long series. And I'm looking at it, Vortex 3-0'd Beastie and Puppy Paw 3-0'd Marine Lord earlier in that bracket right there. So now for these guys coming face in head-to-head, I mean, both these guys have a lot of momentum behind them this tournament. So this is, I think, one of the premier matchups in EGC Masters. Obviously, that's why it's in the finals, the upper bracket finals, but this is going to be a good one. And normally I have an inkling of kind of where I'm feeling and it might go. Right now, all time, Puppy Paw has taken the lead over Vortex, but Vortex has a whole head of steam coming into this one. So, I mean, your guess is as good as mine, Dapston, as to who's going to come out on top as we look to soon, hopefully, dive into our first game.
Yeah, we do know that the Spanish bros have been known for their hybrid maps, their water gameplay especially. So you can see some of the maps. Kawasan comes to mind, obviously, as one of those picked that he can really kind of show that strength that he has. Golden Heights, while it is a hybrid one, it is a lot about the opening, a lot about who can really secure that far side pond. It is more of a trek, and that is one that I feel like winning water doesn't always win you the game, as we saw a couple exceptions there last week.
Yeah, we've seen a couple exceptions in that throughout this tournament, throughout the last couple of tournaments. It's been interesting because that is such a rule, I feel like, in this game, where more often than not, when you win water, you do win the game, like you said. But yeah, Golden Heights is one of those weird exceptions where it's almost a bait. If you take the water, you can kind of get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, so to speak. So I agree. The opening and the spawn on that one always matters a lot. We'll see if that comes into play. Obviously, there's a lot of maps to get through, a lot of games to get through. And we got the first option is going to be King of the Hill. We've got a Ubids going off against Order of the Dragon. I actually just played a game of a Ubids on King of the Hill, and I walked away from that on ladder thinking, one, I need to ban King of the Hill, because it's just a cheesy map more often than not. And two, that a Ubids was not it on King of the Hill. So what do you make of that matchup?
You know, Ayubits is one that it's come along with a lot of these pro players, and it's really because of their Castle Age, not mangonels, but those Manganiques are very, very strong. And so we'll see. Last week when we saw Ayubits come out, didn't even see the Manganiques come out because of how much pressure was put on early feudal, early castle. But this is one where usually people like to grab that middle site and just hunker down, build some outposts, build a keep, and start building siege. So that is one where the Manganiques can come into play. Roos obviously got sniped out. That is a civ that everyone loves with the abundance of wood and dropping the high trade house in the corner of the map. Meanwhile, Puppy opting for the Order of the Dragon is the one that he is faced with or chosen on his side.
Yeah, I gotta remember too that these are getting sniped both ways, so obviously they had their choice. I mean, I think if Vortex had his choice, he'd probably lean towards Roos on this map. He also, proffered up a Ayubids. Of course, Ottomans would be good. I'm noticing two trends with Puppy Paw's choices here. Is both of those are civs that can go out in Dark Age and do some shenanigans, and keep an eye out on the gold spawn for Ayubids. If that gold spawns forward, and if both of those golds are on the same side, a Dark Age push with spears can hit some really nasty timings and be really difficult, at least keeping Ayubids in feudal age instead of letting them get to castle. You could really ramp up some pressure depending on how the spawn ends up being.
But enough of that. Timer is at 0. I'm sure we'll be getting into this first game of this series here in no time at all, and then all is up in the air. We'll see if there is that Dark Age Spearman push, or it's more of a typical opening. I feel like a lot of these players more lean into that. And spawning in on the west in the yellow, we do have the Ayubids of Vortex, and on the eastern side, it is Puppy Paw in the red as the Order of the Dragon.
Our second for our overlay to catch up with us here. Looks like it's early in the morning, at least for me, and it's probably early in the morning for the overlay. But taking a look at the map right now for, let's see. Yeah, so notice what I said about Puppy Paw's spawn there on the right-hand corner of the map. Both of his golds are on that same side. That could be kind of a tricky situation to deal with if you start getting pressure on that side. So that's something to keep an eye out here in a second. We'll see in a moment if Vortex is opting to do some pressure or not. I don't know if I see a barracks just yet.
It's going to be this more normal opening, it looks like.
Vortex has... no Dark Age pressure. Again, Vortex has those two golds on the left. Sorry, I said right-hand side, left-hand side. He's got those two kind of golds more on the forward side. But no pressure here. And obviously, Puppy Paw's got the two really close together on that side. But looks like it'll be pretty standard for both of them.
The big thing that pops out to me while looking at this map, while looking at the bottom right, you can see, even though there's the overlays covering, there we go. You can see that the openings for the middle, the entrance in the middle, it's not like a lot of times you'll see it where there's this nice like kind of walk up pathway, but in order to get to that middle sacred site, there's kind of a roundabout spot with the cliff sides where each opening is in the mid map, not towards each other's base.
Bit of a switchback almost, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's just that little bit of extra walking time allows, potential siege to shoot over the cliff or ranged units to shoot over the cliff, and more importantly, vision to allow these players to react from one side to the other. It's a long trek to try to go around, and especially if we see walls come down, it can really start to affect these pathing of the units and trying to recap that sacred site in the middle.
Hawken Chapel being placed down on all that deer. Looks like the scouts are slowly trying to get those deer a little closer. You can nerf deer pushing as much as you want, and I think Puppy Paw will still find a way to get those things pushed right where he wants them to go.
Yeah, I mean, it is one where they just they increase the amount of time, the second reset for the deer, but this is one where Vortex sees that and he's like, look, I'm not letting you get this super efficient gather rate. There's not too much things you can do with your scout after you've scouted the whole map, so it's, hey, why not try to make your opponent's economy a little bit less efficient?
I like this play. It's fun to see the amount of micro that goes into such an early part of the game here. Only 3.5 minutes in. Adding those deer a little bit. Those are still going to be at least in the influence, and that's what matters the most here for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, you can still, I mean, if he wants to just drop a little mill in the middle of the deer, there's only one that would really be, you know, a little bit of an extra walking time. On the side of Vortex, though, Culture Wing was the age-up choice, allows those cambulances to pop on out. It's crazy how much healing those provide, not only, you know, when they're trying to go solo, no military directly to castle, which based off his resources, looks like what he is planning on. You know, I've always seen where there's a couple French knights that'll start trying to dive the villagers, and the French knights just get out-healed, which just feels so crazy to think about.
Yeah, it's definitely primed here to go Castle Age, it looks like. It's a pretty classic-looking split. And again, the Dervish really are just such a good unit. I don't like talking about it too much because I'm a big enjoyer of Ubids, and I don't want them to get nerfed ever because I love playing as them. I feel like they are very powerful, but yeah, these units with that upgrade are super good. They're heading towards the looking at where they're going. They're not really able to do any damage. They're just gonna kind of sit here and say hello.
Meanwhile,
scouting out them here.
Look at the resource split for Puppy Paw. He's got 6 on wood, 7 onto stone. He will be going with a 2 TC play. Meanwhile, Vortex is going straight for that fast gas.
Oh, this makes me a little nervous. I feel like if Vortex really does want to just kind of move up into Castle Age really fast, that 2 TC play can be punished pretty easily. You get those heavy units out. You start popping out the Ghulam. You start popping out Camel Lancers. You kind of just take your pick of what you would rather have. Camel Lancers being a little bit faster, Ghulams being a little tankier. You can just kind of flood those into the base. And it's far enough away. This could be really dangerous. And Vortex is using the Dervish to scout. He was waiting to see what the plan would be. Now he sees it. This is going to be interesting because that castle time is almost ready to go.
Oh my gosh, the body blocking. It's just, he just parks him right in between the chapel and the gold, and it's making these villagers just take a longer path. This is a game of seconds. This is a game that any little slight changes can be that effect there, but Puppy Paw will get the second TC down as Vortex is about to be clicking up to castle. So this is where it's super important to, you know, you mentioned heavy units. Well, the best thing to stall out some of those heavy units is walls. Well, that with that middle opening, it's quite wide. It's going to be a lot of wood to end up trying to wall any of that up. It's the industry wing, which we've seen, you know, gain popularity, allows you to drop a couple production buildings, allows you to drop a second TC to match your opponent, basically immediately. Meanwhile, he'll have that tech advantage being castle.
It's always weird for me to see the industry wing popping up. I guess for me, like, I know it exists. I know it's useful now. There's more of a use for it. It's fun to see Vortex go with us here. Personally, obviously, I'm obviously not Vortex, like, so take this with a grain of salt. I prefer just taking the free villagers early and then just getting really aggressive and using the tempo. Industry Wing's a fun choice, though. It's definitely gotten better with some buffs over time. So we'll see how Vortex wants to use that extra wood he gets and the extra build speed.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Puppy Paw is dropping that first initial wall down, and more importantly, gaining that knowledge, gaining that information he needs, which is, hey, industry, it's on the way. It's being built right now. You can see that House of Wisdom. You can see as the building continues to expand and grow and have that build to it, it is definitely the economic wing that he is aging up with now.
Wall coming up here for Puppy Paw. The tricky thing is he's got the front door wide open still. Like, you can wall off that side, but I'm not too sure that Vortex is going to be too busy with going around that way. He's probably just going to send it straight down the middle, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's exactly it. The big fortunate thing for Puppy Paw is he's able to rush down this age up when he is getting there, which honestly, it just immediately re-macroed after that second TC went down, went heavy onto food, heavy onto gold. Obviously, he's been on that deer, so a little bit more efficient gathering rate for him, especially under the chapel. And so he'll be dropping this age up in just a few seconds now and shouldn't be too far behind, but let's see if Vortex can do any damage. Prioritizing, grabbing some of those relics first.
He immediately sold off the stone. Built the market, sold off the stone immediately that he had, and is now, let's see, what is he building? Just, yeah,
oh
full production.
Gosh.
Full production, full send. Well, you know, Puppy Paw is going to secure that one relic that he walled off, but now everything's pretty much open to Vortex, and we can see the idea already as he drops multiple archery ranges and multiple stables. It's going to be camel time in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, Puppy Paw trying to delay that sacred site capture for as long as he possibly can, as we have seen so many games on this map come down to the mere last couple seconds. So the longer he can delay this, the better it is for him. But he has a big thing coming, and we just saw 6 production buildings. The amount of things in queue, the amount of things that are about to pop out, he has to be able to react to very quickly. 5 Camel Lancers in queue, along with an Archer backup to follow.
I feel like when the scouts being this persistent on the sacred site, you're almost, I guess your scouts whittling it down in health. You're almost better off though just grabbing some relics at this point.
The scout is quite close, and look at the body blocking. He's just barely trying to body block that scout out and allow his scout to get a few extra hits in. Puppy Paw doesn't fall for it, says, all right, I've lasted long enough, and military was about to be there anyways. Fortunately for Puppy Paw, does have the Burgrave, and Men-at-Arms is the first choice along with 1 single spear.
The Men-at-Arms are tanky, but I don't know if there's a unit I want to be making against the U-Bids. Those Camel Lancers do a pretty good job, and with Vortex going archer ranges, it won't be very hard for him to swap into crossbows when he needs. However, Puppy Paw's done something that I really was hoping to see. He's got the front door a little closed off more now. That's going to take a little longer to get around, put them into town center firing range. You can see a couple arrow shots there. Gives Puppy Paw plenty of time to react to this.
Yeah, and fortunately that wall on the northern side of his town center, he can just, you know, drop a gate and go back and forth until Vortex decides to split those units. But Puppy Paw losing that first spearman that he had made, which is so crucial, needs everything he can get to try to defend up from these Camel Lancers. There's more Camel Lancers coming in. Charge on the way. Spearmen arrived just in time. A Men-at-Arms there to tank up some of the damage as well. But so many Camel Lancers, Vortex says, all right, that's not enough units to deal with this. Immediately takes out 2 additional units. So Puppy Paw is just way far behind here.
Puppy Paw is really banking on the fact that he's managed to match the castle timing and that he's got that second town center. As long as he doesn't lose too many vills, and if he can start building a military, he'll be fine. The problem is every time he builds a couple units, he loses a couple units as far as military goes. So obviously he's going to need, you know, now we see invest in some static defenses, but they're not going to be enough. These Camel Lancers can take quite a beating. I mean, they're not as tanky as Royal Knights for French would be, but they're still knights. You still have to respect the heavy armor there as well. The archers just walking around saying, hey, we can get onto this early if we want.
Yeah, he knows any delay in gold. This gold is so crucial right now. Puppy Paw was able to get the archer upgrade in queue. He's getting a little bit of stone to get an upgrade on that outpost from the other side, but he needs gold to be able to produce some of these higher cost units. So instead, opting for spears, archers, Camel Lancers just burning down that outpost.
This is a good thing to focus. Of course, emergency repairs is an option. We see it activated right there. One of the annoying things to deal with when you're going against HRE and Order of the Dragon.
Yep.
But it's a good amount of time, actually.
Yeah, fortifications being upgraded on that outpost as well. So in just a little bit, going to be a bit harder to start burning that one down. Camel Lancers, though, they seem like they took so much damage, and then the Cambulance arrives and just healing them on up. Fortunately for Puppy Paw, fortification comes in just in time. Still going to be a lot of damage that this outpost is taking.
This is not looking good. This is where Ayubas excels. This kind of castle timing push, the tempo and the swing you can get with that. We're seeing Industry Ring and how it's meant to be used. Oftentimes people want to use it to build a town center. I've always kind of wondered, like, is that really the best use when you can go for more tempo and get aggressive early? And we're seeing exactly why it is a cavalry aggressive meta right now, and we're seeing why, because Vortex all over the map. But that said, some spears from Puppy Paw moving on to Sacred Site. He's trying to think long term. I'm worried though short term. Is he going to have enough? We see some villagers escaping for the boar. The problem is gold though. Puppy has no gold in the bank at all. He is broke.
And the problem is this second TC he invested into is about to all the resources, all the potential villager lead, as Order of the Dragons never really has a villager lead typically, is going to go all down the drain, as there are quite a few villagers inside of that still that will be falling. Losing some more military here in the center, although spears are able to get on top of a Camel Lancer. Decent trade there, and archers sniping out a few on the other side. Sacred Site has been deactivated for the time being. Emergency repairs came back up, so villagers still alive for now, but with the Cambulance there's just really not any units being lost for Vortex here with this push.
Here's the problem. Now he's running away. Now Puppy Paw knows for a certainty that there's vills up there. he could easily swing some stuff up that way. There's nothing there, and we see immediately he's angling some units up there. There's a lot more than just those 8. He's got a whole another batch up there on the board already as well. He's liable to lose all of them, really.
Yep. Right as the villagers went out to the berries, Vortex says, "Oh, no food for you." Some more of these units next to the Birdwraith sitting there, but Vortex just has too big of a mass. This industry wing gave him too much of a timing push here, and we know Vortex is known for his timing attacks.
Yeah, and that's going to be GG called. And I mentioned at the beginning of this game, going to TC against a Ubids when they just want to go quick into castle is so dangerous because it's so difficult to hold when they get that massive swing in tempo. And we saw it here, game number 1 going to Vortex.
Yeah, so even though we've seen Puppy Paw have that series advantage more recently, it has been in the favor of Vortex. Timing attack showed it to perfection there, as it felt like Puppy Paw didn't even have a chance in that game.
Yeah, that one felt like that was lost very early on. And again, I think it's strategic on this one. I think going for the second town center, like if you can get away with it, you're all the more ahead. It's just really hard to get away from it from a civilization and from a strategy that is just hell bent on getting to castle and then pushing all the way. Yeah, it's just difficult to do against the Ubids.
Yeah, the economy count, the resources gathered. You can just see when that industry wing comes in, there's that jump in the graph, and he just utilized that so well. You mentioned it. He sold off the stone, wasn't going to drop the second TC like some people do, and just said, nope, I am all in 6 production buildings. And it's just so hard for an opponent to match that type of production, especially when a Ubids is a civ that when they're aging up, they're still getting to gather all those resources. So he actually does have enough in the bank at that point to utilize it all in those 6 production buildings.
Well, and don't forget too, with that wing, you also get faster build speed time. So the villagers are really getting optimized, right? Because they're gathering while you're aging up, and then they're popping those buildings up like Chinese builders do. You know, with the extra increase of speed, they just sprung up like daisies, and then here comes the flood. When you get 6 production buildings, you don't need to build anything else for the next 15 minutes. I mean, that's such a swing.
And we talked a little bit about Golden Heights before the series had started, and sure enough, it's following up. Puppy Paw chooses it for map number 2, and his 2 choices was Tuglock and House of Lancasters. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's HRE and Mongols. Mongols sniped out, Tuglock sniped out, which I feel like Tuglock is, every time we've seen them, they seem good. It seems like they're much more of like an earlier type play where if it starts stabilizing in that mid castle age timing, that's when they really start to fall off. Unlike, the Delhi Sultanate brothers of them. Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. Obviously, Mongols would be the premier choice here on Golden Heights, but HRE is a pretty good second option. Vortex has really good choices so far. I really like both of his civ profferings, if you will, for each of these maps. But it's going to be, I mean, you don't have Tuglock now, so that's been sniped. So then it's House Lancaster for Puppy Paw, which has been, it's kind of fun to see because we used to see that one banned every single time, like just a tournament ago, right? Like before the patches, and now seeing that one sneak in with the addition of the extra civs. How would you play House Lancaster on Golden Heights, Dabston? I still feel like this is one where you go for the water, and it might be a choice like, you kind of have 2 routes to take. It's like, hey, I'm going to send out my villager. I'm going to try to, annoy his villager with a scout, try to both get their docks up or deny the dock on the other side. Or it's just go straight to feudal age, build a couple units, go out and drop a dock then, because you're going to be able to age up a little bit quicker. And it's very, very hard for your opponent to stop that. That's, I feel like, kind of maybe the idea that Puppy Paw's more leaning into. Obviously, HRE can start with some early spears that can really allow you to secure it, but the more spears you make, the less water you're actually securing and eco you're gathering. And I mean, that's one of these where this map is so delicate. It takes so much practice here. There's so many mind games that can happen. Hey, did I send out 2 villagers and now all of a sudden you can't drop your dock? So we'll see what either of these players are deciding. Game is about to begin here now.
I like what you mentioned about delicate. That's a really, really apt description of this map and how it plays, because it's just such a tightrope walk, right? Like, you've got to be so mindful. And like you said, it could be the difference between having 1 villager out on that pond or 2. You see those little tiny plays. I mean, anecdotally, I remember I played a game once I just didn't think that I'd get early rushed by a civ that doesn't normally Dark Age rush, and they put a tower on my gold, and suddenly I couldn't even get up to Feudal Age. It was like one of those crazy things. I don't expect to see that here, but like you said, delicate. This map is delicate. And speaking of Dark Age barracks from Puppy Paw and Dark Age barracks from Vortex, both these players know what's at stake. Both these players getting aggressive from the word go.
Yeah, they basically, it's going to be this early spearman back and forth until one, you know, hopefully makes some better trades or just decides to just jump on up to feudal, maybe get the upgrades, and then allow their hardened spearmen to do a little bit better.
And when both games go Dark Age Spears, when you have both civs doing that, it makes for a very scrappy matchup early on. I feel like the eco feels very, you get kind of used to the kind of same song and dance with when the timing age ups happen, when, you know, you have certain amount of resources, when, how many villagers you're supposed to have at a certain point. I feel like when you start playing Dark Age shenanigans, it gets really hard to remember, where am I supposed to be at any given time? Like, where am I supposed to be moving out on at this point in time? But so far, mostly the spear is just kind of waiting. We got one that's walking. I don't know if it's a scout or the spear that's heading straight across for Puppy Paw. He's got one heading up. I'm guessing it's the other one just crossing his wood line
Scout's
now.
circling around more towards the northeastern side of the map.
That's
so
right.
those are
So
his
that's
first two spears. Yeah, headed towards the gold. Puppy Paw does have to be careful, as the spears for Vortex are going to have that little bit of extra movement speed. You know, you just got to imagine the game right now. You just got to think and just assume what is going on. We can at least still hear it.
You can see us now. Hello. Hello. I can hear it. This is like listening to like an old timey radio broadcast, all right? And then the spear's rounding out that first wood line right now. Let's see if we can hear him.
Huh?
I hear a sheep.
I heard a sheep get smacked.
F's in the chat for the sheep that got clobbered, everyone. My heart goes up with the sheep, you know. Oh, here we go. Spearman engaging. We can hear it.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage going down on either side, and I'm sure if Vortex takes some, he can always pull it back, have his prelate heal them on up if need be. So again, HRE I feel like does have a little bit of the advantage as far as this Dark Age game goes.
Yeah, you can just heal him up, right? You got the prelate sitting right there. Hear the screaming of the units. Got a pupper alert. Oh, what a cutie. As we hear, you know.
Oh, there we go.
Dying. There we go.
Yep.
Okay, pretty much what we imagined. Couple spears dropped for Puppy Paw.
And this is what I was talking about. That prelate comes out to heal. So Vortex, even though he only has 2 spears, able to defend exceptionally well, take down a spear from the other side, age up timing, about to be started for both players at the same time, even though Puppy Paw obviously made an extra unit or two.
And nobody on water yet, all on the ground. And again, I often mention that healing is such an underrated aspect of this game. And I'll say it again here. Like, I think obviously it played a massive impact, but I don't think we think about healing being as important as it is. But we saw last game, we saw the dervishes and the healing they provided be a massive boon to Vortex. And here again, having one prelate is basically enough to let your 2 spears double their strength, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, healing is one of those things where, you know, if it's in the hands of a player like me, not utilized too effectively. If it's in the hands of a player like Vortex, now all of a sudden it seems like something that needs to be nerfed, needs to have the devs fix it.
Ooh, our observers pointing out we got a small little path along the woods and the cliffs. There's a way through there. Easy to wall that too. Both players aging up. We got the Minework Palace coming up. You see that a lot more often on hybrid maps like this, as well as the Abbey of Kings for Puppy Paw.
Ooh, and Puppy Paw is the first one to make the move over to water. Vortex is scouting. He's like, well, let's make sure that there's no... Oh, and the villager. He's about to get spotted out at the exact timing. Vortex definitely sees it, starts to swing his scout, lets Puppy Paw know it's there, and oh, the scout has been lost for Puppy Paw, which this map is so important to have that knowledge, have that information. Is a villager sneaking out to go ahead across the map? Is, you know, what type of military buildings is my opponent going to be going? Spear lost from Town Center Fire as well.
Yeah, I got a little too close to the sun on that one, trying to slow the age up down, but Town Center Fire. It's difficult to Dark Age pressure into English civs. They're just so defensive, you know? They get the Town Center that does a lot of extra work for them. Do Lancaster? I'm pretty sure Lancaster's villagers have the short bow still, right?
Yeah, they do indeed. And we are seeing that the Abbey, this is one where like this spear, even if it tries to focus down these gold villagers, there's the Abbey right there. So
It's gonna heal right
you
now.
just mentioned the short bows as they get
there they
pulled
are.
out.
5 damage a pop.
Spearman pushing that on away, but the more important thing for Puppy Paw is he has gold or not gold, he has water right now. Obviously does have gold. First Lord of Lancaster on the way out. Those things, while they've gotten nerfed, they still don't feel like they're that nerfed.
I said they're still good. Nerf is always a relative term, right? Like, they were very, very powerful before the nerf. Now, they're just still powerful. That said, number of archers would be able to trickle his health down soon here. He needs to be mindful. Yeah, he's got to turn and head back home. He's already almost down to 60% of what he had to start with.
And Vortex can try to keep kiting that, but he knows, all right, that's not even going to be that useful. He's going to be back at the Abbey in time. And Puppy Paw, more importantly, outpost up in time before the archers arrive. So will not have as much of a worry about this early pressure that Vortex loves to do.
I love this decision, actually. He used that Earl Guard really, really well. Didn't lose him, which is obviously the first win right there. You didn't lose your unit. Secondly, is what he did by pushing out that far was buy him time to get that outpost up, secure the gold for the long term. That's going to help. It's going to help a lot. But Vortex in a pretty good spot as well. He doesn't have water. We got to be mindful. He's kind of on a clock now, right? When you don't go for water, if you don't go for an extra town center, that puts you on a timer. Kind of like a Sacred Site timer, just without the final win condition, right? It means that your eco is going to start lagging behind. And so where you didn't invest resources into, say, the dock and the fishing or an extra town center, you get to put those resources into units, which we see right here in the first ram coming up. The problem is, though, while units are more fun and can do more, you have to make them worth the value. You have to get the value back out of that. The onus is on you to get your investment back.
Yeah, Puppy Paw going to try to get an upgrade on that outpost. Outpost, though, will start getting siege down here from this ram. Vortex using that mine work to already have some of those blacksmith upgrades that are so important. Villagers jump inside the outpost. There is no healing there, and even a spear on the wood line to just cause some annoyance during this. Great kiting by Puppy Paw. Pulls back into the healing. This initial play has been deterred for now. He's even getting fortifications on that outpost as well. So just making sure that this push is going to take as long as possible. Give him more and more time for that fishing to pay off.
Like I said, on a timer here now. And the more time that Puppy Paw is afforded, the further ahead he's going to get. And that's kind of his win condition, right? Is he just needs time. Time is on Puppy Paw's side right now. And with that outpost now nice and fortified, that just affords him such an ability to stay on the map right here, to not get pushed away. And now he's got a sizable military of his own. Those lords are stacking up.
Yeah, and people got to remember, this is not an HRE that has, a bunch of this chapel buffed economy behind it. Vortex is still on one prelate, and that prelate's even at half health. I think Puppy Paw's going to try to sneak by a couple units, maybe to start being annoying on that wood line again. It was causing quite the delay, quite the frustration over there from Vortex, but Vortex just still focusing in on more blacksmith upgrades, more units, up to 16 archers now, so can try to, pepper down these units a little more, and a second ram starting to push towards this outpost.
Keep in mind that Puppy Paw does not have his scout anymore. He lost it a little earlier and has not remade another one, so vision is not really something he has a lot of, but the tower helping him see this coming. He engages. Lancaster Lords trying to get on top of the rams. Villagers want to help as well, but they just can't get in there yet. And the archers of Vortex taking the Lord down, and his rams are still up. So this is a pretty okay spot for him right now.
Town center fire starting to help out. Villagers pulled to start healing up this outpost as well. Trying to keep it as live as long as possible. One of the rams does end up falling. This should deter the push. And Puppy Paw, while he did take a little bit of eco damage, that is easily made up for with the water that he has now. So very good defense from Puppy Paw. Did not let that timing attack from Vortex pay off so far.
This is huge. Keeping that tower up was massive. Absolutely massive, because you invested a whole lot of stone, a whole lot of wood, and even some gold into that thing. had to make sure that stayed up. Didn't really pay that many villagers for it. Only lost 3 villagers total on all these pushes. If you're Puppy Paw, you're feeling really good, and the eco number backs it up. 37 to 34. He's got 5 fishing boats, and now he's all in on the gold.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just going to want to try to go up to castle now, not really investing into any more military units, no extra archers, no extra spears, just needs to defend this push as best he can now. And so what's he do? He starts to try to pick off some of these reinforcing units. Lords circle around behind on top of the archers, not allowing them an easy path out. A lot of them are at lower health as well. Ram actually has to turn around here. And Puppy Paw just again says, all right, I've delayed you for quite a little bit, but still needs 200 gold for that age up timing. Wood villagers should be delayed and pushed off this wood line as well.
Yeah, I'm getting a little nervous for Puppy Paw here. He's really committed this castle age, but it hasn't gone up yet. He's not quite there, and there's just enough archers that makes me a little nervous. They're mostly lower health though, so if he can continue picking a couple off or take another good fight, he'll be fine. But this is kind of the game right here. Like, Vortex needs to get something done, and that's why he's knocking on the doorstep right now. But Puppy Paw just moments away from clicking up the castle.
Has enough, dropping the white tower in the back wood line, it looks like. So not going to be this kind of forward spot. Just wants to be able to have a safe wood line for himself. Can fall back to that. Yeah, as we see good old Observer Cal highlighting. Could have tried to go there, but very risky to go there. If it gets spotted out and Vortex just pushes, it can delay that timing. Villagers have to run away. A ram is there as well. So not the easiest to be able to take that down. Ram, though, it's taking out the houses. Lord still on top of these military units. It is now or never for Vortex. He's sniping out more villagers on the way out. So economy numbers are actually pretty even now. Vortex even taking the lead. Ram takes down yet another house. But the archer push, the military push for Vortex, it's basically done at this point. But he's following it up with Castle of his own.
Yep, Burgrave coming down. The question is, did Vortex do enough? 7 villager kills is pretty substantial this early in the game. Is it enough? He doesn't have much of a military left over anymore. I wonder if this might be a castle into GG if he's not careful. But then again, the Burgrave kind of answers that. You know, the Burgrave gives him an option to replenish this military right when he needs it. The tricky thing is he going to have enough food? Is he going to have enough gold to actually make use of it?
Yeah, I mean, he has been the, a little bit, you know, since he's the one pressuring, he's been able to go out on these pocket resources. He's been on the deer in that mid-map. He moves out to the berries as well. The question is can Puppy Paw, like you said, make this push and actually, you know, do some damage, do some frustration here early on? There's still archers popping out now for Vortex while the age up is on the way. Those initial archers are just utilizing that extra movement speed to create just a little bit of distance. However, Puppy Paw's first couple units running across the map, trying to get on top of the Burgrave. This is actually where the main production is as well, so could try to, just as units pop out, take them on down and deny Vortex off of gold as well.
And all those archers are really banged up. They have seen a couple of battles, looking a little rough, maybe having a couple eye patches, couple of slings on their shoulders. They are beat up. One good charge of some knights or anything, even just like half a mangonel shot would just decimate that right now. All Puppy Paw needs to do is just find a big enough mass that can surround them, and they're gone. But Vortex using him to an incredible effect here. He's kited with them enough, and they may be low on health, but they hit just as hard all the same.
And able to take down another lord on the way out. It's just that effectiveness. When there's 4 lords, it feels almost unstoppable. When there's one, it's like, well, this isn't going to do too much. So great job utilizing that little bit of extra movement speed, able to continue to shoot, run, and kite on forward. Ram still just been an annoyance, and we've seen a couple houses taken down, we've seen an archery range taken down, and now this outpost has nothing here to defend it.
Yeah, not putting the white tower on this has been a problem, because now where is Puppy getting his gold? He's not getting any gold right now, really.
He is on the backboard, has enough gold in the bank to make some of the units that he is prepping for now. He's retaken that economy lead, but it's one of those, like, at what cost? He's invested so much into this, and this is what I was worried about for Vortex, though. He was on those pocket resources. He had himself moving out to some of these vulnerable spots, so villagers that were on the deer now have to run on away. Those are not the only villagers there, and Puppy Paw has a white tower to defend himself, not yet spotted by Vortex, so some of those units will be falling to the town center fire, to the white tower fire. Just like that, we see 5-6 of those low health units fall, though.
Yep, that's the problem with pushing with archers that are low health, right? They cannot stand and fight. Great for kiting. I think they got the value they needed, but yeah, that white tower, surprisingly, given its location, actually defending a good spot there for Puppy.
And the deer weren't the only food villagers that Puppy Paw found. You can see Vortex's food economy just starting to crater. He moved out. He saw the mill on the berries. Those villagers have now run towards the northern side of the map. Puppy Paw splitting units, trying to find where they are. But this whole time, Vortex just has villagers walking, circling around, trying to just maintain their safety and not get found out.
You know, behind this, Puppy Paw still has control of water. We cannot forget that. So while Vortex's food is under extreme duress, Puppy Paw is relatively fine as far as the food goes. It's really just gold that he doesn't have access to. But otherwise, he's just kind of cruising as far as keeping, you know, the production of units going with food. He's got all the food he needs.
Yeah, and now able to resecure that gold since Vortex had to pull a lot of the units back, try to deal with some of these raids. Sure enough, is able to find those on out. Veteran Hobblars is the upgrade choice for Puppy Paw now, so I think we got an idea of what his thoughts is, what he is going to swap on over to. He sees all these units, all these villagers running around this map, and he's like, look, I'm going to take advantage of that. But Vortex, he is going to take advantage of the gold vein yet again, but crossbows here to deter those few men-at-arms. More villagers found out. Just great job by Puppy Paw causing chaos in the economy. And look at the resource per minute. Puppy Paw's at 1,000 food per minute, 1,000 wood per minute. Vortex overall is at 1,100 total resources per minute because of the amount of idle time that Puppy Paw's been causing.
Yeah, Vortex just clicked up with Wheelbarrow, so 17 minutes in. Puppy Paw hasn't even bothered with that. He doesn't really need it at the moment because he's mostly just on the fishing. But yeah, it's getting kind of scrappy at this point. Puppy Paw... Basically, it feels like once Vortex's push dies out and Puppy Paw can kind of reestablish his own base and, you know, close things down, the amount of resources he's getting is going to just propel him here. He's going to have way more than Vortex. He's going to be way, way farther ahead. At this point, it kind of feels, again, like a matter of time. It was a matter of time in the beginning, and we're seeing now, after the throes of getting into Castle Age and the scrappiness that ensues, Puppy Paw is in a good spot. He was able to hold long enough, and now we see Marchers running away here from the horses. Cavalry coming in, and Puppy Paw is starting to get a pretty good looking mass of units right there.
Yeah, Hobblars now going to be able to use their mobility, get on top of that back line, and the men-at-arms, as they try to defend, crossbows are there to defend that. We did see a few more villagers go down earlier for Puppy Paw, so has taken a good bit of economic damage. Vortex, though, he's trying to get his armies together. He's trying to get these two masses in one point to double, triple down on this all-in yet again.
Man, Vortex is really hurting for food. Look at the TC idle time. If I'm reading that right, that's almost 3 minutes idle time here.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been sending it all into units, I guess. It's his TC's still idle. Maybe he just thinks this is an all-in now or never. You see this happen not in Age of Empires much, but in a lot of other RTS games, people will stop their economic production to try to do these all-in pushes, have more units, have more food to make more masses, and this is an all now or never here. Puppy Paw's just letting the villagers gather in the midst of this chaos here. Hobblars trying to get on the back line. Vortex, though, doing a great job body blocking with the men-at-arms, but all this time the crossbows are just firing from the backside, and the archers in the meantime aren't going to be doing anything to the front line of Puppy Paw.
This is looking really rough. This is the exact counter army that Puppy Paw was waiting to mass up. The tricky thing was that Vortex just had so many units, but now this looks like a pretty favorable fight as far as matchup goes. Oh, and that ram getting selected in there, slowing the units down in their retreat, and now just body blocking, but now turning into a clown car as well, as Vortex is just trying to keep things alive. Does not matter. That ram's going to pop like a... Nope, it's not.
I mean,
The Ram
Ram is
survives
not
most
the
units
focus
anyways,
right
but-
now.
Yep.
Puppy Paul just wants the archers to fall because then that allows his crossbows to go untouched. And sure enough, Vortex used the clown car actually to get the archers closer to the crossbows. It worked for a second, and then all of a sudden Puppy Paul reacted greatly, running through the men-at-arms, doing a little body blocking there. Gets too stuck though, but more importantly, he's on the archers with a few hobilars, and the men-at-arms just aren't able to quite close that gap. Meanwhile, the economy boom has come to fruition.
This is not sustainable for Vortex. This is where the wheels fall off and things go south. He's got food for the time being now, but it's going to get nasty here for Vortex as Puppy Paw has a pretty good sized mass. Now that he's got a counter for those men-at-arms, there's not really an edge that Vortex has anymore.
Yeah, and I feel like Puppy Paw saw all that economy out there earlier. I would not be too surprised now that he's stabilized a little bit more at home to send a few more units out and maybe try to do some raiding, dropping a manor. This is going to be a nice centralized manor here. And another outpost on the front side.
415 on the idle time on that TC. That's a significant amount of idle time. 80 to 53 economy units. That's a really, really substantial gap. Substantial gap. That is huge.
Vortex, though, he's on this front side yet again. Puppy Paw did split off those hobilars to go do some raiding like I talked about, but the villagers at home, the outposts at home weren't quite fully reinforced to. He can try to run back. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to go to a backside gold, go to a different spot other than the front side of his base. That is such a short walk for Vortex to reinforce units across from.
Yeah, angling to the back would be really good. That would force Vortex to go the long way, and he doesn't have any calves, so it would take him a long time to get there.
Oh my god.
Vortex, however, has moved to the back, and the horsemen have no idea. They're in the very far corner up there. Bill's deciding to stay as far away from the town center as they can.
Yeah, emergency repair utilized, and I'm shocked Puppy Paw didn't go for some of those eco spots that he spotted out earlier. He saw the deer, he saw villagers out on the berries as well, but just ignoring it for now. There's so much going on. It's hard to do this. Obviously we have the God vision over here. We know exactly what's going on, and I think he realizes he needs to defend his home. Vortex is being unrelenting on this push, is not allowing that front side of Puppy Paw's base to feel secure, to feel like it's a safe spot.
He has moved on to the back gold now, so really this spot does not matter that much outside of just making sure they don't have free reign to your vills behind it. But now that Puppy Paw's here, able to push them back. He does have, I think, still the better army. Those spears are becoming a bit of an issue, though.
Yeah, Vortex hasn't yet gone for a attempted dock drop. There is one galley for Puppy Paw sitting out there already, but this is one where there's so much going on. If Puppy Paw's fishing gets delayed or stopped at any point in time, it will get so much harder for him. Vortex, though, diving the TC, so many spears here that will not allow those hobilars to dive on the backside as much, as we've seen a few braces happen already. Looks like Yeoman swap is on the way for Puppy Paw. Crossbow still trying to kite on out, do the best they can, and just snipe down all of the spears. But there's 16 spears total for Vortex. It just doesn't look like they're all here in this fight. A lot are being reinforced, a lot are running across here. So if Puppy Paw can thin out this spear mass, the hobilars will remain effective, but he is not thinning it out quick enough, it seems.
I would actually say he did a pretty good job there of getting out when he needed to, honestly. He did a lot of damage to those archers, and now that forces Vortex back. But like you said, take a couple of nasty braces as well. Hobilar's not going to be too happy about standing and fighting on that. But the time being, Puppy Paw staying alive here, pushing Vortex back. And again, the eco difference stands. And as long as that eco gap exists, Puppy Paw is going to continue to getting ahead. And Puppy Paw is onto the back gold as well. So,
and that's the problem for Vortex. We see it now. He's been eating up all of these outside resources. He has that many villagers on the boar, and where's the food going to come after the boar? He's going to have to make that farm transition, a farm transition with no chapel. So instead, he's on the stone. He's probably selling off some stones, buying some food. It seems like we saw the market drop, but this is where it might just be the end for Vortex. We see the mass of red units crossing the map. This time, they're not going for the buildings with emergency repair. This time, They're headed for some of those outside resource locations. Vortex, though, he sees it. He moves out a group of the villagers so far, and he's keep dropping. That's what the stone's for. He says, I'm just going to keep drop your TC.
Oh, but the Yeomen are right there. They could do so much damage here. That keep's not nearly high enough up yet. This could be costly. In fact, it's going to be.
Yeah, villagers getting sniped out, so if we thought the eco difference was bad before, it might just get worse, but you also have to respect this army mass that Vortex has. You can't just focus on the villagers, or else your own army will fall. The keep will go up. Puppy Paw, though, has he done enough damage? He's on villagers on the backside on the other side. Can kite on back and still has a big military mass going for himself, so this shouldn't be the hardest swap. He has the white tower, can just produce a treb or two and now start trebbing. Oh, I'm crazy.
I say it's not English.
It's not the real white tower,
which is why that placement of the white tower was very astounding.
He found the boar villagers, though. He's on the wood villagers, and this is really the difference here.
This is where things get nasty. Honestly, that keep in his base, I'm not really worried about it if I'm Puppy Paw. I'm more worried about what happens after. And as I say that, the units start moving up ahead a little bit. That's the worry, is them finding all the stuff on the back lines here. Thankfully for Puppy Paw, he's got some units here. He's got the right answer for it.
It is massed up so quick. It's just that resource difference. He's at 1,600 food per minute, and Vortex, he knows it. He realizes it's over. That keep did not do enough. And Puppy Paw, he ties up the series on that hybrid map that didn't really feel like much of a hybrid map because Vortex never tried to contest the water, which is, I feel like, such an anomaly for him.
He was really banking on the land pressure being enough. And we've said it's a delicate tightrope to walk. You can make the land pressure enough to make that water eco not matter. But unfortunately for Vortex, Puppy Paw was on the water and was able to survive the land, which means he was very much ahead. You can see the economy count there, was able to pull ahead. And eventually that's just the difference. You have enough economy as long as you can hold. And it wasn't easy, you know, having to keep dropping in your base never feels good. But Puppy Paw was doing damage where it mattered most, and that was onto the villagers.
Yeah, I mean, that was just, it's so easy to cast and watch these defenses, watch these all-ins, and be like, this is what he should do. I mean, you know, Puppy Paw was just at the highest nerves there. Multiple all-ins from Vortex, and that's from someone who is just about unstoppable when it comes to these all-ins. But I just heard Discord sound pop on up. It sounds like I will finally be calling it a day over here, and we will have the real... not real casting duo, but the supposed casting duo over here that was supposed to be here today. Now Myriad is going to be stepping in.
Well, Dabstead, it's been really fun having you here today. I appreciate you jumping in last minute, filling in as Myriad was still in the midst of I think Killer Pigeon midweek muster. So thanks for hanging out. It's been fun. It's been a fun couple games. Well, we will hearing from Myriad very shortly as we get ready for our next game. It's going to be Roos into Sengoku Daimyo on Lipany. Should be a good matchup in just 2 minutes. Waiting to hear the first words of Myriad any second now. They're getting things figured out in the back end. But yeah, we'll have more coming up in just a minute. Take a look here at the economy count and military lead once again. We got a tied series 1-1. So option for this one to go the distance. We'll see how long. With these longer series, you never know what you're going to get. You know, you don't usually get sweeps when you got this many games to play. But this is definitely one that I could see going all the way, which means we'll probably have a very long stream today if that happens. We'll find out as we go. But man, look at the military value there again as well. Very much in favor of Vortex that whole game. Dipping down, evening out for Castle Age, back up again for Vortex, and then Puppy Paw with the eco lead. You could really see the eco lead turning into units and making a huge difference late in that one. I'm hearing from production that we should be good. Let's see.
Well,
You're good? How you doing?
Here we are. It's good to be back. Yeah, a bit unexpected
midweek
there.
Master games?
Yeah, they went pretty well. I won't spoil the result, but yeah, it went well. I'll say that, I guess. But a bit unexpected here, right? Some tiny issues led to a bit of a delay here, but here we are nonetheless, and already off to a great start here in the set. Up tied 1-1 between Vortex and Puppy Paw, and we have our third game here on the way very, very soon with a very spicy matchup, I have to say, Sokoton. We have Roos for Vortex facing up against Papipo's Golden Horde here, Sengoku Daimyo, which is not a matchup I've seen before, actually.
Yeah, I was just trying to think if I've seen Roos into Sengoku Daimyo. I feel like Sengoku Daimyo is in a pretty good spot against Roos Cavalry. I'm trying to like plan out this one here. The fun thing with new civs is you got to kind of play out every single matchup, and it takes a while to get through them all. I don't know that I've seen Roos play Sengoku yet, but Sengoku's got really good cavalry, I feel like, and has a really strong feudal. Roos, I feel like both these civs don't mind going into Castle Age either. We do see the two hunting cabins coming out immediately, of course, for Roos. That's pretty standard stuff.
Even a third hunting cabin has become rather popular nowadays. With
I was going to mention that.
It leads to a pretty impressive here. A pretty impressive timing on professional scouts, if that is the option. That's typically what one picks Roos for. Even nowadays, after the shave in its power, of course, they decay as the scouts carry them back to the hometown center nowadays. So it leads overall into a net loss of food that can be quite significant, especially against civilizations that can normally even match the deer food, which Sengoku, with the Yatai, certainly can. And Sengoku has been pretty forceful in how strong it's been ever since its release. Professional players, as well as on the ladder, with the income from this food, they can afford to really prioritize the Yari cavalry production early game, and with the additional +2 against cavalry that those Yari have, they can match up really well in these early skirmishes against many civilizations, and Roos typically doesn't want to spend too long in that feudal age.
Yeah, Roos definitely prefers getting up the castle as soon as possible. They do have those early knights, but it just feels like why go for that when you can take the passive gold to get up in the castle and then go horse archers or whatever have you. I do think about like pro scouts play. There's so much food on the map here that I don't think it really matters too much. But one consideration as far as the way things play and interact is that by taking the deer off the map, you're removing them from the yatai as well. That could, expedite the process in which Puppy needs to get those back home instead. But of course, on this map with all the berries, I don't know that it matters that much.
Yeah, quite notably, right? Especially using the Shinobi early on. If Vortex doesn't respect this feudal investment, that's quite likely to come from Papipo Sengoku. He could find himself under a bit of trouble without having enough units to secure himself that castle age. If forced to spend longer in the feudal age, it could be a bit tricky for Vortex's Roos, especially with less food disposable for him nowadays. Scouts putting on a bit of pressure on the Matsuri here. Always very annoying ability for the Roos to force the repair early on, either on the mining camp or in this case even worse, the Matsuri. And this little drain of wood, a tiny edge that he can get himself. Papipo actually moving out aggressively here onto the day here, so he wants to soak that up quite quickly. It is forward, so it'd be a good target for Vortex to take.
Yeah, Sengoku Daimyo does have survival techniques researched by default, so that's a little passive bonus that he's already got on his villagers, so it makes sense to go out onto those deer. And then, thinking about it too, like if he's worried about pro scouts, these scouts obviously telling to all of us that Vortex is going to be planning on stealing all the venison he can. So Papa looking to get a run up and start eating those as quickly as he can before that happens. Matsuri now down about half health. And we can see it's starting to break down a little bit there. It's going to become more and more a problem. That's enough scouts to really take this thing down. That's going to force Puppy Paw here to keep on the repair. That's going to cause a little bit of idle time and the expenditure of wood. So getting his investment back, Vortex getting a lot of value out of these scouts early.
More scouts have a significant amount of burning power here, and this further delays Puppy Paw's age up, which is already significantly delayed by the investment into these yatai. Up to 3 now, Puppy Paw has.
That is a very greedy group.
Indeed.
Very greedy build. I've seen a couple different builds with Sengoku Daimyo. Sometimes I see kind of like a 1 yatai build, and sometimes you see the multiple. We do see the Koka Township. Now, this has been nerfed in the latest patch. That said, the Shinobi in fights do help a ton, and they can still do some raiding in the later ages as well. They just don't do as powerful damage as they used to. The double yatai here, that's not going to be helpful. Only 1 really gets the benefit.
These yatai workers must be on break and are having a little chat now on the day. Of course, they can't quite get maximal customers with their spread that way, so food income will suffer a little bit here from Puppy Paw until he notices.
I feel like there's like a reality TV show ingrained somewhere in there with like 2 food trucks fighting over the same little plot of land, you know?
Oh, yeah.
There's something there.
Now
How
Vortex.
our ears telling us there's a lot of shows like that. I feel like Food Truck Wars sounds like a perfect sounding American not sitcom, reality TV show.
It's a cutthroat business out here, without a
Cutthroat
doubt.
business.
The Coca Township is only now on the way, right? And it's halfway complete at this point, but Vortex has been up for a long while. His professional scouts might even potentially finish before the Coca Township here for our people, so... Curious to see what he will prioritize as the first unit of choice. We have the Spearman, which is always going to do great up against the scouts, but you lack mobility. So perhaps opting still for the Yari could be a good choice.
Yeah, I would definitely take your cavalry units. I think that is the best unit you could make as Sengoku Daimyo. Just kind of at all, like at least in Feudal Age. I think going cavalry makes, because you just get the bonus damage to other cav. So that's going to really take out these scouts when you get on top of them. The mobility is there to raid then. I would definitely go with that first. I think really Sengoku Daimyo can really do well with kind of any composition as long as they have cavalry in it.
You can see just the amount of float Puppy Paw. The amount of food he is floating here is pretty significant. This could be just a direct Castle Age play from him, which would be greedy indeed. Even against the Proscast from Vortex, a few units with that forward Matsuri on the gold, on the wood, could disturb him if he's not get a tower quick time here. He does have the wood necessary to do so. Spears are already on the way from Vortex. He does expect potentially units, or he might just be thinking of putting pressure on directly here on Puppy Paw's gold. It is forward, very exposed with that Matsuri. Was the food as well for Puppy Paw. All these Yatai. It's not as easy going directly for a cast stage with Sengoku as it is with Japan, for instance. Sure, you have a bit of extra food in the beginning, but these Yatai, once they're pushed off, that food income begins suffering a lot.
I really love what Vortex did there with the deer by yoinking the one that was almost all the way consumed, moving it away, and then taking the one that was close to the house from Puppy Paw, going, nope, not this one. I want the other venison that's not eaten yet. Really funny. Puppy Paw needs to move these. Okay, we really have some food cart wars here going on. We need to move these out. There's too many, too close. Puppy Paw notices that now. You can see the auras there. They really can't share resources, so they have to kind of spread out to get the most value.
Even went up to a 4th Yatai here, Puppy Paw has, after reaching that Feudal Age. 3 in the Dark Age, and every age thenceforth gives you access to 1 more.
Normally I would say it's really greedy. Normally I'd say that's very greedy, but given this Pro Scouts play, though, it kind of lets Puppy Paw get away with this. And if they can stay alive long enough, he's going to have a very full Matsuri very quickly. He could probably fill 2 of them, or even possibly, depending on how long this game goes, a 3rd. By having that many, food carts out. You already see the little traders coming back home. The Atai food trader bringing back his earnings, bringing it back to the Matsuri. It's going to increase the order up to 10% on this front one right here.
10% already on par with something like the Ayubit Golden Age. There it is.
Plus 10.
Gotta bump up. Yep.
There it is.
That's a good little bit. That's pretty much his entire economy now under the influence. Even moved the sheep into the radius there, under the Matsuri. So the entire economy will be boosted by that, very similar to Ayubid's. Just significant little boost here for him as he goes up to the castle, and the delay is enough here from Vortex's professional scouts. Sake Brewery on the way. What a fantastic landmark here for Puppy Paw as well. Especially with a forward gold there. Isn't likely to be under pressure just yet. Vortex is not too far behind with the high trade house, and yeah, with the double archery range now being prepped, it is going to be the classic horse archer here for Vortex, which nowadays still has a good amount of DPS, especially against light units, but has notably suffered, especially when kiting up against armored units like the Knights. And well, Sengoku's Knights,
I'm not sure.
they're quite special.
They're really good. And even the Horsemen are really good as well. I don't know. I feel like Horse Archers is the fun play. I don't know if it's the right play. We'll see how Vortex uses them. If you can get a lot of value out of them, they could be incredibly dangerous. But they have had that slight nerf, so you can't really afford to just go all in on a Horseman and expect to let that carry you as easy as it used to.
How about it for Vortex is that there's no other real choice he has available for him. He could go into those Knights, but ultimately, the Sengoku Knights, the longer the game goes, just the better they get as you climb in those Takeda clan levels from 1 to 3.
Our observer's pointing out something I was thinking about was that sake brewery, the placement of it, you got to be very mindful how you place it. You want those rice paddies to be in the influence of the Matsuri. The way he placed it next to the TC didn't really allow for that to happen. He built another the stable right there as well, just not letting that happen. So only like 2 of the 5 are actually in the influence. He's going to get another Matsuri going in the back line to really buff up all of his economy later.
First horse archers are hitting the field now. Papipo has his daimyo on the way, as well as the first of the mounted samurai. And a 5% extra health on these mounted samurai, as well as additional attack speed. 10% I believe so far for Papipo. Even 15%. Spears are on the field here from Vortex, who's going to be able to check them at least initially, but there's not enough to really warrant an upgrade, and he's not actively producing anymore. He's going to have to be really careful with the control of these horse archers. Whenever these samurai do get in melee, the damage will be significant, and already. Undermesh on the way for
I think they can take this fight here. They can kite this enough and take down the first daimyo there.
You have to be careful trickling in units like this for Papipo. The daimyo has fallen now already for him. Let's have one Yari cavalry on the field as well. Might have been thinking about going into those instead, but opts to reinvest into the mounted samurai. The boundary mesh now complete. The damage will significantly decrease from these horse archers. Even one mounted samurai goes into the economy and finds one kill on what was to be a second barracks here for Vortex. Yeah, spear production has resumed. Veterancy is on the way as well. It's gonna put the respect that these mounted samurai deserve. The horse archers even now just tickling.
Yeah, just tickling, not doing a whole lot of damage. The problem is when they get in mass, they can start to really pick off these units with the kiting ability. It's just a matter of if Papipa can get a mass going. And he's starting to get one here now. He's got 7 mounted samurai on the field, 4 more in the queue. I don't think he's used the Koka Township a whole lot yet. He might be using the Vision, but we haven't seen any shinobi just yet.
A sight that's becoming increasingly more common for the Rus here. They're completely overshadowed in food income by civilizations that doesn't even opt for that professional scouts. Of course, Sengoku with the Yatai and the survival techniques now on board as well. Papipo his income is skyrocketing, allowing him to get out so many units. And even count of knights too. Horse archers is not in the position you want to be as the horse archer user here. But he's going to have to be really careful with these engagements. Pato he gets a good spear mass as well. Yatai under threat, might just fall, but he backs out at the last second. Deems it not worthy to get a big charge in.
Gotta get that thing home because it's so close to getting the other trader out. That's always a critical point for those things. Like losing one of those, but when they don't have a trader anywhere near, is like, okay, it feels bad, but doesn't feel horrible. When you've got one that's almost got the trader ready to pop out, there's no reason to leave it out there, and he's gonna lose it right before it gets that trader out. Feels like a bit of a missed opportunity, but Papipa has also got so many of these that, frankly, I think the food cart wars, they could afford to lose 1 or 2 if they needed to.
Papipa continuing to be greedy here, right? Keeping the Yatai there, even though he was just a little volley from falling. However, did not even make a Buddhist temple as of yet. Just nothing. A persistent mounted samurai production up to 18, soon to breach that 20 mark. It's actually a really scary count here for Papipo, but Vortex recognizes this completely. The spear count has climbed significantly as well and keeps doing so. Papipo, however, because of this mobility advantage, is able to go unchecked on the map at every food resource, which means these mounted samurai just will not stop coming.
A little worried about spearman count for Vortex here getting big enough that Papipa might get a little nervous. Right now, he's got more than enough samurai, but you do reach the point where this could get out of hand if you need to take a couple good fights here, a couple good engagements, get that spear number down a little bit. But again, the samurai have just so much armor. Look at them just taking these spears down, not even concerned. The horse archers can slowly pick off 1 or 2, but for the most part, that really kind of reset the numbers a bit there for Papipa.
Still a bit of an extension there from Vortex. Does lose more spears than worth for the 1 mounted samurai killed, maybe even 2, but loses a significant amount of space. They have to be so careful crossing the mid-map threshold here as Vortex with the lower mobility army. The horse archers will always be tied to those spears. They cannot contest the samurai by themselves. As a result of this, Vortex takes a while for him to reinforce his army. Effectively,
Vortex is investing in upgrading his knights. We got the first knight in queue now. He'll have a veteran knight coming in just a second. So that's going to be his answer. I don't like it. I think that makes Papipa's choice to add in some Yari very, very easy with the extra bonus to damage they get against cavalry. Not to mention the mounted samurai are just better knights anyways. I'm not so sure I love the choice. We'll see what Vortex wants to do with that. He's only got the 1 in the queue right now. Still has 20 horse archers, but is getting raided now by Papipa, who's wrapping some samurai around the back of his base. Meanwhile, Papipa's economy, for the most part, undisturbed.
Yeah, it never feels good to have to pivot from this spear front line then again into knights here for Vortex. Of course, all of those spears could have made up quite a decent number of knights by now in terms of food, but instead they're just spears at this point. It's going to be useful in a big fight when it comes to it, but now we're investing into knights. It means that fight is so far off. Vortex will never really be in a position to take it as of yet. Does have 3 relics under his belt already though, and Poppyball still has made no move whatsoever to collect some. Now the 4th on the way for Vortex, so that's a very good necessary detail in his favor. Poppyball now sees the spear number has climbed a lot and is going to start adding in the Yumi Ashigaru, but Vortex, keep investing into these knights. They might end up backfiring potentially for Poppyball.
I like the choice of going for... I do like the idea of... Before the knights were on the field, I like the idea of going into Yumi Ashigaru. I think Vortex is probably trying to preempt that a little bit like you're mentioning. But yeah, Yumi Ashigaru do really well, obviously, into the spears, but also do pretty well into the horse archers. I mean, they can't chase them down, but they also allow... They don't allow the horse archers in either. You know, they're a really good defensive unit to deal with those, because the horse archers don't really want to go head-to-head against them. We do see the upgrade there for Yumi as well. That's so crucial. Higo Yumi is awesome, because it basically makes your Yumi Ashigaru kind of the same as any other archer at that point. You know, it gives them that +1 damage, so they're usually down of damage. It gets them back to that standard baseline that other archers are. And then when you start getting the upgrades, we see the blacksmith upgrades +2 already, or +1 already for Puppy Paw as far as range damage. Suddenly the Yumi Ashigaru, they're cheap still, and now they're the same as other archers. They become very dangerous and very fun to use.
Yeah, this is with the potential to become even better in the influence of a daimyo with the additional attack speed. Was keeping the daimyo alive is not always so easy. It does stand out quite a bit, and Vortex doesn't have one currently, so they are just normal archers for the time being. Once that Higo Yumi does come in, Mass is looking great here from Poppy Paw. Vortex keeps swelling as well, but again, reinvest into the spears as well as the knights. Seems to be split in the strike composition now. Would be effective, but slightly diluted. Boyar's Fortitude finishing. Key upgrade here for Vortex. Additional health on his cavalry. An absolute necessity when it comes to any pitch fight. Whether Economic upgrades to follow as well as level 2 ranged armor. He sees the Yumi. He knows the threat that they present. Now
Daimyo
looking to
goes down.
establish
That's a good
control
pickup.
on the mid-map. Neither pick on the Daimyo is significant here, but Vortex not
Oh,
letting
but raid-
people have them.
Great raid from behind here, hitting onto the berries. Vortex quick on the reflexes there, but loses a Vil regardless. Going to lose a second one. I love that Puppy Paw is just taking the time. This is something that Puppy Paw is really good at. Is just taking a couple units and sending them in the back of the base. Splitting his units up when he needs to, because there's no real fight happening right now. So every minute that Vortex is just kind of marching back and forth is value he could be getting out of this military. He's not. Now he's obviously pushing in here. We got a big clash as the Mounted Samurai clash into the Horse Archers. Spearmen trying to get up on top of them, but Yumi Ashigaru already starting to pick them off little bit by little bit. As a big clash comes here, a bit of a choke point around the house. Villagers rushing to build a house right next to all this, finally getting out of the way. Yumi Ashigaru trying to pick up the spears. Mounted Samurai getting a little bit weak, but the front line for Vortex is also dwindling.
Yeah, Vortex looking for a decisive timing push here at the 18-minute mark up against Puppy Paw, and he's done a fantastic job of clearing out these Mounted Samurai numbers. But as you mentioned, Sokoten, his own front line is also crumbling rapidly here, as well as the Horse Archer numbers. The Warrior Monk providing value this entire fight with that Saint's Blessing, significantly buffing the army, and Puppy Paw suddenly is completely out of Mounted Samurai, but at the same time Vortex only has Horse Archers to dive at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're one-shotting the Horse Archers still. The Yumi Ashigaru have enough to one-shot each single one of those. We see just a littering of them dead on the ground. Yumi Ashigaru pulling through here for Puppy Paw.
Yes, on the defense underneath that Springwood emplacement, as well as the garrison arrows from the main town center. Proof clutching the defense here from Vortex, and it's in the defense for Puppy Paw, and it's a stalemate by the end of this. But the mass actually looks really healthy on those Yumi for Puppy Paw. Double the count of Horse Archers now. Knight count reset for both. Only a few, at this point, useless spears for Vortex on the field. He's going to remake Warrior Monks as well. But considering Vortex had the higher army count, as well as value potentially there, you can see it dipped below Puppy Paw's.
Yeah, that was a good
army
fight there.
value now.
Don't underestimate Yumi Ashigaru, especially for Sengoku Daimyo. Like with Japan, they're still decent when you get a big number because they're just so cheap. The cost efficiency is there. But with Sengoku Daimyo and the upgrades they get very scary. Horse Archers, though, looking for picks and finding a little bit there, taking down the Atai, getting a Buddhist monk down. That's about all they're going to be good for right now. They cannot, like I said, Yumi Ashigaru aren't fast enough to keep up with the Horse Archers, right? But what they can do is they can stand and fight against them. They trade out so well. We see more picks happening. 3 go down, make that 4 in a blink of an eye. Yumi Ashigaru are very good for Sengoku Daimyo in a situation like this. But Knights coming out for Vortex.
Exactly, and the mobility, although as you mentioned, they cannot keep up with the Horse Archers, allows them to find little maneuvers like this where they just catch up to the Horse Archers from a flank and get a good few picks as a result. Knight number keeps swelling for Vortex significantly here. It's going to be great up against the Yumi. Puppyboy has been slow to remax his Mounted Samurai.
Yeah, that's
These
the problem.
sprinkled outposts dotted around the map make it so hard for Vortex to mobilize. Great foresight shown by Puppyboy in placing them. Vortex still going to
retain
control on the mid-map.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Vortex taking control of the middle map here, grabbing the sacred sites. Those are dividends that'll pay back a lot. Horse Archers coming in, and here's the scary thing is, I don't know what Puppypaw's going to do about those Knights. There's just not a lot. He does have some static defenses helping him out here, but the Knights are a problem. If they get onto the Yumi, this is going to be a really dangerous fight. He's got some Mounted Samurai in the back that he's kind of hiding, trying to kite these things back as far as he can. Horse Archer just waiting to get on top of him. Mounted Samurai are now revealed, taking down some Knights. Yumi Ashigaru, in the most part, are still intact. They've got the daimyos there to help them as well, but there's a lot of units here from Vortex.
Yeah, once again with the Warrior Monks and the Spears joining the fray on the front line here for Vortex. Means that Puppyboy has to continuously kite in order to keep exchanging favorably here. But every time he does so, his Mounted Samurai aren't engaging, which leaves room for the Horse Archers to deal damage. But the sheer static defense presence here from Puppyboy, springboard emplacements everywhere shooting, garrison arrows. Every time Vortex dives, his numbers dwindle rapidly.
Those static emplacements were massive in that fight, and the fact that there's now no more spears on the field of play either is actually a really, really good thing for Puppyboy. It allows him to let those Mounted Samurai now stand and fight a lot better, able to exchange with those Knights. No spears means there's not as much worry about going in and out, but the units still flooding in from Vortex. Puppyboy just needs to hold here.
Puppyboy feeling confident enough to push
flank
here in the center. Sight now on the contention with the Mounted Samurai. He sees the remass though. Fantastic food income for both players at this time, so this slugfest can and will continue. They recognize this by now. No player really failing when it comes to that income. 2k for both. Puppyboy with a tiny lead.
It's almost time for farms, I think. Most of the food... It's crazy when on Lipany the food starts running out, and sure enough, we see Vortex already a step ahead, has the farms coming out. Puppypaw is going to need to start looking and doing that himself. Once he does, he's going to have an incredible food economy, though. Farms under the Matsuri with the Yatai there, the food trucks. Like that's gonna really give him a good economy. The tricky thing is Puppypaw's got 0 wood. He has no wood to speak of, and that's that's kind of a problem when you want to go farm transition.
That's true. Even with the sheer amount of food here on Lipany, eventually it will run out. That is a painful transition for most civilizations. Vortex is going to take the aggressive route. A forward siege workshop behind the sacred site will allow him to produce trebs all around. This is going to be the treb now in queue for him. And he can then begin knocking down that infrastructure from Puppypaw, the fortified outposts, and will allow him to go ever deeper in his base, find more damage. Skirmisher on the edge. Puppypaw doesn't want to let Vortex have those sacred sites. With 4 relics and sacred site control, the income is so significant for Vortex, but the clash does come in. Puppypaw wastes no time. Even adding some Anigashima hand cannoneers now. Gonna be effective up against those
drops, but he's got a couple more. I like the addition of the gunners. That's actually a really good choice against the heavy units, especially. I can see them picking off the knights with relative ease there. And look at the gold income for both these players. Somehow Puppypaw has 1,400 gold coming in with only 1 relic and none of the sacred sites. However, a raid happening here onto the boar, losing some villagers.
Not enough garrison slots within that outpost for Puppypaw, but the knights do pick up 2, but won't be able to get another one before the Springald finishes him off. Yeah, with the Sake Brewery for Puppypaw, the income is fantastic underneath that Matsuri, 30%. And these rice paddies, they can never stop working. The rest of the game, well, if they can't stop working if he doesn't have villages on them, as is in this case. He's going to drop the 2nd level of Akeda clan. plus an additional 5% health for a total of 10% on the Mounted Samurai now, and even more.
Tanegashima Tate would be a great upgrade to get. Kind of expensive, but if he could get those for Izumi, that would let them have the shields operate, give them a little more armor as they go. But Vortex pushing in again. I actually really do like Puppy Paw's composition here. I wish he had a little bit more is my only critique. Like, he's got the right comp, he just needs more units, more, because 46 horse archers and 16 knights is enough to make anyone wince a little bit. That's a scary number. Puppy Paw, though, using his samurai to dive right into the base, picking off some reinforcements and looking for villagers, but the main fight's happening in Puppy Paw's base as the horse archers run right around. Knights trying to circle about and get onto the ranged units. I don't know that Puppy Paw has enough to survive this.
Vortex just dive in with impunity right underneath the emplacements there. Didn't even bother finishing off the rest of the outpost. He goes into melee range. Overzealous as all, but it works out. The inspiration from these warrior monks, the Saint's Blessing, the heavy knight frontline with the Boyar's Fortitude, as well as the horse archers behind. He just brute forces through the socket and completely overpowering Puppy's army. Many night raids going on behind this though from Puppies. He's finding damage, but he needs a lot of it in order to stem the tide of this army being reinforced here by Vortex.
I'd say it's almost like a base trade, but I think Vortex has done a lot more damage than Puppy Paw has at this point. Villagers encountering other villagers as we have some idle time sitting around as, you know, the wolves getting on it. And we see the Shinobi for the first time all game. This has been an element that I feel like Puppy Paw has been missing out on. He should have been using these a lot earlier for some of these fights. They would have helped enormously. Kind of a misstep that he hasn't used them before, but getting them out better late than never. Going to repel the last of these units.
That makes me feel a bit better.
I was going to see this now.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who forgets about the Shinobi. That is actually the very first time I think we saw them this game. And they could have made a big difference. Yeah, they are incredible here for Puppy Paw. 40% additional damage taken by any units hit by those grenades, as well as a big slow. Very significant in these fights.
I think that might be the difference in this game, is that Puppy Paw just hasn't been making use of that landmark. I mean, he would have been better going off for the other one at this point, because he just hasn't used the Shinobi. If he had, some of those fights could have really gone the other way.
Absolutely. Especially in those earlier skirmishes as well. And Puppy Paw might be kicking himself a little bit about that now. He must have just realized and might look to start employing them more often now. But is it a little too late? As his income is suffering tremendously. Food, especially.
Yeah, he's getting those farms up, and he's got a full Matsuri in the front here. The problem is it's in the front, and that's kind of why a lot of these builds from Sengoku usually plan to have a second Matsuri in the back, specifically for this kind of reason, to have those farms popping up with things. You see him trading off, selling gold, trying to get some food, trying to stay alive in this. He doesn't have a lot of units left, though. It's only 7 units. This feels like it might be the end. Even though there's not a whole lot behind this from Vortex, there's just enough to really disrupt the economy. And look at the edge on this as well. 76 equal units to 56. Vortex is very much in the driver's seat right here, and this is looking very dire.
Just constant diving, constant damage here from Vortex. He's happy to sacrifice his units if he just keeps making Puppy Paw bleed. And that's exactly what he's doing at this point. The farmland here is completely idle. Villagers die as they go to gather these rice paddies. And Puppy Paw on his last legs in this game. And yeah, as you mentioned, the Ford Matsuri, I mean, you love to get that gold and the wood underneath the Matsuri for that optimal start where you can buy gold with the wood. Buy wood with the gold, I mean. But as a result, later on, you get so exposed. Even
get that second one down earlier. I mean, he kind of has to, because he's just so far behind. But at this point, the game's kind of already been decided, right? He's down. He's got no military to speak of. He's down 20-something villagers. If Vortex sits on his hands for the next 20 minutes, I'm sure Puppy Paw could get back in it. But he is not known for sitting on his hands. Vortex is going to ramp up the pressure. We see the Treb already in place. Houses going down, and this is going to be... It's just a matter of formality, I think, at this point.
Yeah, the space Puppy Paw has to work with here is so limited. Barely able to establish control over his own base at this stage. The 2TC, I mean, as you mentioned, 20 minutes down the line is going to be fantastic, but Vortex is not known to give people time to breathe He's going to just go in again. He discovers the TC, the secondary Matsuri. So many villages here, right, for the picking. A couple of forces in reserve from Papipo might be able to scare away a small raiding force here from Vortex, but he can just keep finding damage as he did before. Double garrison fire will make him back off just a bit earlier this time.
36 villager kills to 9. That is the story here. Vortex just getting so much eco damage done. There were some close battles in there. Again, I genuinely think if people had remembered about the Shinobi earlier in this game, how would some of those fights have been different, right? How much would those have swung? Those close fights that he kind of just barely kept, kept himself in it and didn't get too far behind. He'd had the Shinobi there. Those could have swung drastically the other way. But, that's something we'll have to just kind of put in the land of what if, because we see the Shinobi coming out now, but it just, again, a day late, $1 short. Not enough ninjas, not enough to carry him in, and that's going to do it. Vortex takes the win, and now it's 2-1 in favor of Vortex.
Too little too late there for Papipo. The Shinobi, like you mentioned, such a key detail, completely missed through most of this game by Papipo. Costs him dearly in the end as Vortex takes the win and the lead in this set. Best of 7, and now 2-1 up Vortex stands. Only 2 more victories needed to secure himself and eliminate Papipo. Actually, to send him down to the losers bracket up against Marine Lord, who's waiting for either of these two at this stage.
This is such a must-win series, right? Because it's one thing to play a really long series like we're going to have here. It's another thing to do that, and then after like a 10-minute break, get right back onto it, and then go play Marine Lord. I mean, that's... I'm just thinking about that. Like, yeah, if you lose, guess what? Now you get to go try and face off Marine Lord right here, right now, today. This is a really important series to win. I think, I won't say that whoever wins this series is going to win the whole thing. We obviously can't know that because there's another series tomorrow, but you got to not like your chances if you don't move on here. Like, you don't like the idea of having to play Marine Lord immediately after. You take a look at the main fights that happened in this one that has given Vortex his edge. Again, imagine if Shinobi were in this fight right here, right now. How much more damage those Matted Samurai would be doing. How much more damage those Yumi Ashigaru would be doing. I just feel like it'd be a different fight.
Absolutely. So many different fights, especially in the mid-map, in his base as he was getting pushed. So much potential for those Shinobi to deliver, but they just were not present. And that cost Papipo tremendously. Finding himself on the back foot here. He does have the secondary map pick at this point now, and he opts for Frisian Marshes and has a pretty stable new civilization to take a win here.
Maybe Mongols going into the Tughlaq dynasty. This will be a fun one. I do love seeing some Delephants, and we've seen them played on Frisian Marshes a number of times. We'll see how this goes in. Again, this is like learning the matchups, right? Like, there's so many different civs now. I don't know the math on exactly how many matchups there are, but suffice to say, there's a lot. There's a lot more than my poor brain can do math-wise on the spot. This is another matchup I haven't seen a whole lot of yet. Mongols into Tughlaq. Myriad, what's your take on this one? Who's got the edge as far as civ choice?
Your guess is as good as mine. I haven't seen this matchup yet, I don't think. Yeah,
fair enough.
This is what's so exciting, right? So many matchups with the new civilizations that we just have absolutely no idea how they play out, especially on these maps.
I'm sure there's like statistics out there. I'm sure there's already, I mean, you always see the Reddit posts and stuff of like, here's the win percentages. I kind of just take those and toss them out the window, right? Like, percentages don't really mean a whole lot at this level of play. Like, I don't really care what's happening on ladder. I want to see what these guys do with these. And I don't think there's enough data either way to really say one civ is favored over another. I mean, obviously the classic matchups, like you get like a Ubids into French. I'm going to favor a Ubids as far as civs go. With these new ones though in the mix and with the changes in the meta, yeah, I don't even know what to expect out of this one. I mean, obviously you got the pawns here in the early fishing, and the elephants can reach out and go and act as drop-off spots for those fishing pawns. Obviously, Mongols can get aggressive and likes to play Dark Age spears, can go onto the fishing as well. I imagine that's going to be a big part of this game. As far as to who's got an edge or what's the meta as how this is supposed to play out, I mean, I'm with you, Myriad. I really don't know what to expect.
You have to consider what we're likely to see, right? Typically, Tughlaq on these hybrid maps, they do so well because of their economic bonuses, and then they often like to opt into those healer elephants. With the raider elephants as well, archer backline spears, they don't mind going every unit they have available in the feudal age and just being tremendously aggressive, like a war machine. Slowly those elephants move across the map, and they can do some real damage if left unchecked. Mongols does have some great tools against them. Heavy cavalry can do great against these elephants in the fuselage. We've seen French do quite well against Tughlaq. Even something like Rus. And now, potentially, Mongols can do the same. Of course, the Keshik isn't quite as potent as a full knight, but the healing can come in useful.
The healing part.
But notably, I think... I've played Golden Horde against Tughlaq before. And I think the issue you run into is that even with these heavy cavalry units, you're going to need spears, as the Mongols here, to really be able to find damage against the raider elephants, against the healer elephants. Otherwise, the DPS from the Keshiks just isn't there. And the healing will really hurt for you in the long run as you take bad trade after bad trade. Vortex should be aware of this, being a Tughlaq player himself, played it previously on Frisian Marshes. Actually have to see how aggressive does he look to take it compared to Papipo. The dock investment is significant on this map. That's something we'll have to look out for.
I don't expect this to happen, but I just in case anyone at home doesn't know, you can convert healer elephants with a Wololo. That is a possibility. Was that fixed? Oh, Cow's telling me that might have been changed. I don't, because they do damage. I don't know. Are they considered religious units? Because they used to be, you could Wololo them. I don't know if this patch. Now I'm curious. Now I need to go find. Cow was just whispering in my ear that he thinks that might have been fixed. Check on that. Yeah, I'll have to. Apparently maybe that's fixed. Used to be able to. So I was always excited, hoping to see that in action. But maybe that's not the case anymore. I'm getting them actually right now. That actually soccer. And that's changed as of like last week. We'll see.
I don't know what the tag is on those healer elephants. I'm pretty sure heavy cavalry is in the tags, but I don't know if they have religious there as well.
That's my thought. Because you used to be able to, and it's really satisfying to do that because they're so hard to take down that can be kind of a sneaky way because they're so slow, right? If you can get your guy with the relic right there, it could be really big. Now I'm genuinely curious. We'll have to take a look at the tags and see if that's still possible. As we dive in to game number 4, Vortex is up a game. He's got Mongols in the yellow and Puppypaw in the red with Tughlaq Dynasty, and we see immediately docks on the pawns.
Who's going to be a priority here? For Puppypaw first and foremost, it looks like, on the Tughlaq. Vortex still yet to make a decision. We do see that active wood gathering. He opted to go for the Uvu first. Mongols do have to choose between going for the Uvu first or that dock. And it's going to be the Uvu here for Vortex. So, spears potentially on the menu here. But the issue, of course, against a civilization like the Tughlaq, or Delhi for that matter, the original civilization in this case, is that those fishing ships are able to shoot. The damage isn't very significant, but with a few fishing ships, these spears will start feeling those arrows. And it can make torching down the dock very difficult and very expensive of an endeavor here, even from the Mongols with their double production. The wood is in the bank now. What's he gonna go for? The villager is not near the pond. You'd think if you wanted to go for a dock, he would be there already. And yeah, it's going to be the barracks. Vortex, as expected from him, he's going to look to put on the pressure as early as he possibly can.
Cow is saying that, we're saying mix up the units. Okay, we're still waiting to hear from Cow if you can convert the units. I'm assuming. You still, okay, Cow is saying you still can. So now I'm feeling very vindicated. So there you go. Pro tip. Well, maybe not pro tip, but interesting tip and factoid. If you can, convert the healing elephants, make them yours. It was very satisfying when I did it on the ladder a couple weeks ago.
Well, we've already had a French war elephant in a previous series. That was Lucifer up against Anatand. Are we going to have our first Mongol healer elephant as well?
Healer elephant.
Stay tuned to find out, of course.
It's so brilliant because they're so slow as units, right? They're so slow, and if you get a big group, if you can get them in a good choke point and surround them with your units, and they take enough damage that you don't kill them fast enough when you're trying to get the conversion on, as long as Tughlaq doesn't have any like ranged units, you can. It's doable. It's a lot easier than you might think. Of course, that means you have to have a monk there with the relic. You got to have it in place. You got to be going for it. Not probably likely to happen on this matchup, but I can dream, right? I can hope.
I hope too. Don't worry. I hope we do see it. But whether the game even lasts that long is a different question, because with such an aggressive start, that often doesn't end up being the case, even Papipo opting to fully respect this spear play from Vortex and makes his own barracks in turn after that dock. Can be a good opener here for a lot of civilizations on Frisian. Opting for that dock first, the distance and the defensibility of it allows them to still invest into that barracks on a delay, but the tempo is in favor of Vortex, and he's gonna try to use it here to even place a tower to deny this first gold mine from Papipo. Frisian, of course, though, there's always a second gold mine very close to that initial town center. Both aren't going to be denied by the outpost, but the second one is also forward. Vortex will have firm vision over it at all times if this outpost goes up, and looks like Papipo, with these villagers, is going to look to make a play to try and stop it completely. Actually, I think he wanted to go for that gold.
Spot. Having the 2 golds on the side right here like this is really, really good for a Mongol's push. If he gets another tower up on that, I mean, how's he going to get the gold he needs to age up? He's going to be stuck in Dark Age.
Yeah, you can see the timing here. Might not be working out exactly as Papipo envisioned it with this spear play on the delay. Vortex with the Mongols has that double production, so you can get these spears numbers up very quickly. The outpost is now finished. The spears can look to garrison there for arrows, and Papipo with enough spears. The spirit EU numbers are matched here. They will charge in. Khan's movement arrow used as well. There's an outpost being rushed by Papipo. 5 villages near the gold mine. Now 1 additional spear Papipo has compared to Vortex, who recognizes this. He's going to jump in past the outpost, get some free pot shots with the garrison arrows, and now goes directly for the villages. But the outpost is nearly finished, and Vortex can't stop it.
That was close. Papipa survives. You know, sometimes you can get... It's very possible for these top-level players to get cheesed like this by other top-level players, lest you think they're immune. This was a close little skirmish. Papipa keeping a cool head about him, though, able to get that tower up. I mean, there was a very real chance that he was going to get hard stuck in Dark Age. Thankfully for him, he avoids that. But Vortex, man, really getting the pressure tuned up early in this one.
And it's a pretty significant amount of pressure at that. I mean, Papipo has the 1 dock working for him, which is great. But the delay in age up here is very significant. Vortex is already finished right at this very moment, whereas Papipo hasn't even begun, only now starting the Dome of Faith. Vortex has a bit of time to work with here. What's he going to opt to do? I mean, Papipo moved across the spears with the map, but he's going to have a pretty nasty surprise when he realizes both the gold and the Uvu are safe under that town center. Nothing to hit there except to try to deny a dock, but Vortex hasn't even attempted one yet so far. What's his going to be? His follow-up of choice. Maybe have a look at the Uvu, see what production he opts for. Archers would make a lot of sense here, potentially even Mangudai. Oh, there's something in production there. What is it?
Well, is he queuing something up? What do we got?
Yeah. Gotta be Mangudai, right? Oh, it's Archers. I was hoping for Mangudai.
Okay. Mangudai's the fun choice. I think Archers is probably the more... I mean, Mangudai are pretty decent, but I think Archers is probably the long-term, the better option, at least for the time being.
I think if maybe this was a more standard map where you don't have such a retracted safe back wood line, we'd probably undoubtedly see Mangudai, but it's kind of difficult to hit that wood line on this map, so... Our spears, though, are in the stealth forest, and the archers don't see them. They get a great charge in onto the front 2 archers. One nearly dies immediately and gets picked off on the exit. Very good little find here by Papipo.
Myriad, are you telling me that spears can counter archers? What is this?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't get hit, if you don't see what's hitting you, it works, I guess.
If you get jumped in the woods, you know, it can happen. It can happen. Yeah, the numbers there, not great. Oh, that Khan just gets away. Almost lost, and that was almost an early GG's right there, but instead, Vortex gets away with one there. Papipa forces his spears back. We see the Deerstones. Man, Vortex, known for his aggression, is showing it on full display here as he pushes back. He is still eyeing that gold vein. He knows, hey, I can't deny the feudal age, but maybe I can deny the castle age and anything else you want to get done here in this age 2. See another tower being planned. He's really trying to box this gold in, and this really is the only gold that Papipa has access to at all.
Yeah, Vortex is relentless with this pressure, and with the presence of the Khan's hunter here, he's gonna have a great angle on this gold mine where he can actually hit the villages with that extra half range from a decent distance here. Yeah, Papipa's gonna need that arrow hits. He has it now. That's gonna be very helpful for him, but the tower is unthreatened. Once that tower is finished, when Vortex gets his own arrow slits, those villagers will no longer be able to gather gold, despite the investment of this outpost. And that's a pretty painful reality here for Bobby Paw. He's going to have to deal with. But the Khan ends up going underneath the arrow slits of that outpost and falls.
And that food eco is great and all for Puppy Paw, but gold feels like the essential one he needs. I mean, if he loses access to this gold, this game's going to get very out of hand very quickly. I think he realizes this. He's trying to send some units out to deny this tower. Archer stepping up, but the numbers look really good for Vortex. Trying to take out the villager. He knows he can't win the fight with the military. He just needs to get a good shot or two on the Vil. He does have the healer elephant now out on the field. This could be where things start to churn, but he's got to keep his units alive in the first time. He's got to let that healer elephant actually help.
The healer elephant's got to make a pretty big difference here, but the villager will probably finish the outpost in time. The archers focus up. It's so close.
Oh, it goes down. Villager down in the nick of time. That is about as close as you could possibly cut that. It is, there's like a pixel between that completion bar being done. That is as close as I think I have ever seen. I mean, it may not be a doubt keep, but I guess that is the closest thing you're ever gonna get with a tower. That was so down the wire. And now the healer elephant changes everything.
That's a significant loss there from Puppy Paw, especially considering he already has a second dock up and running behind this. Looks like even a third dock might be on the way for him soon. Oh, it's just a spear looking over it. And Vortex, that's the second villager he lost this game so far. The economic count is getting quite severely in favor of Puppy Paw here, but the spears managed to trap the healer elephant.
Oh, no.
And the damage is too much. It dies straight away.
I think Puppy Paw forgot that those spears can hop right out and immediately surround the elephant. He just completely throws it away without even... I think that was one of those like brain fart moments where you're just going to go, oh crap, I totally forgot about that. He thought he could take those down. I was going to say, oh yeah, this is a good choice. And then out come the spears. What a quick little reaction from Vortex, trying to mitigate the losses he's taken here in this part of the game. That's a good chunk of resources to go down in a blink of an eye.
That's a very good control shown there by Vortex. And as you mentioned, huge amount of resources lost for Puppy. How much is it? 200 gold, I think, and 300, 400 food? Something like that. It's a massive loss here for Puppy Paw. 150, 155. Really expensive nonetheless. 305 total. And
the production time too,
like
the time you're investing. Yeah, that's big. But the more important thing is that Puppy Paw may have lost the elephant, but he did secure the gold for long term at least. Or at least for the time being, which is still, I think, the big part there. But man, both these players showing some extraordinary skill and maybe even a little bit of extraordinary luck. As we see some Keshik whipping around the back of the base. They are hungry for some war crimes. And there's a lot of Vils unsuspecting. Some extra sheep getting grabbed by the Khan. That's going to feel nice. You know, you can send those home.
Yeah, missing
Boss
those home
sees this.
It would feel great there
reacting to it.
A second hero elephant is
Keshik,
now on the way, and you kind of need two here, right? To be able to have these skirmishes, because then they can finally start healing each other. So Puppy Paw has been slowed down, but still has those fishing ships working for him.
That tower continuing to be a thorn in the side of Puppy Paw. It has gotten a lot of value. Thankfully, the damage he takes, he can just, heal right back up with those two elephants.
Very nice indeed. Even going underneath them for a little bit is something Puppy doesn't really care about at this point. He has his steel arrow, and this very second, 5 seconds is all it takes. He has his undermesh as well, and yep, that is the go time for him. The Vortex is here to defend.
Keshik are a bit of an issue here. Spears want to get on top of that, but the number of arrows coming out from the yellow side of this map is a lot. Going to keep the spears at bay for the time being. The healer elephants able to allow Puppy Paw to move out forward a little bit. Keshik trying to get on top of one of them. Just kind of a back and forth cat and mouse. I don't have to think about... I know the game's got a game, but what exactly are the rationale behind elephants healing people? How exactly does that work, we think? Regardless, fights going down. Spears are thinning out. Keshik's still in good shape, though, trying to get onto the archers. They're going to get onto one of the elephants. It's going to barely keep itself up as it goes back behind the line. Ooh, getting a little low now, though. One more hit could do it, and it goes down. Archers finishing it off for him, and the healer elephant's demise is shown on display there. That's 2 down for Puppy Paw of those big boys. And now Keshik's loading up again, and spears pop out for a second time, trying to get them again. This healer elephant now getting dangerously low on health as well. Puppy Paw just very much trapped. I think he was hoping to get a really decisive win right there. It did not happen for him. Instead, Vortex continues to just build a presence on Puppy Paw's doorstep.
Yeah, you can see that the damage output from Vortex's composition is great, but not that fantastic up against those healer elephants. Costs him dearly to take it down there. So many of his Keshiks have been lost. Now for 3 mass, still not up to his previous count, only up to 4 now. And there's no spears in production. And the second elephant now again on the field for Poppy 4, and a third one in production. That's going to be the breaking point number where Vortex just, I don't think he's going to have the numbers to deal with it. Poppy Boy significantly ahead in archers as well by now, 31 to 20. So, and with the ram, yeah, this tower is finished.
Yep, that's the end. It was that tower was keeping Vortex on this spot and letting him kind of build up here. He's now trying to get some raids in the back, but now with the ram, it feels like the pendulum is now fully swung. Like I said, Puppy Paw was looking to take kind of a decisive fight, and it looks like this last one finally kind of gets him there. Now the numbers for Puppy Paw, he's got that defender's advantage, remember, so he's pumping units out right here, able to finally get that tower down, and now the Keshik are in danger. They got to get out of here, and things are looking very good for Puppy Paw. That fishing eco giving him a little edge on the economy side of things as well, as now the archers getting a little bit wrapped up by the Keshik into the stealth force. Hard to see anything, but the healer elephants helping really tank a lot of this. Keshik trying to get on top, but Spears now behind this, able to kind of start marching forward, and Vortex just doesn't have the numbers anymore to deal with 3 healer elephants.
Yeah, but people are riding blind into that stealth forest, but he has these meaty elephants at the front to sort of clear the way for him in terms of danger. But opts to back off yet again. Of course, the slowness of this composition means he can be very vulnerable if he overextends beyond that mid-map. Vortex knows this. He's going to look to keep pressuring. The Kesha count is looking healthy yet again, but they're not all here. But his archers is the bigger concern. Just can't quite mass that match from Puppy, and the healing is ever present.
Puppy could sell off just a little bit of gold. He's going to, actually, we see right there, House of Learning going down. I was going to say, Castle Age is on the periphery, and here it is now in the center. Vortex is going to try and push and do something with this, but he's kind of on the back leg now. He's been trying to be aggressive, but it's just stalling out. That gold, securing that was just so important for Puppy, and now that he's had it for some time, along with the undisturbed fishing, we're starting to see things get out of hand for Vortex, and Puppy Paw looking to tie this series up if he can just hold out and let this advantage continue to take him to the win.
The significant detail here for Puppy and Vortex is that Tughlaq has zero vulnerability to any kind of push timing here upon this age up from Vortex. The veterancy upgrades coming in 5 seconds. He has all the gold needed to grab them up, so Vortex has no option to push in here. He's always gonna lose this fight.
Now watch the timing of this. Look at those archers upgrading. 3, 2, 1, boom. Just like that, the moment, the notification that Puppy Paw reached Castle Age hasn't even left the screen, and the archers are already age 3. That is incredibly fast.
And the damage is overwhelming here from Puppy Paw's veteran archer count. The Keshiks melt within seconds, and now there's nothing left to protect the puny archer count left over for Vortex, and Puppy Paw just cleans him. It's over. 2 to 2 now. Tied up the series is yet again, and it's a close match between these two.
I can't get over how fast those archers popped up. I mean, that's incredibly fast upgrade timing. I mean, you blink and they're ready to go in Castle Age. I mean, usually that's where the window comes in, right? You got to wait for the upgrades to get in. That's when you're vulnerable because you're in Castle Age, but your units aren't. Not here, not for Puppy Paw, not for Tughlaq Dynasty. Sometimes you see people go castle into GG. In this case, it was castle into GG, but this time for Puppy Paw.
And Vortex, after that tower failed to go up, when he needed it most on the second gold mine, it was all sort of going downhill from him there. He needed to find significant damage on the economy in order to pull back into that game. As the longer it goes, the less and less you'll be able to keep up in military, or for this matter, age up timing from Puppy Paw. And he wasn't quite able to find it. Very difficult on this map.
Do you think if that tower had gone up, this game would have ended differently?
It definitely would be way closer. Without gold, Puppy Paw wouldn't be able to make the healer elephants, or even get his upgrades in time for that matter, so...
I mean, it came down to a pixel, right? Like, it was so close. I really wish I wish there was a way the game would show you stats as far as, like, time left to complete that tower. Because, I mean, that was literally a pixel on my screen. I'm not sure what it was for the players, but that was incredibly close. And how much would that have affected the gold going forward? Again, put that in the land of what ifs, but regardless, Puppy Paw ended up taking the win there, maybe with a bit of luck, but also with a whole lot of skill. But we got a tied series, Myriad. We go 2-2 on Dry Arabia with a very, very classic matchup of French into Abbasid.
No, this is quite the matchup, historically speaking. I don't know how it was exactly at release, but there was a good bit of time when Abba was just a direct counter to French as a civilization, sort of the way Ayubid is nowadays. But many things have changed since then. 2TC is such a difficult strategy to pull off nowadays. One of the pivotal aspects of the triangle of main overarching strategies in Age of Empires 4. That's very difficult, but Abbasid is the civilization to do it, isn't it? They are the OGs, and it's quite difficult to play them effectively without that second town center. Their feudal age, although not terrible, tends to fall behind a lot of others, especially a feudal king like the French.
While we have 30 seconds, I was on the podcast this last week trying to figure out. I talked about Abbasid a little bit, wondering like, okay, what would need to happen to make Abbasid like more viable than it is? Because it definitely feels like it's the redheaded stepchild of all the civs right now. Because it's kind of holding on to the past a little bit. So 1TC doesn't feel good either, though. So what needs to change, you think? What would need to happen for it to kind of come back into the meta?
Well, Proscott was a good start, right? The issue is the slowness of it all, right? The House of Wisdom, typically, right, the same issues Ayubid can face, that Golden Horde can face, Abba also faces. They cannot speed up that age up to the cast stage, for instance, and being forced on the defensive as they often are leaves them very vulnerable to these timings, as they are always defending and on the back foot. We'll have to see the way Puppy Paw looks to play this as we load into Dry Arabia here. The set currently here in the winners semi-finals is 2-2, and Puppy Paw brings out the Abbasids here in game number 5 in the color red on Dry Arabia of all maps, facing one of Vortex's signatures in the color yellow as the French in the south side of the map. And Vortex's French is one of those things that you just dread to face. And as a civilization that forces you into a role of defense a lot of the time, that must feel a bit even worse.
Yeah, and we can't count out, Abbasid, especially in the hands of Puppy Paw. Like, at this level of play, like, the win rate might still be... And again, we talk about it as if, like, Abbasid's some, like, awful civ that's no longer any good. But the win rates, even if the win rate is, like, 40%, that's still that's still 4 out of 10 wins. I mean, sometimes we look at when you look at the parity of these civs, it may feel like in certain matchups it's really, really bad. But in the end, you look at the stats on, like, AoE4 World or something, and it actually says, no, it's not good, but it might still be reasonable, or at least doable. In the hands of Puppy Paw, I'm sure he can make something happen, but to your point, Vortex with French is on the list of things I'd want to deal with as a pro player. That's definitely towards the bottom. He's just so good at being aggressive, and French just plays into that archetype so incredibly well. Of course, Abba has been decent this tournament too.
Yeah, Abba found great success, especially on Lipony, right? We've seen it. Marine Lord actually pulling it out twice and winning both times on Lipony.
Yeah.
And a few interesting matchups there as well. One was up against Golden Horde. That's one we haven't seen before then either.
Yeah, that's kind of the fun thing when you start adding in new civs and the meta changes over time. There's really no one person who says, yep, this is good, this is bad. Like, the meta shifts so often. I often wonder, like, how many untried matchups and builds are there that could be successful that we just don't even know about yet, because we're playing what's the meta because we all agree it's the meta, but that can change the moment someone innovates it a little bit. So to be seen. We do see, however, Military Wing coming out for Puppy Paw, and of course, no surprise for Vortex School of Cavalry coming out.
And it looks like most likely second town center is gonna be on the cards here for Puppy Paw, already moving out to that stone. Mining camp now being dropped as well, and an easy detail to forget with the Abbasid is that in terms of function, they're a lot the way we see Byzantines working nowadays. Although they can be vulnerable early on in that feudal age, the longer the game goes, especially on 2TC, the scarier they become. Still one of the powerhouse civilizations after that mid-game, especially with an economic lead. They have an incredibly potent army, a lot of useful technologies, and some really strong units. That when they reach that point that they have their economy in stable order, their pump just doesn't stop. And even to this day, they might have the best trash army in the game.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. It's definitely, if maybe not the top number one, it's definitely in the top three. I mean, hands down. You know, it's been interesting watching the series. We all know, we talk about Vortex being a very aggressive player, and Puppy Paw, I wouldn't call him necessarily like I wouldn't say his archetype as a player is defensive or even like going multiple town centers, but we've seen him kind of lean into that in reaction to what Vortex has done. We've seen Puppy be on the defensive more often than not in each of these games, right? It's been Vortex who's been pushing the issue, and then Puppy Paw on the defensive side, and then the outcome is kind of, you know, swung, obviously 2 for Puppy, 2 for Vortex. But each game, it feels like Puppy Paw has been on the defensive to start out, and then let his eco boom, and then push out, and like say in the later game. Vortex has been aggressive almost every single time. I'm sure he's going to be here again. I find it interesting though that throughout the course of a series, you can really see kind of the personality of the way these guys play really span out during this series.
Yeah, especially considering that Puppy Paw, very far from a defensive player, especially in the last several months. He's been making quite an aggressive reputation for himself in a lot of matches and games, and a lot of strategies as well. But Vortex has had that reputation since his inception as a professional in Age of Empires 4. And because of that, he's able to set the tempo as a result of this and play the way he wants to play. And with the military wing coming out here from Puppy Paw, respect is shown. If Eco Wing has amazing potential with the cheaper farms, the cheaper town center, scaling economy earlier and harder. But the problem is that without access to those spears, this first knight can do tremendous damage and delay and force you to place the town center very defensively. And Puppy Paw's going to look to utilize the military wing in order to secure himself a very greedy town center indeed, as the knight comes in, finds the charge onto the villagers and takes one out. The spears are not in position to contest. They were busy pushing the day. Maximal greed shown here from Puppy Paw, outside of just going for economic wing as well. But the town center placement, although very forward, yields great results for him if he's able to stay safe from here on out. The deer underneath it, the gold covered just slowly behind it as well, not too far away, but can be vulnerable to a wraparound from knights. There's a lot to be gained here in terms of food and the gold protection, but the positioning can become a bit of a problem later on if Puppy's not careful. As Vortex, well, if he thinks he can kill you, he's not going to stop it.
Yeah, defending that forward town center is going to be kind of, that's going to be the crux of the game here. That said, I think losing one villager to get that placement and to get the deer as close as you can to it, I don't think that's a horrible trade for Puppy, even though it is a little early and you don't want to lose any if you can. If you can avoid it, you don't want to lose any, of course. But I think one villager there to get the town center up without a whole lot more strife, not the worst thing, but we do see pro scouts. Vortex stealing the deer.
Yeah, opting for Puppy Paw's day here first. Prudent choice by Vortex. The more units that... Actually, no, he went for his day first, my mistake. I was looking at the wrong side. He's going to look to get that food underneath the town center ASAP. With that earlier gathering that he's able to get by taking his home day, he can pop knights out earlier, archers out earlier, faster as well. He can't possibly take the day underneath that town center. They're way too close. The arrow fire will push away the scouts. You could look to sneak away Puppy Paw's northern pack, but it's so far away that has lost value nowadays because of that decay. The day will be half the food that they originally were by the time they arrive, or close to.
Vortex already getting some archers out in the field. He's thinking about pushing in. He saw the knights kind of angling towards there. We do see the deer a little bit less than they would have, you know, losing about 44 meat there that would otherwise have been there if he'd gone out for it. So a bit of a change recently here. We do see a scout going down. Vortex picking up an early grab there, denying Puppy Paw the vision. And we see now quite a couple number of knights and a decent number of archers. This is gonna be the game right here. The plan, you can see it laid before us. The pathway for victory for Vortex is to get that town center down and deal incredible damage. For Puppy Paw, it's the inverse. It's hold. Hold the line, boys. Hold the line and keep that town center up and maintain the villager eco lead until it pays off. It's a bit of a gamble in this day and age, but he's got boot camp. He's got that coming in, and he's getting the walls up as he can. So he's going to do his best to try and get things going.
Golden Age Tier 1 is now crucial as well here for Puppy Paw. Just connected the network to the House of Wisdom, so an additional plus 15% gathering rate on his entire economy is going to be pivotal in his defense here going forward. Very much necessary, and with that there that he was able to secure, that gives him the food necessary to go into the optimal composition he needs to actually defend against what Vortex has. It's going to be Horsemen alongside those Spearmen, and with boot camping already, he has the option of going for Phalanx later on as well, giving these Spearmen a significant bit of extra range, and it's going to be so great up against these Knights if he's able to trap them in place especially. But that food eventually will run out. Vortex, I mean, Poppypaw has to find some kind of favorable engagement with this food and get a good mass, get himself in a position to be able to keep extending his lead, not take any damage. Easier said than done against the French.
All goes down, in come the Knights, spear there to meet them, but onto the villagers immediately. One goes down, make that just one, okay. Doesn't get too greedy. Vortex takes what he can get and gets out of dodge. Another one down for Poppypaw. He is up 2 though. Again, every villager he loses, that's 20 seconds denial of getting a big lead, right? Because you figure it takes 20 seconds to build a villager. Every time you take in that, you're basically making that second town center inoperable for another 20 seconds. So you see the economy count still relatively close. And you gotta remember as well that French does have that slightly faster villager production speed. I believe it's 17 seconds for villagers to produce. And as we see our observer pointing out that deer carcass only has 200 as opposed to 350. So the nerf being shown on display as horsemen move out for Puppypaw, looking to get some damage if he can. But meanwhile, on the back wood line, back in Puppypaw's base, we have Knights chasing something up there. I can't see it on the minimap. I can tell there's something going on. Those villagers are in units. I can't see. Looks like it was some military units going down. But meanwhile, raids on both sides as horsemen take a villager down from Vortex. So it's now 3-2, and this is huge. This is exactly what I think Puppypaw needs to do.
Yeah,
the best way to deal with a shark, you know, is punch him in the nose, right? Hit French back in the nose and slow them down.
It was a great distraction there displayed for sure. Able to take a little skirmish there, Puppypaw was, and as a result, Vortex doesn't notice the 2 horsemen on his woodline and loses 2 villagers for it. Big losses for Vortex at this point, considering he shouldn't really be in a position for this to happen. But this is one of the reasons you love going this composition here as Aber. It allows you to have some map control and present danger to your opponent. When the Blender comes through on the wall and Puppy was a little bit slow to react, Knights coming in from the front as well. One falls immediately, second one to follow as well. Make that 3. 5 have fallen now so far for Puppypaw.
I honestly think though a 3-5 split when you're 2 TC is actually in a pretty good spot. Military numbers are pretty equal. The army value is a little bit better for well, a decent bit better for Vortex, but having those spears on there makes things very treacherous for those Knights to dive too far deep as long as they're in the right position. Knights starting to extend again. Big thing is the archers. That's the hard thing, is can Puppypaw clear out the archer mass and let the spears do work against the Knights? But as things stand right now, very close, tight game. Villagers moving out to the berries. This is really dangerous. If Vortex finds that, they are gone in a heartbeat. But that's a risk that Puppypaw really has to take right now. He needs to keep up the food production. He does not want to go into farms yet. Breaks the mini wall, tries to get the surround on the pinch, tries to get on there. He does manage to get on there a little bit better. Knight's able to take up, but if the archers go down, this is going to be dangerous. Bit of a choke point here. Puppypaw trying to get the surround, gets a couple Knights surrounded. Great engagement for the cost for Puppypaw here.
Yeah, Puppypaw needs a quite decisive victory here in this fight because of the exposed nature of his food, and he does a great job of pitching those Knights on the back line. Vortex doesn't have the space necessary to kite effectively here. His archers getting trapped up against the wood lines, and the wood lines creating choke points for these spears to get maximal value. Although the Knights can hold the line decently well, the choke point also works against Vortex here. Another Knight gets skewered onto the brace, but doesn't end up falling. Great micro by Vortex to pull back the injured Knights. Goes in again, loses another one on the re-engage. However, the spears are cleared. There's no spears left on the front for Puppypaw as the horsemen escape rapidly. Pretty decent fight there for Puppypaw, all things considering, but the issue is still the food. All of it is forward here for Puppypaw, except that northern berries, which he's moving on to now. He's making himself the space needed to be able to take that food without being contested.
Archers getting surrounded again, more going down. Again, the more value these horsemen get is so important. They're so food heavy for Puppypaw to be using. But as long as the Knights and Archers are going down, this is a win. And those Knights are starting to look really weak. In fact, a lot of them very low health. Spears, not a lot of them left. But the horsemen could clean up some of these last ones as they get some surrounds. Knights dropping like flies. Only a couple left here. This is a good trade for Puppypaw. This is a really good trade for Puppypaw. He's going to lose a lot of these horsemen, all these horsemen really. But the damage has been dealt. Look at the destroyed value. It is neck and neck.
Yes, that was a
Meanwhile,
massive
Puppy
win
Paw-
there for Puppy Paw, right? Taking out those low HP knights. Even now, Vortex is taking deer from across the map from Puppy Paw still, and that southern berries is completely dry now for Puppy Paw. He does still have the northern ones. And Puppy Paw is actually going to go on the southern wood line. He wants to avoid the idle time of going back. He knows that the central wood line is likely to be under threat yet again, so he wants to vary the location of his income, even Tau being dropped here defensively in anticipation of what's to come, and the lack of food is really starting to hurt here. He cannot remass those
getting
horsemen
nervous.
effectively, and the space as well. 60 food a pop is also not cheap in this position. Keep in mind, there is no economic wing here for Puppy Paw. He's paying full price for these villages. No access to cheaper farms. The only thing he gets, realistically, is the extra HP on the space, which is great, but perhaps you'd rather have more with the economic wing in this case. But it's such a difficult position now. This northern berries is the last of Puppy Paw's food, and even this is now no longer accessible for him. He's going to look to opt to go for Vortex's berries.
He said, hey, you've been taking my deer. I'm gonna go take your berries now. Just don't mind me. That is a long trek, and this is where the problem with Abbasid is in this meta and in this kind of a matchup, especially in the hands when you got Vortex behind French of all things. Is the pressure is never gonna relent. He is always gonna remass and ship it again. You've got to get some. And these horsemen, they've been fairly effective for Puppy Paw, but they are so food heavy, and frankly, Puppy Paw cannot sustain this without some indefinite food, and he does not have the wood for farms. Not yet. As here comes Vortex once again. These villagers are going to go down. There's no keeping those alive. Meanwhile, villagers going down for Vortex as well. Puppy Paw getting the raid in. This is massive. He's losing a couple vills there, but it's 8 to 10. Villager damages is happening, and frankly, Puppy Paw needs to keep the pressure up on Vortex. If he can get Vortex out of his base by forcing him to come back and deal with this, it'd be huge. But for the time being, he's going to just try and get what food he can. We see the market go up there. That's a lot of knights and a lot of archers for Vortex. I'm getting worried that Puppy Paw is going to run out of time.
Excuse me for the small slip of the tongue earlier. Puppy Paw does have those cheaper villages with fresh foodstuffs from the mill to get to the farms, but Vortex is not going to wait for that to really be too significant here because he engages yet again. He wants to pressure this wood line continuously. The only thing Puppy Paw can do to recover here is make farms, and needs time to do so. Now opting to archers as well, because he can no longer afford the horsemen needed for the defense here. Maybe if he wanted to these archers initially, it could have been ripe on the defense, but the horsemen and spearmen just didn't work out. But it looks to be too late, because Vortex dives directly. It is under double TC fire and outpost fire, however. But he just goes straight in. The spears are falling like flies. The archers are soon to follow. The knight remass is pretty significant. Vortex, despite losing so many of them earlier, is able to find the number yet again when he needs it most. As Puppy Paw no longer has any military besides the horsemen, which have found pretty good damage over on Vortex's side of the map. But is it enough damage? The berries giving Puppy Paw a desperately needed lifeline there. Vortex has no idea.
There's the farms coming in. He needs that to get going. That was a bit of a, do I say that's an overcommitted dive? I feel like Vortex threw away a lot. And I don't know that he got as much as he would have liked. However, he does see the farms there. He's going to see about these knights, looking for more picks if they can get them. Running past, trying to stay alive now. Vortex is trying to keep him alive, but more picks happening in the back here as knights starting to circle around the base. This is a tight game because realistically, Puppy Paw has got a decent little eco edge. He just has to get the farms alive and going. I don't know if Vortex is going to give him the time. In come more knights right onto those farms. There's nowhere. They're so far away from everything else. Oh, this is bad. Losing villagers left and right. Knights finding every single one of them. A couple of them do escape down the further south side, but 22 villager kills is starting to look like a pretty good number for Vortex. I'm getting a little nervous that Puppy Paw, it might be reckoning time. He needs the farms to keep churning food. But if he can't make enough military to deal with this, it might just be over. Vortex, he should know about those farms. He's seen one of them. He knows it's there. If he just dove that right now, this would almost be over.
The move out of those villages
Instead, he backs up and remasses.
may have made him suspicious, potentially. Oh, well, he's going to get the news in a different way than we potentially thought. As he's going to look to take those berries for himself, but he's going to find out that they've just been blatantly stolen from under his nose by Puppy Paw.
I mean, it's only fair. It's only fair. He stole his deer, and Puppy Paw wanted revenge.
Still has there, but not too many left at this point. And I mean, he's definitely going to see it now. I mean, this could actually be a very crucial detail here for Vortex. If he's able to back out, and there's no way Puppypaw can possibly contest Vortex on his own side of the map. If he finds these villagers, that could be GG. Instead, he keeps committing, actually, to the second town center now. He just wants to take it. I'm very surprised he's not going for the... Okay, he's going to redirect the reinforcements towards it. Deems that to be enough here. And he's going to keep up the aggression on Puppypaw's side. He just wants to make sure Puppypaw doesn't get up any more farms than he's allowed to. Now, migrated over towards that wood line. In the north
I think
there.
18 knights. 18 knights is looking really scary. Only 12 spears and 12 horsemen. It's a 1-1-1 comp for Puppypaw at this point. TC is almost certainly going to go down now. I think Puppypaw has run out of time. I mean, he's got a good mass. I mean, the problem is he's just not getting ahead enough to really gain ground. He's just kind of treading water at best and falling behind at worst. We see the engagement happening here. A lot of spears on those knights, but the archer mass trying to thin them out. Those knights are just so tanky, though.
There's way too
The
many.
spears, not enough spears to deal with it.
Yeah, I was looking for the surround, but it's not really working out. I mean, the archer count is dwindling pretty rapidly. There's great focus fire shown here by Puppypaw, and the burden of micro here on Vortex is very significant. The knight count is still looking good, but the archers are going to stall his push yet again here.
This could be a bit of overcommitment here. I mean, the town center did go down, but those knights are looking really weak. This is something that those horsemen could start picking them off. We see the farms are not currently active, but they are placed. Did Vortex overcommit here? Suddenly, the numbers don't look great. Those are some weak knights. The archers able to do just enough. Man, once the archer mass went down, those knights really overstayed their welcome. The problem is, though, 40 villager kills, though. It is almost neck and neck as far as economy goes, and now the town center is gone.
We're basically reset to a one town center game at this point. It's completely reset. Yeah, tiny lead still for Puppypaw, but that's not gonna last, right? Because of the faster villages from the French. And Vortex again loses even more knights on the exit. Loses 2 additional ones there instead of continuing to run. I mean, the horsemen, right? They're gonna just keep poking the back of the knights as they run away. They are faster, and so many of them were low. No real choice available for Vortex but to try to get rid of them, but
He was on the ropes, but I think Vortex overstayed his welcome. I think he probably should have backed off. That engagement was under the other town center fire and under all that. I don't think it was great there for Vortex, because now he's on farms of his own. The food runs out for him. The deer is out, and this is where things get very tenuous for French. He's not aged up. He's got the gold in the bank. He's floating 1,000 gold. He just has no way of using it right now.
Might be in a position where he needs to actually sell that gold because he has not a single villager gathering food at this point in time. Sokoton, there's nothing left. There's 0 food left on the map outside of Puppypaw's boar in the north there, but Puppypaw is now confident enough to stay in the center map and gain control there. Mass farms dropped by Vortex at this stage. Puppypaw also moving on to that northern day now, which he still has access to. Has a full set of farms of his own, now dropping a second one. And keeps reinvesting into the infantry archers with spears. And this is how you get maximal value from boot camp here as Puppypaw. His archers are just better. His spears are way better than normal spears with the extra health and the phalanx upgrade. Actually, does he have it yet? I can't see it on the UI on the left.
He's got
we can check
boot camp, but yeah, the UI doesn't show the phalanx. We'll have to take a look at the...
We'll check our barracks and we'll find out. No, he doesn't have it yet. So that's a big detail here that's missing, but the massive archers is so big here from Puppy that he can just get rid of Vortexes and his spears are completely safe. And if the spears are alive, then it doesn't matter how many knights Vortex has.
Puppy was clearly on the ropes too. That's the crazy thing. He was clearly on the ropes and was really having a hard time. I think Vortex just overcommitted a little bit. Like, he kind of just threw those knights away, and that was his value. That was the value he gained by losing those, by overstaying. It feels like Vortex might have thrown this away, and now suddenly Puppypaw's got all the momentum on his side now.
Whenever you play this aggressively, it's all about balancing out the damage you find for the investment into military, and the balance did not work out in Vortex's favor because Puppypaw overpowers the French on Dry Arabia as Abbasid Dynasty and takes another lead in this series. 3-2 now against Vortex. That's got to be a pretty rough loss there for him. The aggression that Vortex has used so effectively up to now fails him at a point where he needs it most, and Poppy Paw is now one game away from securing the semis and placing himself into those grand finals.
What a pivotal game. Look at that fight there. Look at the eco count, and then look at the military lead right there. The eco count went down first and then follows the military value. You can get chivalry. You can heal those knights up. Had Vortex maybe backed off after destroying that town center, the moment that thing went down, you got to pull back. You've done the damage to villagers. You've evened things back up. You've brought things back to a middle ground. I think there's two things. There's that, the throwaway of the knights after the town center went down, but then also the fact that the food for Vortex ran out at home. The deer, we saw the effects there of the pro scouts getting nerfed. That played a major factor here, because that timing, instead of being at like 25 minutes, 23 minutes, it hit right around 21 minutes, which is right when he lost all the knights and then couldn't replace them. A combination of effects that kind of led to the demise in that game for Vortex, but it's not over yet. We have a 2-3 in favor now of Puppy Paw. This has been a back and forth series. We go on to Coastal Cliffs with Vortex taking Japanese, Puppy Paw with Delhi this time.
What a sieve to lean on when you need it most here for Vortex. Japanese coming out one of the best civilizations currently up against Puppy Paw's Delhi Sultanate on Coastal Cliffs, and he's definitely going to need the Japanese to deliver here. They can do great up against the Delhi, but Delhi themselves, a powerhouse civilization, especially in the feudal age and on such a small map. These early fights are going to be pivotal for both players. They're really going to determine the tempo of the game going forward from then on, and there's plenty to look forward to here. Big detail here, of course, is the narrow map means that there's just less resources overall to use. The food is still good and present, that's going to be most important, but later on as the game extends, economies can get questionable. And the stone being far away from Vortex means it's going to be tough for him to rush out that daimyo if that's something he wants. He might look to just opt to get it with the gold, but not cheap.
Yeah. Something to point out here, looking at the drafts, if you notice, look how many times Puppy Paw has tried to pick Ottomans and how many times it's been sniped out. 4 of the 6 games, Puppy Paw has opted to try and add Ottomans to the list. He really wants to get Ottomans in there, and each time it has been sniped by Vortex. He does not want to see Puppy Paw's Ottomans. Instead, he's going to get the Delhi. Meanwhile, on the reverse side, you can see China 3 times in a row it's been picked. Each time Puppy Paw said, no thank you, I'll take with the other one, thank you. So it's kind of fun to see now that we have, obviously with the more civs in play, we have the slightly different draft system now with the sniping each round. It's been kind of fun to see. But you can kind of get a sense of what players would like. But then also they kind of know if they put that out there, it's probably going to get sniped, and then you can kind of sneak your other civ in. But both China and Ottomans, both players saying they want nothing of it.
Yeah, China's still just an incredible civilization, especially on these kind of maps. And it's just a direct counter to the Delhi Sultanate. Vortex undoubtedly are aware of this, so Bobby was not going to let it through. Ottomans as well, just such a wild card nowadays, just looking to more and more impressive every single time they appear. Vortex wants none of that here. So these are the choices in the end. I mean, Puppy Paw, it was a pick your poison type of situation for him, right? Either China or the Japanese, both such powerful civilizations to face. Delhi's no slouch, however, so Vortex does definitely have to respect his opposition here, even though he was able to get rid of the Ottomans. Finds himself Delhi as the opposing civilization instead, and I mean, typically, right, Japanese does love to get to the castle age as fast as possible.
Yeah.
But they
Delhi
never
likes to play
really...
more feudal, yeah.
Yeah, but they never really shy away from playing feudal age either, and I wonder, especially with the little Yumi nerf, more of a revert, you could call it, as it was in the past. 30 food again per Yumi, as opposed to 25, so not quite half the price of a villager, but not far off. It doesn't sound significant, but as you get to those 30, 40 plus Yumi counts, you know, that's a decent bit of food by then, and it really plays a part the longer the game goes, especially, and, well, the Japanese love making Yumi, that's for sure.
Yeah, Yumi actually got to wear a fun unit. They remind me kind of like that Zerg Rush from StarCraft. You know, they got that kind of vibe where you just spam a bunch of crappy units and throw them out there. They can be dangerous. I think Delhi, I like Delhi a little bit better in the feudal age here. The only thing that sucks about Delhi on Coastal Cliffs is there's only 2 sacred sites. So like on the one hand, it's easier to kind of capture them all and play for maybe a sacred site victory, but at the same time, I think I'd prefer just having like 3 sacred sites to work with, because then you can at least make sure you get 1 or 2 at any given point. It makes it a little tricky. Japanese, though, I don't know if they're as good as Delhi and Feudal, but when they get the with the units they have, I mean, they can hang out and definitely make it competitive. But we'll see what they want to do. Obviously, Japanese, like you mentioned, Myriad likes to go the Castle Age play if they can, but Delhi, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we get. But we got a couple seconds. Puppy Paw is up. This is game point for Puppy Paw. Vortex has been doing so well this tournament. Does he end up having to face off Marine Lord today, or will he get to sit and make this go for a full series? We'll find out here in just a couple seconds as we dive into game number 6 of this best of 7 series. Early Dark Age barracks coming out immediately for Vortex, and you know that's just been the name of the game for Vortex. Aggression. I mean, it's really fun when you see a player just live up to their archetype so well. Vortex ever happy to go for pressure, and that's something that Japanese can do as we dive into this game.
And it could be the game that determines it all here, if Puppy Paw is to have his way. With the Delhi Sultanate in the south side of the map here, Vortex almost goes a bit too deep, but luckily for him, the Delhi don't go for those sheep straight away, so the villagers aren't really in a position to jump inside that town center quite with the pace that a lot of other civilizations would. And we're looking at what is likely to become a very aggressive game here on coastal cliffs between 2 civilizations that don't shy away from fighting and have a lot to gain from the said fighting. I would say Delhi definitely has the early tempo when it comes right after that feudal age, able to get so many Ghazis out very quickly on the field.
But Japanese is so good too. I mean, and it starts early too, and this is part of the reason why Japanese is so good. They can just right off the bat, and this is part of the meta that Japanese has been doing, is this Dark Age aggression leads really well. If they can slow down their opponent before they even reach the feudal age, Japan will be all the more ahead for it, as we see the first Scholar getting out there, healing up the villager, so no vill kills for Vortex early on, but they're just going to look at the Scholar and say, hey, we can kill you too. Actually, 2 spears, no, it doesn't quite. I was wondering if 2 spears would out damage the healing, but not quite. It's kind of hard for them to get in there.
Yeah, it's really the third one that is now coming in here to really make the difference. And it's going to have to pay attention here to fix that said pathing. But with 3, yeah, this is where it gets a little dangerous here for Puppy. He's not going to have any issue securing the gold he needs for the age up. But the issue comes later on once he places what is likely to be that Dome of Faith, right? You're not going to have any more gold, at least for now, to go for any scholars. But it could be a return to the Tower of Victory as well. We've seen that sometimes beforehand.
We've gone full circle with the Tower of Victory, Myriad.
Yeah.
We've come full circle, right? Because it used to be the Tower of Defeat, and then it had its heyday, you know? It had its heyday where it was like the default choice, and now we're back to it being kind of a joke again. Dome of the Faith is just so good. It feels like, why would you not go for it?
That's the thing. It's just so good. And it's always the issue is that your prime unit in the feudal age as the Delhi Sultanate is that Ghazi Raider. And the Tower of Victory does nothing for it, is the reality, right? So it's a bit like, as we saw earlier, right, when Puppy was playing Abbasid, the bootcamp is great for the infantry, but you'd love to get out those horsemen, ideally, in that situation as the Abbasid.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a similar vein here. So there's going to be no scholars early on. Question here for Puppy, is he still going to go into the Ghazis, as is often the common choice even against this spear rush, because of the mass you can get out? If Vortex doesn't pull back, the Ghazis can actually kill the spears. All of this made possible by the Scholar, of course. You don't mind losing a lot of HP on those Ghazis as long as they survive and you kill those spears. At least get them very, very low. Got a Stoas on the way for Vortex, and I mentioned earlier how the tempo is in favor of Puppy Paw's Delhi here, with the early pump, especially now that Vortex is on a delay because of the spears. But the longer this feudal goes, as Japanese gets their daimyo mana levels up, especially if they reach that second, a bit unlikely, but even with the first and the melee upgrades on those horsemen, their horsemen with the Uma Bannerman are going to be just straight up better than the Ghazis against each other. The Yumi, quite similar as well, if they have that Yumi Bannerman, will just be better than Puppy Paw's archers. So Puppy Paw has to be careful. He might want to look for a timing upon taking a couple of good early engagements, but he is going to be reliant on those engagements.
Those spears were being very pesky there to The Puppy Paw getting around the back and onto the berries. Now they're marching back on the other side of the base. Just enough to kind of make him concerned. It's going to be an archery range to start out for Puppy Paw. You do see the Kura Storehouse coming up for Vortex. Gonna get that free farm transition. I love this. This is such a good landmark. I mean, it's been a while since I've gone through and like done my own personal ranking of all the landmarks, but this one's got to be on the upper half. I mean, getting the free farm transition just synergizes so incredibly well with the Japanese daimyo manners.
It's one of the main reasons they're able to do so much of what they do. Fight in the feudal age, go for that castle age. A lot of it is enabled by that Kura Storehouse, which only gets better and better as you climb those mana levels. The daimyo and the stone, but you also get passively from gold as the Japanese here. Already up to 75, so halfway, close to, just over halfway what he needs for that first daimyo mana. Archers are going to push away the spears for now, so gold is once again back on the menu for Puppy Paw. He's yet to move out towards it though, continuing to pump archers. So it's going to be the double mill as well for him. We see both professional scouts and horticulture in queue for Puppy, both for free of course. And horsemen follow up from Vortex. This makes a lot of sense, of course, against the archers. And it's going to be good against the Gazis too later on.
Have we seen a game yet this series where Vortex has not gone for cavalry? I feel like he's gone cav every single time. I think it plays up to kind of what he likes to do. And obviously, Japanese has pretty good cav, especially in Castle Age with those mounted samurai.
Yeah, cav is king nowadays. And Vortex is looking to prove it yet again. Even against a very comfortable cavalry civilization like the Delhi Sultanate. Sanctity just over halfway complete as well, but still sitting on that one scholar. Actually, Puppy Paw going into spears here. Very surprising choice, I have to say. And still not back on that gold. I mean, he's playing Tower of Victory without Tower of Victory, Sokoton.
Yeah, he kind of is, isn't he? It's Puppy Paw, so I don't want to like question it too much, you know, because he's just that good. So... But it does make you kind of wonder, like, man, would Tower of Victory... I'm thinking, though, he's thinking he's not going to do this long term. He is thinking he will end up making cavalry eventually, I think. But for now, maybe he just feels he needs to have the spears to deal with the Gazis, or to deal with, the horsemen off the bat. This is the archers picking off a spear there, but the horsemen right behind. Spears trying to catch up for Puppy Paw. They do get there. The archer does not fall to the horseman. I don't hate the comp, though. I really don't. I think the comp's fine. I do agree with you, though. It does seem a little strange to not have... It's the Tower of Victory comp without the Tower of Victory, but clearly Puppy Paw wants to get the scholars out eventually, but he's still not back on that gold. He's waiting for professional scouts to click in. He's got Sanctity almost up. I don't know. We'll see what he wants to do with this and how he's going to play it.
I think we're looking at a tempo priority here from Puppy Paw. He wants to continuously keep pumping units, keep Vortex in check. And now the timing is crucial. Because of this investment in units, he's going to be able to pretty comfortably secure this first sacred site, and that's going to give him the gold he needs to resume that scholar production without the threat of actually ever being harassed on that gold for that matter. So, interesting priority here from Puppy Paw, and I kind of like it, I have to say. You can see already Vortex looking for that signature raid on what would be Puppy Paw's gold, but there is no gold to be gathered or hit. And yeah, good wraparound from Puppy, but great reactions from Vortex, of course. Some danger there, but the slowness of the units means, yes, some good time to react there and does so. Sacred Site is definitely going to be captured here. Vortex nowhere near in position to capture this. Still looking, still on the prowl, circling around Puppy Paw's base, seeing, is he out on these berries yet? Is the pro scouts finished yet? But not quite, that's getting close. All because of the one scholar still.
And then we do see the Gazis, and we do see Yumi Ashigaru coming out for Vortex as well. So both these players opting for a 1-1-1 composition, and one of everything. We do see the raid. There's that Vortex raid coming down. He's going to get one Vil. Not the worst in the world, but not fun either if you're Puppy Paw. Yeah, both these players now the picture kind of comes clear. It was just kind of a matter of what to start out with. Gazi are very expensive food-wise, and maybe Puppy just wanted to give it a second, get some of his other units out first, and then start pumping out the Gazis. Which in this instance works out pretty well as he's now capturing the sacred sites. And meanwhile, Vortex as well, he's pumping out, he's got 11 Yumi Ashigaru on the field, and now he reveals them as they pick off. Excuse me, those are the archers, but the Yumi Ashigaru is still at home, waiting to be shown by Vortex. There they are, now he reveals them to help fight the Gazis, but not the best unit for that. They should be able to take care of the spears easily.
Still, there's a pretty significant upgrade advantage here from Vortex. He has his Undermesh, he has his Steel Darrel. You know, Puppy Boys has his Undermesh on the way, but it's still quite far away. Only now did the second Scholar garrison within that mosque to speed up these upgrades. But the mass is still quite comfortably in Puppy Boy's favor here, as is the army value as well on top of it. And Vortex, now we did see that stone drop. The Daimyo mana is now queued up. We can see it on the UI there on the right side, and this is what's going to give Vortex an additional amount of punching power. Question is it going to be the Yumi Bannerman as the choice here, or is it going to be the Uma Bannerman? Either is a great choice in this position. Might want to even opt for the Uma here, because we see the priority from Puppy Boy is quite clear. Vortex might not know this yet, but it's only 5 spares on the field, so the Horseman from Vortex with the Uma Bannerman would do great up against the Archers as well as the Ghazi Raiders.
And that would play into Vortex's playstyle too, right? He loves raiding with those cavalry, so getting that mounted the mounted bannerman would be quite a good thing to have for him. I'm sure he'd make the most of it. Ashigaru mix is looking pretty dangerous though, as we do see some horsemen pushing in the Ghazi, trying to get some kills. They'll get, maybe, did they get one? I think they got one, almost had a second, but couldn't quite get there. And now the horsemen chase them out.
That's a good bit of idle time caused there by Puppy on the gold mine. Almost makes Vortex lose 2 villages. Instead it's only 1. The horsemen discovered the main bulk of Puppy's army and take a few pot shots from the archers, but disengage before the space can commence as well. Vortex remasses with his army here, and he's found out on the berries potentially. Puppy might look to make a push, but the presence of the bannerman there for the Yumi as well as the sheer mass, he must notice the upgrades as well. Surely realizes this is not a good fight to take.
Oh, it's currently housed. There it is. Okay. I was saying he was housed there for a second. Gets the next house up. Really pumping the units. Now we're starting to see the units really scale in. Is he on gold yet? He's still not on gold. I guess he's got the gold now coming in from the sacred sites, so he could start making more scholars. He's only got 3 at the moment though, and he doesn't have any of them researching. So long research times coming in for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, Puppy Paw must be quite wary here, it looks like, potentially of an impending fight. Looks like he's going to utilize them when it comes to the main fight, and the Ghazis peel off again to find more damage on the gold mine as well as the berries. Aren't able to pick up anything but that said idle time. Decap does come through from Vortex though, so only 1 site now still under control here for Puppy. And yeah,
Puppy's looking to go Castle Age.
I don't know how he managed this.
He hasn't made any scholars, and now he's got, okay, he just spent some gold there. Oh, there it comes again. So he's got the right amount. There we go. He was I think he was getting things ready to go, and there, sure enough, House of Learning comes up for Puppy Paw. He is going to go for Castle Age. Still has one of the sacred sites, but looks like Vortex is angling towards that one as we speak.
And this is great deceptions shown here by Puppy Paw. He recognizes that the longer this feudal goes, the better Vortex's army gets. And he's behind in upgrades as well. There's just absolutely no reason for him to take a fight, so he's just going to use the early tempo lead that he has gained with those sites and the raids as well by the Ghazi at the same time to give himself the window to age up, as the House of Learning is more than halfway complete and finding damage behind it to Socket, and 4 veil kills now in favor of him. He takes a pretty steady economic lead at this point and still has those deer coming in with the scouts. He still has food under that town center and plenty of it at that. Was able to move out onto both berries as well behind this. He's looking in a great position to contest. The main issue is though, is that scholar count. It is very low, so any veterancy upgrades he wants to get are going to be way far out, and Vortex is hunting.
Those villagers just sneaking by the wood line. Nothing to see here. Don't chase us down. But here comes the dangerous part for Puppy. Is now the timer. Unlike Tuglock, which just kind of clicked up the archers and immediately was there, Puppy Paw's got a long time to wait. You mentioned those scholars, Myriad. Puppy Paw does not have any of them researching. There is not a lot of higher education happening here, so these upgrades are going to take forever. Look at those on the left-hand side as the fight happens in the middle. All those upgrades are going to be minutes and minutes away as the fight happens, as the archers just stand underneath the town center and exchange volleys.
And Vortex just wants to kill him, but the damage here is way too much.
The horseman with the surround and the
backstab when he needs it most, as the Yumi fall so quickly. Vortex's army is almost massacred. There's nothing but these Yumi left and the straggling reinforcements, and he knows his GG Puppy Paw with an exemplary move closes out the series and takes down Vortex into the losers bracket. 4-2 victory here for Puppy Paw as he places himself in the grand finals.
Vortex got too greedy at the end. He stood underneath that town center thinking there was nothing that could hurt him, and in came the flank of the series. I mean, that was incredible from Puppy Paw. They were on the far side of the map on the other corner looking to do some raiding, and we're doing some damage there. Coming back at the perfect time to get the surround. And once you lose your military like that and you're down in age, it's just over. And Vortex is going to now have the pleasure of facing off against Marine Lord to try and stay in it and rematch against Puppy Paw if he wants. So in the end, Puppy Paw gets to sit back and relax and join the rest of our viewers as he watches Vortex move down to the lower bracket with a 4-2 win.
Once again, Puppy Paw is here to show that the paw is in fact the law still, even today. What a victory here for Puppy Paw. Vortex, who before this match hasn't dropped a single game the entire tournament, and is now brought to heel by Puppy here. 4-2 victory. Incredible work by Puppy Paw, and Vortex still has a chance, but after such a sour set, most likely having to face Marine Lord in another best of 7 for elimination, this type of pressure is really what separates. Being able to withstand this kind of pressure is what separates the very top from the rest, and Vortex has a mountain to climb now. I mean, we saw him before in the EPOAS tournament a couple months back, taking out Marine Lord 3-1 in the quarterfinals for a pretty respectable sized tournament. Not quite S tier, but still A tier. That's not an easy defeat for Marine Lord, I'm sure. And I mean, can he do it again here?
Oof, it's going to be tough. Vortex is going to have his work cut out for him here. We'll hear from Puppy Paw, I'm sure, in just a couple minutes. But what a series. So, yep, I just heard from production. They're setting that up right now. It'll be Myriad chatting with Puppy Paw. But man, I mean, Vortex has been looking just so good. I think he just got a little too greedy at a couple different times, and Puppy Paw just let those mistakes really rebound and swing a couple games. But Vortex, I mean, but Marine Lord's been looking, dare I say, beatable this tournament. I mean, he's in the losers bracket right now, and he's been 3-0'd this tournament already. There could be a chance. Vortex is not done yet. I think that'll be a competitive series. We'll see if Marine Lord can get back into tip-top shape form. He is, of course, made it up to the loser bracket finals, so he's not a pushover by any means, but dare I say he's looking just a tad more beatable than he has been of late. So Vortex, I mean, you've just played a long series, and now you gotta do it again here in a couple minutes. Like you said, Myriad, it's a mountain to climb.
It is indeed. Just waiting here for confirmation to see if we do have that interview or not, but up until then, just soon here, we're just getting the kinks ironed out, and yeah, I mean, Vortex, it's going to be a tough one, but like you said, Marine Lord himself has said that he has felt his level slipping just a little bit this tournament. He's not fully satisfied with his performance so far, and he's had some really close sets. I mean, starting off the tournament on a pretty rough footing, he has, you know, being brought down to the losers bracket 3-0 earlier on by Wham. That definitely hurt him there, and he's had a long way to climb there and has had some very close sets there as well. 4-3 up against Anatant. But looks like Puppy Paw is at the ready. Very soon here, we're going to be able to ask the man some questions himself and see exactly how he feels about this set. And we're looking at Puppy Paw. First of all, massive congratulations here, taking down Vortex 4-2. How do you feel here, man? We say, oh, looks like we can't quite hear you. Might need to fix the sound. I don't know. I'm guessing you can probably hear me. We can get that fixed here. Okay. So how do you feel? Let's see if it works out.
Hello?
Oh. Oh, yeah. There, we can hear you. Maybe just a little quiet. Don't know if you're able to turn it down, but yeah. Congrats, man.
I can move closer, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
So just looking here, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions about this set because there were some incredible games going on here. I did miss the start of it there just because of the delay, but gonna look over here quickly. So it looks like the very first game on King of the Hill, a very volatile map it was indeed. We had Ayubids up against Order the Dragon. I feel like Iobits can be a pretty scary civilization here on this map, right? Because of the presence of those Manganiques. Did you feel quite comfortable in that matchup going ahead, and things weren't working out towards the end as you expected them to, or?
Honestly, I haven't really played much OTD, but I have played it before, and I think my building placement was just a little off. Like the Archon and the TC, I think my Archon should have been on the wood line, and my TC should have been on my deer. It made it very difficult to kind of bounce between resources. Like in that game, I was having a very difficult time getting on wood and food. And he played it super well. He didn't let me get away with any kind of breathing room. He just punished me immediately, which is, you know, what you should do versus double TC. And I like, maybe if I had like even 30 seconds a minute, I could have like rebounded in that game, but no, he was super on point.
Pretty hard to defend the second TC, especially against a player like Vortex, right? Makes it pretty scary indeed. But of course, one bittersweet thing about losing the first game is that you get to pick the second map at least. And Golden Heights was the choice for you, and got a great civilization for it as well, with the Lancaster up against HRE. Again, a very back and forth of the game there as well. It was a bit tough with the second gold mine also being forward there on the left, and the pressure mounting up. I find it can be quite tricky holding sometimes, even when you do have fishing, until it starts paying off. If the opponent is very quick on the aggression, it can be quite scary, can't it?
So I wasn't really sure what he was doing, and kind of as soon as I saw like the quick archery range, the mine walk as well, and he didn't really contest water, so I'm like, okay, he's doing the vortex build where he just ignores water, and yeah, I don't think that's like how you should optimally play. So I just got like arrow slits on my tower, didn't invest too much into fishing, and even though I don't think I played like a lot of these fights like perfectly, I was just ahead in economy, and yeah, I don't know, I just played it defensive from there, and I was able to win.
Yeah, exactly. Once you got the eco secured, the lead was just too much for him to overcome once you didn't find the damage that he needed, and it all worked out there. Then after that, of course, he gets the map pick, and he takes us to Lipany, where the pick surprised me a little bit, right? Especially because you have Sengoku available. I mean, Roos up against Sengoku. The map typically is great for something like Sengoku because of the additional berries, right? You have so much food to work with, and although, of course, Vortex has access to it as well, he doesn't have the bonus that you have from it, as well as many other civs have, and this fight here was incredible. But one big detail that we noticed throughout the game is that there was it took a long time for the shinobi to first come in, and we couldn't help but feel that the lack of them made such a big difference in, I mean, this fight especially, but throughout a bunch of other engagements throughout the map as well. Did you just happen to forget, just like I do often, or what happened?
Yeah, I just forgot. That's the problem with landmarks like these. Like, they are super good, and I do still think it's a good landmark, but sometimes there's just so many things going on in these games, and obviously I forgot, and yeah, it would have been, I might have won, who knows, but I think we both played this game pretty well, so it was a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. That's definitely a big detail. Like, you know, it's a what-if situation. Would that made the difference? Maybe so, and there's good arguments to be made for either case, but again, what a crazy game that was too. It's just blood, sweat, and tears from both of you throughout, because there's so much food. It's just so many units being made and dying constantly, and that is the result by the end. And then you get to have Tuglak on Frisian marshes up against Mongols. Mongols always a scary civilization, just because they can start out so aggressive, right, early on, and they have so many tools going for them. I remember we had a game actually in a similar matchup. I was Golden Horde, but we mentioned how spears are crucial even for when you have access to Keshiks up against something like Hero Elephants. And obviously there was the big detail with that tower there. Did you feel very comfortable once that tower didn't go up, knowing you're going to have the gold for upgrades, Healer Elephants? Did you know that you're in a good spot after then with the fishing, or were you still worried about what's to come?
You always got to be worried. You always got to be, you know, scouting and making sure he's not up to any funny business. But yeah, no, I felt pretty comfortable. Like, I was even thinking about moving out, but I thought to myself, like, okay, I think I didn't see any fish. I think the only way I lose this game is if I move out. So I just waited till Castle got my upgrades and then pretty much won.
Yeah, those veterancy coming in 5 seconds. Like as soon as the age up came in, I knew like because typically the person that ages up has a kind of timing where they can be vulnerable if the other guy pushes in who kept investing into units. But I mean, Turlak is pretty much just immune to it if you have the gold, right? So that came in clutch there for sure, alongside the fishing. And then this game was, I think, might turn into a bit of a fan favorite, right? Abbasid against the French on Arabia, a bit of a classic here, and you went for the military wing to secure a slightly greedier TC positioning here with the early units on the deer and securing that gold. It's great to have that food, but it can be scary when you start getting pushed there, right? But having that food allows you to go into horsemen as well as spears, which is just a great comp to use to fight early. Because if you're stuck on archers and spears, you know, not having any map control often leads you to you getting a bit out-tempoed, right? Would you agree? Is that the reason you went for horseman spear because of the deer, or you just think it's better in every case than archer as well as spearman on the defense?
Yeah, I went Horseman Spear because it allowed me to kind of get some of that map control back. It's very difficult versus French when you're going double TC, right? Especially. Yeah, I just wanted some pressure on the map, make him a bit uncomfortable, make it difficult for him to like fully dive my base. Then I can collapse on him, and I mean it was a messy game, so I guess it kind of worked out.
It did, yeah. That damage you mentioned, you definitely found it with the map control that the Horseman gave you, and had some great trades, right? There was great micro displayed by him because it's so much more difficult, right, to control Knight Archer as opposed to the full melee composition. But the surrounds were good enough for you to keep clearing that Archer mass and kill the Knights as they exit and retreat as well. So it worked out in the end in combination with the damage. And I was, you know, because Abba hasn't had a great success. Well, not in this tournament because you maintained that 100% win rate that they've had so far, but historically they've been struggling, especially with 2TC. But it definitely worked out. And then we get to Coastal Cliffs, right? Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the extra HP on the Spearman is quite nice in these little engagements here.
Yeah, it's so big. The Phalanx as well, but didn't quite manage to get that one at the end, right? Just sort of missed it. It's a bit pricey, to be fair, just like a blacksmith upgrade, so especially when against French, it's tough. But Coastal Cliffs at the end, and another really aggressive matchup to sort of round it out on a very aggressive map as well on Coastal Cliffs. And we were discussing how this can be very back and forth, because although Delhi has a great feudal age, Japan really picks up, especially as they get the daimyo levels. And we see the, the Uma Bannerman or the Yumi Bannerman come in there. It can get scarier the longer feudal age goes, I feel like. Is that the reason that you went for that castle age quite early?
Yeah, I mean, I think Japan's feudal army will scale better with the daimyo. Also, my blacksmith upgrades were taking a long time. So yeah, I thought I get castle, and I thought my eco was better. I was bringing in deer. I thought I was in a pretty good spot if I just went up, yeah.
Yeah, the day makes such a big difference when you have it under the TC, doesn't it? And that early tempo from not going back onto gold was actually really nice because it allowed you to get those sites and then keep making scholars and then use that gold to age up. And when the die fails in that position, it's just, you can't really come back in that situation as Vortex. So the wraparound with the Ghazis was just absolute cinema at the end there to close it off on the Yumi. That was just stellar. So, I mean, all we can do is thank you for an incredible set and say congratulations and wish you best of luck against the finals. In the finals, I mean. Do you have any predictions as to who's going to take it in this low bracket finals?
No predictions. I think it could really go either way. Vortex, I don't think he played his best today, but he can still win, and he's still obviously shown to be a very dangerous player. I'm cheering for Vortex though. I want to see a different type of finals this time.
Yeah, exactly. It's been, outside of the one where he lost to Louis and the Epos Cup, it's been a while since Marine Lord wasn't in the finals, so it's gonna be interesting to see. It's gonna be an amazing set as well, just like yours was, I'm sure, but we have kept you here long enough. Again, massive congratulations on the huge win, and we'll see you again in the finals.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And that was Puppy Paw on the line, shedding some light on what led to his incredible set here up against Vortex. What a win.
What a win indeed. What a series. I mean, some really come from behind kind of wins. I mean, Puppy Paw really, I said it earlier in this this part of this series, was that Vortex, we know Vortex is aggressive. And I wouldn't call Puppy Paw necessarily a defensive player per se, right? But he leaned into that because it was what was called for. And more often than not, it gave him the victory. Vortex, I think, was the aggressor pretty much every game from the word go. And Puppy Paw was able to keep his cool, especially in some really, really tense moments, and pull out the victory. It was a good series. I'm excited to see more of Vortex today, though, where we'll take just a short break here in a second. And then when we get back, we will have more coming up, as Marine Lord is going to now welcome Vortex to the lower bracket. And they're going to fight to see who gets to claw their way back up the top and face Puppy Paw. So all that and more real soon.
Exactly. Little break here for us, so get your refreshments as needed here going forward. Of course, the players most of all need the break here because Vortex was a tough one on his hands, and I'm sure Marine Lord has been watching this past match like a hawk, analyzing every detail. So what a matchup we have on our hands yet again today. So get what you need, and we'll see you very again soon.
The bottom bracket ends here. Vortex, Marine Lord, one of these two men, one of these two players gets to move on to the grand finals. You're watching EGC Masters Finals. I'm Sockerton. That's Myriad over there. We've got a doozy of a series coming up on our hands.
What a clash of styles as well, Sockerton, because Vortex, I mean, this man is bloodthirsty beyond belief, honestly. He will not stop coming if he thinks he can kill you. And especially against someone like Marine Lord, this is someone he wants to kill, in-game, of course. Here in, when it matters most, really, the lower bracket final, there are no more second chances here. The only other chance the loser here has is to become third in the third place match, which will be tomorrow, the grand finals day. But the winner goes up against Puppy Paw, who has already cozied himself up in that grand final. Of course, we're talking about styles. Marine Lord, on the other hand, the antithesis to Vortex's aggressive, relentless style. He is the most methodical defender, the most careful planner when it comes to his expansion, and it has served him indescribably well in Age of Empires 4 so far, as he's pretty much secured himself GOAT status, I would say, Sockerton.
I think I would say so. I think that's pretty undisputed. We've said earlier, though, that Marine Lord has looked a little beatable. I mean, he is here in the bottom bracket, but also now so is Vortex. Vortex was looking nigh unstoppable himself earlier this tournament, and now he finds himself with his back against the wall, facing off against one of the best players in the world. You know, you mentioned, we got extreme aggression on one hand, extreme methodical planning and precision on the other. This is the unstoppable force meets the unmovable object, and this is going to be, I think, one of the best bottom bracket finals we'll have seen here in EGC history. I'm excited for it. I've got no idea who's going to come out on top, because I think historically people would definitely lean towards Marine Lord, but with how good Vortex has been playing and how uncomfortable he made Puppy Paw in a couple of those games, it's hard to say beforehand who's going to come out on top. That said, historically, it's been Marine Lord.
I saw a conversation earlier in chat, especially people talking of how often and how many other players have actually beaten Marine Lord historically. Well, here we can see Vortex's stats in that regard, and in terms of series, 4 up to 20. Now, that looks a bit bleak if you look at it just on surface level. But the game count tells a much closer story there. 30 up against Marine Lord 62, but notably, last encounters, we saw a bit of a rough one for Vortex in the EGC Masters 4. Marine Lord took that 4-1, but before this, Vortex has won his most recent set up against Marine Lord quite decisively at that, with a 3-1 victory in the Opposers World Cup that we had mentioned previously, before the break. And as you mentioned yourself, Sockerton, and as Marine Lord himself has said, it's way tougher, this tournament here at EGC Masters Finals. Very early on did Marine Lord get knocked down to that lower bracket in stunning fashion with a 3-0 by Wham, the Canadian's brother who now took down Vortex previously earlier today. And he's going to have to face Vortex as well now in this low bracket final to secure himself that grand final spot.
Yeah, but we shouldn't discount either of these players at this point. Marine Lord, I mean, despite falling early in the tournament, he has worked his way to the finals. It's been some back and forth series. It hasn't been a bunch of 3-0s across the board from Marine Lord. He's himself said, as we've been saying, feeling like he's slipped a little bit. He's maybe just not quite to his absolute peak. But that said, even Marine Lord on a slightly off day is a terrible force to go up against. Vortex, though, ever the aggressor, has proved himself worthy to get to this point. Can he prove himself worthy to face off against Puppy Paw again in the grand finals tomorrow? That's to be seen. We got 10 seconds before we dive on to Gorge, where it's going to be Malians into Delhi.
Very explosive little timeless matchup even to start us off with here today. As we mentioned many times before, this has went back and forth so often, this matchup. Every patch it feels like it changes. And what a set of great players to pilot these civilizations in our opening game here at EGC Masters Final. We have Vortex spawning in the north side of Gorge, already out with his scout and gathering those sheep, facing Marine Lord in the color red as the Delhi Sultanate. And the sheep spawn here on Gorge are an interesting detail. One of the few maps present in Age of Empires 4 with statically fixed sheep spawns. They will always appear in the same place game after game. Makes scouting more of a, well, it's something you can essentially just memorize here, and the only adaptation comes is whether the opponent opts to vary up that preset pattern that the map naturally tends to devolve into.
Yeah, of course, we know that the sheep more often spawn up on those wings. Not a lot. You don't usually go down the middle like most maps. You go up on the wings, then across. And we're seeing that happen out right now. Lots of sheep to be had on this map, and if you know how to scout it, you can usually, I mean, if you're good, especially at like the mid-ladder level, if you're at home or watching and you know where these are, you can get a lot of good sheep. You can usually take more than your opponent if you know what you're doing and they don't. Obviously, these pros both know the spawns. They know where they pop up. They're going to probably get an even split, as we can see our sheep counter on the side. Shout out to our production crew for the work on the overlay. Mostly Cow. Cow does him a lot of it. He's holding down the fort today. And he's the reason we have this wonderful overlay and all the fun stats before and after. That big shout out to all the guys behind the scenes as well who plan and get ready for this tournament in EGC Masters.
Making it all possible as well behind it, giving us these great shows here for us all to entertain you. And fantastic matches alongside it as well. This one especially, as curious to see what we'll see. We mentioned before how Malians tends to often go into this, by now, somewhat reliable composition in the form of the Sofa and the Archer. Getting that mass in so early in the feudal age gives you plenty of units to upgrade straight away if you do find yourself hitting that castle age. And as a result, also gives you map control too, with the access to the early cavalry. Previously, Donzo Javelin has proved very popular and fairly effective as well, but you lack map control with such a static, despite robust composition.
And map control is something you're really going to want. There's not a whole lot in the middle of the map to grab, but those wings are so important. In fact, I know there's no real issue with picking mines on this map, but it is interesting to see it on this map when the gold, you get your one gold vein close, but the others are all so far away. Getting those extra pit mines, sometimes they can be kind of nice and tucked away and hidden in those corners. But at the same time, defending them can be really difficult given the proximity or the lack thereof to their base.
Yeah, best way to describe it, I would say, is a high-risk, high-reward pick here, the Malians are. We see, as you mentioned, the second gold mine quite far away from the starting town center. And in fact, it's as far away as the large gold vein, which is going to give a tremendous amount of gold income here for Vortex if he's able to secure it. But being so far out means it's way more exposed as well, despite it being on his side of the map. So often it's a prime target for any civilization, especially an aggressive one like the Deliar in that early feudal age. We'll have to see when and if Vortex decides to opt for it.
So far, no real surprises in the landmark choice. Obviously, it'd be ridiculous to do anything other than Manticore here for Vortex. Meanwhile, Dome of the Faith, we've already talked about how Tower Victory has come in and out of vogue. So Dome of the Faith is the standard go-to.
No surprises with the Manticore on the other side, however, for Vortex as well. The Malians gonna get that passive gold income in straight away that the Manticore generates every single minute. Has the ability to switch it to stone as well early on if he wants, which can be useful if you do deem to opt for a tower early on. Can upgrade it quick time with that passive stone without even needing to gather it. A stable opening, as we would expect here from Vortex. He's going to continue the trend. And the question is it going to be Warrior Scouts to start off with that has had some prevalence as well, or is it straight into the Sofa?
If it goes for the Scouts, that opens up the possibility of going Pro Scouts, right? But the Sofa obviously hit a little harder. I'm curious what Vortex is going to opt to do here.
Of a Marine Lord. All the upgrades coming in. Looks like we still only have that one singular mill for now. And opts to go for horticulture first here. No professional scouts priority for Marine Lord yet. Might opt for a second mill and go for it instead soon. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But the stable is already up. And the Ghazi is in production. Improved efficient production has finished as well for Marine Lord now. So already the Scholar is garrisoning his side. But actually ungarrisons it here. As yeah, it is going to be the Warrior Scout. That is in now. And it's going to be more in production here for Vortex, actually. So he's going to opt for those first.
Ghazi able to shoo them away for the time being, though. And the nice thing about having that Scholar is sheep crimes have been committed here. And this is that kind of like meticulousness we talk about with Marine Lord. Like, he's just that good. These players are both just so good. Those little bits of micro, just denying that extra bit of food, it adds up over time.
Yeah, that food is over a Sofa worth there in that one sheep, so obviously significant when it comes to the nitty-gritty in these fights. Every single unit matters at this level without a doubt, and in turn, any single little advantage that you can gain will also matter for either of these players. It's going to be Donzo as a follow-up for Vortex. So going to the 4-mana composition that Papio opted for in the previous set in that game. He's going to look to do the same here. Quite a good choice up against what Marino's likely to make, because the Ghazi follow-up is usually met with archers afterwards from him as well to round out the composition.
Ghazi trying to stop that villager from getting the pit mine up on that north gold. That Donzo is there to defend. We'll see if he can get enough damage done to stop it. Meanwhile, scouts continue to pester the gold for Marine Lord. But up on the pit mine of the north, fighting happening up here. Villager does go down. The pit mine only half constructed, a house sitting there unbuilt as well. And the wolf just adding insult to injury.
Yeah, it was the greed as the choice here from Vortex. He did go for that large pit mine there as the bitey infantry falls to the stabby infantry in this case. Village has fallen on the large pit mine, and it's going to be a bit of an investment to have more idle time for another villager to walk there. And again, that villager then is also exposed. But the Donzo numbers are building now for Vortex. He's going to be able to better secure it compared to before. Marino opted for the archery range ahead of the blacksmith here, so he really wants the priority on this central site fight that he knows can be coming very soon. So he wants to contest to take it as early as possible here and not really worry about doing so.
I love the use of the scholar here to heal the units while capturing the sacred site, doing some good double tasking here. Meanwhile, for Vortex, he's getting the pit mine up, he's sent another villager, and behind this he's also got pro scouts queued up and currently researching. Thanks to production for flipping that. That's a lot easier for my brain to look at now.
Yeah, we have that. Still that, look, there was 2 mills there in the end for Marine Lord, so Pro Scouts is already halfway complete. Goes down. Great pickup there by Vortex with the Sofa and the 2 Warrior Scouts.
It's those little victories that just pile up little by little, and it goes both ways, right? Each player trying to get that extra advantage. Warrior Scouts really can't stand and fight against the Ghazis. Yeah, they're just not strong enough to deal with that. Sofa probably could, but not Warrior Scouts.
Yeah, the Ghazis still are just a little bit faster than those Warrior Scouts, but the Warrior Scouts are faster than normal Scouts, so they're able to get away way easier and heal quite quickly passively. The Ghazis do need the Scholar to heal as well.
Archer's now in the field for Marine Lord as well. That'll help take care of the Donzos. Right now, just not enough here for Vortex to really stand and fight. Marine Lord really flooding the earth with his units at the moment.
Vortex diluting his composition quite early here by opting to the archers so fast compared to Marine Lord not opting to round out his composition with the 4 trifecta. It means that Marine Lord has a great mass of both archers and Ghazis here. This in turn enables him to get that coveted triple capture here for Marine Lord. So Sacred Victory is on the way. Not that that's a real issue, but the main issue is that gold income, all of which is climbing. And Marine Lord has enough income now that he pulls off of gold completely. 0 on gold, but we see already at 230, and that's going to climb up to 375 gold passively here for the Delhi.
Vortex has half his cows produced. He's got 10 of 20 now. So he's getting the cow boom going on, but this is a different kind of Civ than we've seen Vortex play in the last series. He's being aggressive, but he's not the only one being aggressive here. Marine Lord is equally matching tit for tat so far, and really Vortex's winning strategy here is letting the cow boom carry him with an economic victory later in the game. It's a bit different than his normal play style, and he's kind of on the back foot here trying to defend some of these places. He does have that pit mine fully up and running, but here come the Ghazi trying to disrupt that. Villager gonna just sneak into shadows. Nothing to see here.
Scholar count climbing really quickly here for Marine Lord as well. Already up to 8. 9th on the way. We see top left there. Hex are now only 49% slower compared to the regular research time for Marine Lord. So getting closer to that 0%.
Get mine. Half health will stand, so in the end, Ghazi ineffectual for the most part. But they do draw Vortex's military up north.
What is going to look to decap this southern site again. Looks to draw attention to the north whilst this scout sneaks in here, but Marine Lord is ever vigilant. He's there to meet the scout. and is remassing towards the center where he did secure those central berries. Crucial detail there for him. He needs those berries as the game extends. It's all the food, really. Both these players do. Cows have climbed quite rapidly for Vortex behind this as well, however. Now the 13th has popped out, and it looked to be a pitch fight on the side completely as both players engage. Both hesitant to fully dive on top of the other ones. Marinelord is willing to let this side go, not wanting to take a premature fight, because with the gold climbing, potentially Carthage could be on the cards for him, but he's going to find the raid first.
Villager goes down. He's only going to get one for the effort, but one is all he'll need at the moment. He'll take more probably when he can later. Instead, focuses his attention on the houses. Now eating the cows as well. I think this is where the food end is interesting on this map, because there's just so much exposure out there when you leave your base. You're kind of stuck in the valley and you have to go up on these wings. It feels very far from home.
Marinelord still not opting to go into those spears, despite the climbing numbers of Sofa here from Vortex. The Sofa still stronger than the Ghazis even now. The Ghazis, however, with their mass, over double the count of Sofas, certainly offset their strength and weakness in comparison there. The sheer numbers instead, and Marinelord, he thinks he can bounce. He sees the army, and the Ghazis, there's so many of them, they jump directly on the back line. The spears cannot check them at the front there. And Marinelord gets almost a complete surround. So many archers are falling here. The Sofa taking heavy damage as well, but they hold the line pretty firmly. And Marinelord lost a lot of Ghazis there to clear a good number of units from Vortex, but not as clean as you would hope.
I think he underestimated the power of the Sofa in this engagement just a little bit. It looked really, really promising, but again, Sofa, so tanky. Even here in Feudal Age, just imagine how good they'd be once he gets to Castle Age with imported armor. But as it is, they're starting to finally dwindle now, taking enough damage from the high DPS archers. But still a threat to behold. Marinelord having to back up and kite this out to make the best change he can.
Yeah, a lot of the Sofas were left on very low HP there from Vortex, and as he dove further beyond that sacred site, they started getting picked off by the reinforcements here from Marinelord, and now the Sofa count is also looking very low. And the backline is heavily in favor for Marinelord behind this Archer Lord, as some would call him. Here to live up to that reputation even now. Still not adding spears, so Marinelord clearly believing that he can just keep outmassing here, and a little bit scary in that initial fight, but so far the pump is looking incredible, because now the Dare are starting to come in for Marinelord as well behind this. With 4 scouts on the field, the food income is looking great for him.
Yeah, it's an interesting fight, right? Because it was a heavy price to pay, and those Sofa looked really scary, right? And even after that fight, they were still there and they looked dangerous. But in reality, a lot of damage has been done, and Marinelord is actually pulling himself ahead through that. And we see now in the numbers, 47 to 21. He is clearly ahead. Hit mine going down. We're zooming in here. The fire is glitching through and bouncing across the terrain. Funny thing for Cow to catch there for us to take a look at.
And see, despite it only being 14 minutes, Vortex is something he has developed a slight reputation for by now. DC idle time climbed quite significantly, up to 1 minute and 34 seconds of DC idle time now for Vortex. It means that he's actually really decisively behind an economy count here, despite the fact that he should only be 1 villager down with those eco kills, 2 for Marinelord and 1 for him. Instead finds himself 4.5 behind at this rate.
Cows make up for that, but you bring up a good point. This has been something we've seen, and if we can, I don't like to nitpick players too hard, but one thing, Vortex, despite his supreme aggression and his skill and rating, that is something that he kind of, if there's a weakness, that's one of them, I think, is that he is very prone, I've noticed, to having his DC idle. Not that I'd be any better, of course, but at this level of play, that's very detrimental to have almost 2 minutes of idle time, only 15 minutes in the game.
Cows in the ranches are almost maxed out now for Vortex. Only 2 left to produce, garrison that final ranch, but Marinelord step ahead at this point. With the House of Learning, he's gonna rush it actually, with 15 on it already, only 30 seconds out now. And with this amount of scholars, he's gonna be able to not only pick up most of the relics if he so chooses, but at the same time still get a great amount of research speed as well. We see despite 13 scholars on the field, only 4 of them are within the mosque, so Marinelord looking to position himself to take up and vacuum all these relics. But he has to be careful. This would be a very dangerous time to get caught in a fight. The army from Vortex looking really scary indeed now.
I like to see that Marine Lord's been adding in a couple of farms. That's one of those weaknesses Delhi has, right? Is that when they run out of food, it can hit them like a truck. Adding a couple of farms, trickling that transition in so it doesn't come back to bite him later. I really like that choice. Just a couple, not too many, but just getting a good start on that. Like if you have the extra wood, which he does have a little extra wood in the bank, getting that transition, making that a little easier will help him long term. As we see, he's now in Castle Age, and he's got 7 scholars, so fairly quick upgrade times. At least quicker than it'd be without, for sure.
And the priority is on that War Elephant, already in queue for Marine Lord. That's gonna prevent any kind of effective dive here from Vortex. You only have 7 Donzos on the field, not enough to really dive and deal significant damage before they fall. So Marine Lord is immune to any significant damage here. Scholars do get chased by Vortex. One had already fallen and he does discover the berries here. There is an outpost with arrow slits but no fortification, so he's going to burn very quickly. The Scholar, one of those to distract, but it gets picked off by the archers whilst the Sofas focus on the villagers, and this is just straight up -5.
This is a really needed pickup for Vortex here. He's down militarily, he's down in age, he's clicking up right now at the Grand Fulani. He needed to get some eco damage done, at least buy him some time here. This should help if he doesn't throw all of his military away here. He needs to not lose this fight too decisively. Pulling the archers back, Sofa able to hang around for a while. In come the elephants though, and this is a problem. Marine Lord had the materials and the resources ready to go, has elephants. Getting to Castle Age is now a must-have for Vortex, but he needs to not lose everything here. He's down by so much military, and now the archers just trying to keep away from the Ghazi. This is not looking great for Vortex.
Yeah, the veterans here on the Ghazis as well as the archers came in and Marine Lord just pounced. The Sofas melted in that engagement that Vortex had no choice but to take, being caught in that position there. He kills the villagers, but trades the entirety of the army for it as he ages up. And yes, he has the Fulani Corral, and the income's looking good, but Marine Lord still has deer. He still has berries, even a couple farms like you mentioned, so he's actually, even at this point, ahead in income compared to Vortex. He's going to be able to keep massing, and it's 63 military count to 14, Sokotin.
I'm thinking this is going to be a 1-0 to begin this game for Marine Lord. It's not looking good for Vortex. And, you know, Malians has been so difficult. We have villagers of Marine Lord. I don't know if this is just flexing or a misclick. At this point, it could be either. As Marine Lord sending out the vills, realizing the mistake and sending them back home. Even the best of the best do some silly antics every now and then. But Vortex is in a really deep hole. He's eating his own cows to survive because he can't move out on the map. He's got a fraction of the military count that Marine Lord has. Vortex just has nowhere to go, and once this army comes in, it's going to be over.
This is the type of composition that Malians can really struggle to deal with. Because of the presence of that single war elephant, you can't afford to mix in Musafadis and Donzos here to deal with it, because there's so many archers already on the field from Marine Lord, and they already have takes for that extra range, which is so crucial, kiting these Sofas with ease at this point, and plenty of Ghazis to frontline indeed. The elephant should be joining the fray soon. He's there on the berries. It's a little war elephant raid on the berries, it looks like, almost. Yeah, he's gonna go straight for them, man.
Confused.
Vortex
Elephant wasn't too sure where to go.
Oh, the splash damage! Vortex's villagers are getting massacred.
Oh no! And they get trampled to death. All the villagers down. This game is effectively over, and there's GG called. Game number 1 goes to Marine Lord in very convincing fashion. Is Vortex perhaps a little tired here, do you think, Myriad?
That is one of the disadvantages, right? There in the upper bracket, he was forced to fight up against Papipo. Long and arduous set, 6 games of mayhem back and forth. And then straight away, he has to face Marine Lord here in the losers bracket, almost as punishment for losing that match. And it's a tough one to fight from. I mean, he definitely had a great long lengthy warm-up, without a doubt, up against Papipo. But, you know, in these long sets, in these intense games, tiredness can definitely creep up on a man. And that could be on display, especially as this set goes further and further in length here. But Marine Lord picks up an early lead here with the 1-0 and takes out one of Vortex's best civilizations in the form of the Malians, with Delhi, who's definitely no slouch, but I don't think many people regard them on the same strength as Malians nowadays.
I mean, if we keep seeing matchups like that play out the way they do, maybe we will, right? I mean, that was very convincing from Delhi in the hands of Marine Lord there. I mean, that was it was a bit of back and forth there, but even after that first fight, even with the sofa that survived, it was just such a good swing from Marine Lord. Didn't ever have to look back, but instead we go to Pigeon's View with French facing off against Sengoku Daimyo. And I gotta say, Myriad, as a personal favorite, I mean, everyone's got civs that really speak out to them and they really enjoy. For me, Ayubids is one of them. I really enjoy watching them play. I love playing as Ayubids. Sengoku Daimyo is another one of those ones. I'm really enjoying watching them play. They're very quick paced. They're fun, very cavalry centric, which really fits in the meta. But going against French, I'm excited to see how this goes. Because the nice thing is that you got the French knights, right? But Sengoku Daimyo's horsemen do extra damage to cavalry. So really, I think they can stand toe-to-toe against those French knights. Obviously, if they don't get the charge off, especially if you can block that charge somehow or take the fight without getting charged, I think the horsemen really, pound for pound, pack a good punch into those French knights.
It's not a bonus that you're ever going to be disappointed with, right? The +2.
Yeah.
Damage is going to start mounting up. Of course, spears will still be needed up against those knights, but this is just a great composition for Sengoku to play in this case, right? With the spears as well as the Yari cavalry. And if you decide to go for either clan, either the what's the melee called? Hojo. Either the Hojo clan for the melee infantry or the Takeda clan early on for the cavalry, there's great bonuses to be gained. I mean, you will always get the attack speed on all your units from the Daimyo, and then the additional 5% health to either the horseman or the spearman. But then the upgrades can be quite useful too. Additional movement speed on the spears is going to be very nice. You also get damage against villagers, but that is a bit less significant in this particular matchup, I would say. But the speed is great. Or you can get movement speed on the horseman as well, which is just going to be unanimously useful. All of it's good. Not massive, but every little helps to sort of break the back of Vortex's tried and true composition with the archers as well as the knights, of course. It might be a case where Vortex might even opt to go into spears. I don't think he often tends to do that when playing the French. He didn't do it against Abbasid earlier either. Of course, he is dealing with better cavalry in this case and a stronger early game economy. Because quite often the limiting factor with that composition, the spearman as well as the horseman, is that food. But Sengoku doesn't really struggle for it early on.
No, they really don't. They really don't. You know, if French starts making spears, how wrong does that feel, right? French just doesn't make spears very often. In this matchup, maybe it is warranted, right? It would feel really wrong, though. There's something in me that would just kind of like want to retch at the thought. Like, French spears just...
It's not something you want to do.
But maybe in this matchup, it might be necessary because, I mean, Sengoku Daimyo, those manners, I mean, with the recent patch as well, they've been, the price has been reduced for the extra ones as well. So, I mean, they're easier to build, the Daimyo manners, and so that's going to increase the speed at which you're going to be able to get those upgrades. Sengoku's in a good spot. Now, the Shinobi, of course, have been nerfed, as we said. They don't do as much damage. They're not going to do as much to villagers and the popping up out of nowhere and raiding as otherwise. I mean, the nice thing about this, too, is with Sengoku Daimyo, with that landmark, they can spawn pretty much anywhere on the map with all the stealth forest about. So very powerful choice here on Pigeon's View especially. But hopefully we'll see them in use a little bit more than we did in Puppy Paw's game, because I think they'll be a big deciding factor getting that extra damage worth into those French knights.
That is the big detail here on Pigeon's View, isn't it? We can see just from the actual picture of the map, it's pretty much all covered in stealth forest. So yeah. As you mentioned, those Shinobi can spawn virtually anywhere Marine Lord chooses to. In the Castle Age and beyond, they can even start to be annoying raiders as well, though the damage is significantly weaker than before. But
still good in
slow,
Castle Age,
the debuff. Yeah, that's the thing. The interesting thing about Pigeon's View is the way the map spawns, in terms of food especially, can be either very defensive or very aggressive. Something we'll have to see here quite soon, but the game is underway. And Marine Lord is leading one game at this point. Score will be flipped very soon, I'm sure. But here in game number 2, as we have a little sport to start us off with, it's Vortex. Once again in the color yellow as the French, facing Marine Lord in the color red as the Sengoku Daimyo here, spawning in the southern side of Pigeon's View. And
look
looking
at
at the food
fix as well. It is Marine Lord up 1, so we'll flip that around here in just a second.
But look at that food. It's actually really safe for both players here. The back deer on both sides. It's only the boars that's forward and one berries for either side. This is what Marine Lord really wants is the Sengoku because it makes it way easier for him to secure it even against those French Knights and take better engagements as a result.
I like what Marine Lord's done with his Yatai right here. Just pop it right there. Oftentimes we want to send it out to the board, but if you look at it, it's probably gathering about 60 food anyways, right here with the berries and with the sheep at home. It's probably right there. Yeah, 57. I mean, that's a rounding error in my book. I think that's a great spot. You know it's safe. You don't have to worry about it, especially early while there's lots of sheep under the TC. That's a great choice to put it. And it's so close, too. That trader's going to pop out and just head right to the Matsuri in 2 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm quite curious to see about the level of investment into these Yatai that we're going to see from Marine Lord. Going for those 3, you can often get away with it as a Sengoku, especially on this map. But against a civilization like the French, that delays your age up quite significantly indeed. And if you don't have those spears up quickly enough to actually defend your very first trader, which I guess will be coming from this one in fairness, so that's going to be safe. But your Yatai can get pushed away very, very easily and quickly here for Marine Lord, so might even stop at 2 potentially, but no. I mean, he's still gathering wood, he's got a greed, it's going to be 3.
Yeah, I love to see the greedy play against someone who's so aggressive like Vortex. I mean, on the flip side, he could be gathering wood for a barracks. We don't know. We don't know until he purchases it, right? But we'll see in a second. I'm still just thinking about all the stealth force though, with how easy it'd be. I'm looking at those deer north of Vortex's base. It would not be hard to send some Shinobi and Castle Age up on those. Of course, he could end up just going pro scouts and grab them and bring them home anyways. But really, there's no corner of this map that's safe. If Marine Lord makes use, because we forget as well that not only does the landmark give him Shinobi, it also lets him basically just see anywhere on the map. You can just click at every couple of minutes. He just gets to click and see vision anywhere. And that on a map like this with this much stealth force is massive because information is the most valuable resource in this game.
Without a doubt. Well said indeed, and that's going to be significant. Certainly here in this matchup especially. But it was the 3 Yatai, as we mentioned, so full greed possible here by Marine Lord. His own Koko Township is going to be on the way. No surprises there to Vortex's School of Cavalry, which is already more than halfway complete. And this is the sort of delay that we're talking about. It's pretty significant here for Marine Lord. The good thing for most civilizations, but Sengoku especially in this case, is that he can begin building that barracks whilst he's aging up once he gets the wood for it. So he's not limited with something like an archery range or stable for that matter, where he needs to actually finish the age up first. So he can start producing spearmen earlier as needed.
Question is, where's this first knight going to end up going? Where's he going to push? That gold is kind of down to the south of Marine Lord down there. It's a little far from the TC, but it's also a very long walk for knights to get there. So we'll see how this pans out as the first knight's already in queue. No surprise there.
Now,
do you find, Myriad,
go ahead.
Do you find, Myriad, that the brown sheep really hide themselves in these stealth forests now?
Oh, they do. Just like the white sheep do on the Alpine Forest biome, I think it's called. Now, yeah. I was misinformed by someone saying that white sheep can't spawn there. I don't know if that was a bug, because that might be the only one I've ever seen, but a white sheep has in fact spawned on Alpine Forest. So I got scammed.
I feel that. I feel like I played a game on that not too long ago, and I felt like, I think my scout went to go gather them. I love the new colors of the sheep, by the way, but I think when I went out to grab sheep on the map, I came back with all white ones, and I was like, wait a minute, I thought they said that, I had heard that too, that they didn't have white sheep on that map because it would be easier to see them. But no, I feel like sheep are much more stealthy ever since that patch. The brown ones hiding in the stealth forest, white ones in the snow. Hey, it's been more interesting. I'm still looking for that pink sheep. I'm still waiting to find one of those.
Yeah, I managed to get it.
You managed to get the pink sheep? Oh, I'm so jealous.
Yeah, I managed to get the pink sheep. It's, you know, I always thought there should be like an additional 1 food on the pink sheep or something, just for flavor. You know, I feel like that's fitting for the rarity. But the knight's gonna come in. Marine Lord knows this and is perfectly aware of it, of course. Is gonna have second spear joining the second one in the defense. Gonna get pushed off of gold for a little while here, so I'm not happy about that, but it's not like he desperately needs it at this point in time. We do have the stable as a follow-up as well for Marine Lord, which is actually coming in before any sort of archery range from Vortex, I believe. So he's taking initiative with actually a second stable now for Marine Lord.
I like this. I like the getting... he wants to get those cavalry out in the field. And honestly, looking at that half-health spear to respond to your comment on that, better a half-dead spear than a dead villager, right? And that's what they're there for.
Might even look to potentially call in the Coca here to slow down that knight, but Spearman still kind of struggled to catch up to him even with the slow. So not going to be the case. And Vortex deviating in this case from the way he played up against Poppy Paw. There's no professional scouts for him. Instead, he realizes the fact that the day is very safe anyway. There's no real value to be gained from taking it. He can't possibly take Marine Lords either. So just goes on it straight away. Definitely the right choice, I would say here. And already up to 4 knights as a result of this. Shinobi get caught on the defense as the knight comes in, giving time for the spears to also meet them there on the defense. 1 Yari cavalry seeps to the center of the map and lands on Vortex's gold. Being a bit annoying at this stage, but 1 can't do too much damage. I'd be very surprised if we find a villager kill.
It's not one of those things where you aim for the kill now. You're just trying to weaken a lot of those vills. That way, when you come back to raid later, you can actually get the kill. But as I say that, he does get 1 for the effort, and I would say that's a horseman well spent.
Caster Clutch coming in, Caster Curse coming in clutch yet again here, indeed, as the villager does end up falling. And good pickup there from Marine Lord so early on. Definitely hurts so much earlier to lose.
Well, this is great.
These villagers
this is great from Marine Lord. Yeah, I mean, you're up a vill now. You haven't lost a single villager to Vortex's French. And in reverse, you've gotten a vill kill against him. So things are going very swimmingly for Marine Lord up to this point. Now, I say that there are a lot of knights in the field. This is starting to turn into a scary mass. Vortex clearly wanting to push the issue eventually. But so far, so good for Marine Lord.
Let us slow down on the Yari production from Marine Lord despite access to the second stable. We actually have a second barracks here from him. I'm not sure, we can maybe check because the double stable did seem a bit zealous. No, it's actually still just on the 1 barrack, so might likely need to add a second one quite soon. I did think this 2 stable was just a little bit ambitious so early. It'd be very easy for Vortex to pivot into a second stable, and that is what we saw.
Oh, that thing is so close to producing a trader. You cannot let it go down. It looks like it's going to survive, but that was close. Because look, it's right there. And if it dies before that, all that time working to get that bonus for your economy would be lost. That's such a crucial point. And thankfully for Marine Lord, he keeps it alive. He will get that trader back home to the Matsuri.
And that was a great little skirmish there for Vortex as well. This is what you really want to avoid as the spear user up against a civilization like the French. You can see how significant the destroyed values already. Vortex killed, was it like 3 or 4 spearmen there without losing a single knight, maybe even a 5th one, and that adds up very quickly. Now the same count of knights, 2 spears, which is not where you want to be for sure. Vortex feeling confident enough to even go for the center board there in that north side. Has complete vision using the outpost as well.
Don't forget that Marine Lord can just kind of pinpoint any spot on the map he wants and take a look. He could easily notice that the boar is missing. Okay, I was going to say, I'm hoping Vortex was going to build a tower on that because he's going to need it here in a second. Horsemen are definitely in the vicinity.
These horsemen are very important to have here for Marine Lord, even though he's up against full cavalry, as Vortex, typical Vortex fashion, finds an opening and takes advantage straight away, taking out a villager and the scout from Marine Lord as well. Actually, it was a Yari cavalry instead, it looks like. And Marine Lord, as we mentioned, having that cavalry is great because you can always start to hit this economy on the flanks here from Vortex, and Marine Lord spots it. He can even see it through the fog of war, those day carcasses.
This is where Vortex is really good, right? He's starting to get some little wins here and there. They're starting to stack up slowly, but getting counterpunched. Marine Lord right on top of it, saw the deer getting eaten up, takes a couple more villagers down. This is the kind of thing that if you want to slow down the French knights in your base, do this right here. This is how you do it. You kill some vills, you slow down the food and the gold, the food especially if they're moving out on outside resources. No pro scouts for Vortex, it's all into the knights. That's a great little win from Marine Lord. Just when Vortex was starting to get a little bit of momentum back to his side, Marine Lord with the counterpunch.
Yeah, great example right there of how important it is just to have even a handful of horsemen on the field here for Marine Lord. Often leads to immense value to the game if you just know where to place them at the right time. And as a result, finds himself 3 additional worker kills there on the day, as well as plenty of idle time. Marine Lord securing his base further and further. This must be a castle angle from Marine Lord. He would love to get there if he can. He doesn't want to just keep staying in this feudal age. And positions himself defensively on the gold. Great choke point to fight in, but Vortex goes in anyway. And the Shinobi gonna cause a big slowdown here. There's not enough Yari to really effectively trap these knights, but he might be able to get himself a few. One falls on the exit, and Harthing working against Vortex here.
Oh man, and this is one thing. And the raids and the counter raids while this happens. This is why Marine Lord is so hard to beat. As you're dealing with this and trying to out micro him in one spot, he's out microing you on another part of the map. And man, I want to talk about the Shinobi again. I'm just on a big Shinobi kick, I guess. They're so good defensively too. I mean, we think of them. We kind of got used to them just memeing on everyone by just popping up in people's bases and killing all their vills. But they are so good in a moment of defense to help trap units like that. And this choke point really working out for Marine Lord as the spears are just right there. Knights just can't get anything done.
Yes, the full investment into Cav here from Vortex has immense payoff potential, but was also very one-dimensional as a result. So he struggling to find the damage he needs to really utilize his composition. Vortex slowly going to lose his lead in the long run as the spear count keeps climbing, the Yari keeps climbing, and when we do actually have the second Takeda level in now for Marine Lord, so he has access to an additional +2 damage on the Yari. As the Knights come in on the berries, they find damage. Even two villagers I think went down there. Actually, it was only the first one. The earlier one went down earlier, I believe, for a total of 3.
One good thing for Vortex is that he's forcing Marine Lord to not go Castle Age. Marine Lord does have to invest pretty much every single bit of resources he has into making more units because Vortex is incessant. And in fact, Vortex behind this has enough to go castle himself.
Yeah, the good food here for Vortex paying massive dividends. The deer as well as the boar in the north, they're giving him a huge influx of food despite Marine Lord's better gathering speed on berries, as well as the Yatai that he has access to. The map control as well behind this, giving Vortex all the room he needs to dictate control. And again, finds a pretty exposed gold mine here under the Matsuri, and Marine Lord is quite late to react. A villager falls immediately, make that 2. Spearmen are there to connect, but good damage found there by Vortex to secure his age up further. Marine Lord bleeding a few more units here as he looks for another raid.
So don't count Vortex out yet. I know people in chat might have been thinking it's not great for Vortex, and we haven't been portraying it quite like that, but getting the resources to go castle behind this is a massive win for Vortex so far. Because Guildhall, and I'm glad that he didn't go into the temptation to go for the other landmark. Going Guildhall gives him a longer game, a capability to go for a late game if he needs to, which if I were him, I wouldn't really want to do that against Marine Lord, but it is the safer of the landmarks, and I think you got to be pretty careful against Marine Lord. And so this landmark should give him the leg up to jump ahead again, even further down the line. Vortex in a really good spot with Castle Age. Now, once he gets the knight upgrades, he's going to be in a really, really good spot. Now, Marine Lord needs to get some damage done now.
Yeah, he definitely does, but he's in no position to move out, right?
No,
That's the issue here.
no.
He has to keep most of his spears in his base to defend, and the space that he has left aren't really enough to challenge on Vortex's side of the map if Vortex is to retreat. Such is the power of mobility, and Vortex finds another in. More idle time here for Marine Lord. Just like you mentioned earlier, Sokoton, just keeping him trapped in this feudal age is very helpful for Vortex. Marine Lord are doing a great job as well of buying himself time and space. Finding a big raid onto the gold again, picks up another villager. But Vortex, he finds the units overextended beyond the gold, and they just massacre the space here from Marine Lord.
Castle Knights can stand and fight against spears like that every now and then, and we saw it there. The upgrade was in. They're able to get the surround, able to take care of it. They don't want to stay and fight against even more spears, obviously, but able to get some good work done. Vortex in a very strong spot right now. He needs to capitalize on this and continue the pressure as best he can. If Marine Lord sneaks into Castle Age, it could be really dangerous, but so far, he is just still miles away from that.
Beautiful pond here in front of the Takeda estate.
Very
nice.
beautiful. Very sideways water. I'm not sure how that works, but very, very nice.
Don't question it too much.
Oh, don't. It's a game. Don't question it. Yep. Like how do healer elephants heal? Don't question it. Just enjoy it.
The reinvestment from Marine Lord is continuous, though. More and more spears, more and more Yari cavalry, and trying to get a farm transition behind us as well. Double daimyo on the field too here for Marine Lord. He knows, like, at the moment he ages up, he's just gonna not have enough to actually stop the push in here from Vortex's Knights. So he just has to keep investing, but it's a perpetual loop. The Shinobi get caught on the defense as
Well, this might
Vortex
not be good.
deems that now is the time to go in. The spears are in position, but is there enough of them? Good skewers found. Several knights do go down, but the spears are bleeding rapidly as well. The entirety of Marino's cavalry, meanwhile, is on Vortex's side and finds the gold with very few knights here to protect. This could be an absolute brutal wraparound on these villages. It's a massacre.
Just when we thought he had it, this equalizes it and maybe does even more. Another surround. Villagers just not protected.
Huge damage
So many dead
found.
villagers.
But Vortex is also finding massive damage at the same time. It's pretty much almost a base race situation at this point. So many villagers died either side. Not a game you want to be a villager in, without a doubt. I'm your worker. As Vortex looks to keep diving to find more and more damage, the woodline is completely idle. The villagers are on the run. Marinelord is scrambling, but Vortex is as well.
Those are some weak knights. They need to heal up. The difference is, though, is Vortex is up in age. This is the difference now, is that because he aged up, that difference in technology is going to save him and going to mean this is a win. Like, you don't want a base trade when your opponent is up in age. And those horsemen don't heal. There is no Ryoikin landmark here to get them some bonus health. Those cavalry, however, for Vortex do have chivalry. And more villagers continue to fall. 18 to 13. It's the age difference, though, and the fact that Vortex has the ace up his sleeve starting just now. Looks like did he cash it out and swap the gold? Looks like he did. So it'll reset and take some time, but that will be his win condition later in this game if things continue. But man, I think Marine Lord's in a tough spot here. He has no food to his name.
It really is. The lack of food. No age up on the horizon whatsoever. The few space he does have are just relegated to play defense, but even then, there's so few in number that they can't even defend effectively.
Both players have opted for ultimate aggression. Blood and carnage is all they want. Shinobi being used really effectively here to defend, but there are just so many castle knights, and castle knights are just so incredibly tanky. Horsemen for Marine Lord finally on the way home after all their raiding, and I think in the end, Vortex got the better of him. Look at the villager count, 52 to 36. That is significant.
Yeah, without a doubt, with the repeated raiding there from Vortex, he was able to just keep finding ins, keep finding damage. Marine Lord is so firmly behind at this rate. It would take kind of a miracle to get him back into this game.
West corner, is he going to see the berries? Oh, I don't think he did.
No scout. No scout with Vortex's knights. The scout that he has must be at home or with another group of knights, because he just cannot spot that at this point in time. Otherwise, another -5 villages there for Marine Lord if Vortex were to see it. Just gonna retreat for now. Plenty of low HP knights. We do have counted saddles now in queue as well, but yeah, Marine Lord just
game. He's just too far behind.
knows. He knows he's too far behind. There's no hope of a castle age. Even remassing wouldn't be enough here. The Guildhall is just going to keep on climbing. For all he knows, there's over 1,000 food in there by now.
Yeah.
GG is cold, and the set is now tied.
Well done to Vortex. It was looking a little scary for a bit, right? It was looking a little scary right around the time he went up to Castle Age, but then he held off just enough. Did enough pressure as well to keep Marine Lord from matching the timing. If Marine Lord had matched the timing of Castle Age with Vortex, this would be a whole different game. But because Vortex was up in age and Marine Lord just had no road to get there, that just propelled him to the win eventually. Even though they traded off bases, being up in age with French Knights is just insurmountable. And we now have a tied series, 1-1. Vortex is not done yet. We have a lot more coming.
A lot more coming indeed, as a great win picked up here by Vortex. Removing the threat of the Sengoku Daimyo on the best map in the pool here, piloted by Marine Lord. A very, very good win for him. And it puts him on the map in this set, with the series tied up, and quite the follow-up game we have as well. With Coastal Cliffs as the map of choice here for Marine Lord. And who has access to China? I mean, according to this, it looks like it's Vortex, but that isn't always reliable. It's actually Marine Lord who has Chinese up against Vortex's Ayubid, so a tough nut to crack here for Vortex for sure, but he already cracked one just in this game, didn't he?
Yeah, and you can see Marine Lord definitely wanted a Chinese civ no matter what here. And that's kind of the fun thing about these drafts. And Marine Lord was able to grab both Zushi's Legacy and China. So then he put them both on the table and said, hey, Vortex, you pick which one. Do you want China or do you want different China? And in the end, Vortex is going to have to just go with China. He's going to have his Ayubids to go against that. That's not an impossible matchup for Ayubids. I wouldn't say it's a particularly... Nothing feels comfortable against China, though, really.
No, China is quite special of a civilization.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's just still even today, some of the best pro scouting timing in the game. Virtually endless gold from taxes. The tempo of being able to boost your economy, your military, your upgrades, whichever you want at a moment's notice with those imperial officials. Economic units out the wazoo because of that, using the Imperial Academy. Just great bonuses for the Chinese on any map, but especially these standard land maps that are all too common. And Marine Lord rarely disappoints with this civilization, if ever.
China, you can see it in the bans. Like, Marine Lord has picked China every single time in these 3 games so far, and it's been sniped the first 2 times. This time, there's just no getting around it. It's... Marine Lord in China is a scary thing.
Theoretically, he could have, right? He could have banned China instead of Jushi. That's an interesting priority there from Vortex. I mean...
Yeah, it is.
They're pretty similar. I wonder...
They're so similar.
There must be some thought behind it. I do wonder what it is. Maybe he's quite scared of the maybe slightly sharper tempo that Jushi has, or the easy Jugenu access, because especially on this map, Ayubit can be pretty susceptible to an all-in, and the turnaround time for that is so low for Jushi because of their early access to Jugenu. They just melt the Desert Raiders so easily. There's no real hope on the defense for Vortex. That could be the option here, whereas China at least takes more time to come online.
As a professed Ayubids abuser, I would much rather face China than China than Zushi, because that Zuganu spam is from Zushi is just really weird to work with. It's not like it's impossible to win. It just feels really bad to go against. That said, though, like, China's not a whole lot better. It's basically the same thing, but not really. Again, against Marine Lord, Vortex has got his work cut out for him, but it's a tied series. Marine Lord's beatable. It's not like he puts his pants on the same way we all do, right? One leg at a time. They're both in the lower bracket for a reason today. They're also in the finals of that bracket, so both these players, I think, could really make this interesting. This game it'll be interesting. Again, with how much less space there is to operate, too. Everything just feels so condensed on Coastal Cliffs. We'll find out how this will play out. We got 15 seconds. Which would you rather have if you had this matchup?
It's not so much of a choice, really. I mean, China is China. It's China, and they do so damn good. I mean, Ayubids, they have some potential here, honestly, but the issue is just the timing. The timing from China is so strong. If Ayubids are left unchecked for a little while, they can get out of control very quickly here. But I doubt Marine Lord, who is as the Chinese here in the color red, the south side of the map, I doubt he's gonna let Vortex have it, who spawns in the north side of Coastal Cliffs here in the color yellow as the Ayubids. And another spicy matchup on our hands indeed. One we've seen a few times in the past, notably, especially during the Pro Scouts meta. Ayubids was seen as one of the ones that can hold a candle to a lot of these civilizations because they are such a tempo-based civilization. Probably the tempo civilization in Age of Empires 4. But the nice thing about China nowadays is they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, China is... When we talk about like defensive civs, we think of like English. I would say China is definitely a defensive civ. I mean, the amount of like the hand cannon slits in their town center, even just they've got a lot going for them. And so as far as dealing with tempo, they can do it. And then again, in the hands of Marine Lord at this level of play, like throw all the bets off the table. You know that both these players are going to give it their all, and they're not going to be making that many mistakes. And the real question with any level at this play is there will be some mistakes made by both players. Can the other capitalize on it is kind of what I always look for. And again, those mistakes come very rarely. So when those happen, you got to kind of pounce on them. We kind of saw that in last game, right? Where Marine Lord just got kind of in the hole down in age. That was a bit of a mistake. He just didn't quite prioritize getting up in age. Got kind of caught and then lost the game. But here coming in, we've got logistics coming in for Vortex.
Logistics, quite a standard choice here from Vortex, and a very good one at that. Logistics, giving those 2 free dervishes with slightly boosted healing are going to be great in any early skirmishes or on the defense here for him. He can quite easily plant those on the gold and forgo even the need for a tower, early on at least. And with such a great spawn, oh no. Oh no, not the berries. So, okay. Benefit of the doubt to Vortex, this must mean that we have the industry wing, of course, on the way.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
probably
getting quite a
he did it
bit of
last time,
popularity, right?
He used it to great effect before, so I'm guessing that's what he's thinking of right now. He's probably thinking, I'm never going to get the extra bonus out of him. And, you know, you actually can learn a lot about a Uwits player by how they're treating their berries. This tells us it probably will be something like Industry Wing. I'd be surprised if he took the extra village at this point. Because if he did, it would be a mistake to not, you know, to consume the berries all the way. Because obviously you lose out on that extra plus 50 or plus 100 in Castle Age.
I mean, I can't wait for the fake outs to start happening, where you beautifully save all the berries and then just go industry wing anyway to throw off your opponent. I can, yeah, just give it a bit of time and that's gonna start happening. Yeah, but the spawn is just, it actually just cannot get better for Vortex than what we see right now. Back, gold behind woodline for a civilization that wants to get castle ASAP. This is exactly what he wants to see. And with the 0 on wood, this is nothing but an extremely greedy fast castle from him, even foregoing the tower, as we mentioned. Those dervishes allow him to do that. Not even opting for the Golden Age bonus here. That used to be quite common in the past. People would opt to get the Golden Age ASAP and then go for that Castle Age. But Vortex just wants to get there ASAP.
You know, in days gone by, one would call this the Marine Lord spawn. Ironically enough. But Vortex, yeah, I agree. A really, really good spawn here. And the nice thing, he doesn't need to go for that Golden Age just yet. It would be good, but I guess the counter thought is the faster you get the Castle Age, the faster you can get those relics back home. So that might be part of the calculus as well. Obviously, Marine Lord is seeing this, scouting out. He's looking at the berries. I wonder if he's inferred the same thing we have about those berries. Maybe he was watching earlier as a certain industry wing came out and a million production buildings popped up. I'm curious what Vortex goes for here.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of has to be the industry wing with these berries, otherwise it's just becoming more and more painful with every berry bush depleted. It looks like he even has them shift-clicked to take them one by one, so I feel like that's definitely the plan here for him. Marine Lord, though, looks like he's just going to be pro scouts here for him. Makes complete sense. He opted for the economic approach, starting with the Imperial official investment. Up to 3 now, and only now is beginning his pro scout, so these are the kind of options you have as China. You can rush it very quickly, or you can delay it to boost your economy further, as we see Marine will do now. And even is positioned to start going for Vortex's own day in that north side there.
I love the uses we see of Dervish. We've seen them used to scout by Vortex. We see him now trying to scatter the deer a little bit for his scout to finish them off. He's using dervishes to scout. It's such a fun idea. And you know, the thing I like about the dervish wing, and I say this often when I cast at Ubid games, is that certain wings, you know, have a static amount of upside to them, right? So like the industry wing, you're going to get X amount of wood, X amount of stone. You know, you get kind of like some set things, and what you do with it kind of has a limit. With these dervishes, the sky's the limit. As long as you keep them alive, the value they can give you is theoretically infinite. And we are seeing a very, very fun little dance here. Very choreographed. It's trying to slow down the Rose Scouts. Can they body block that? Yes, they can.
And they manage it, yep. And with the scout, that's going to be able to secure the kill. And, I mean,
wow.
Vortex, isn't it? It's Vortex.
I would be seething if I'm... Like I said it just a moment ago. The value is theoretically infinite. And we are seeing that on full display right here from Vortex. What a play.
What a play, indeed, here by Vortex here. Beautiful execution, and, I mean, Vortex, a Marine Lord, I mean, isn't even thinking about any kind of feudal contention here. He's just gonna go straight for Castle himself. And I think this is the kind of situation where China can start to, you know, get out-tempoed a little bit here. by the Iobids, where you don't deal any damage early on in the feudal age. You don't delay the Iobids whatsoever. In fact, the Iobids are the ones who find some value on you, in this case with that Bro Scout, and it's just going to continue. It's just going to keep being annoying. These dervishes.
Okay, answer me this, Myriad. How does one practice for that? How do you get yourself good enough at that? Because, oh yeah, Cow saying in our ears, how do you even come up with that? That is so next level. I don't even know where do they come up with this stuff? How do you practice it? How do you then do that to freaking Marine Lord?
That's the beauty about just going straight for a castle age and not having any real macro to worry about in this case. You could just spend all your time microing your heart out with these dervish and get immense value out of them, as Vortex is doing now. Obviously, fantastic execution on display. And the delay is significant. Like, this is just every day that gets delayed adds up here. And
this is gonna be so infuriating.
To add insult to injury, Sockton, this is even more impactful than someone who's not aware might think, because every single second spent that day is carried loses more and more food.
It is Industry Wing, and we are seeing the same build we saw against Puppy Paw. So hopefully Marine Lord is taking notes. The delay, my goodness. I really try to do my best to never like actually root for a player when casting. I'm having a real hard time not rooting for Vortex right now, just because of the audacity of some of this play, the style that he's showing off right now. It's just on a whole different level. I've never seen something like that before. Here we go in Castle Age. The production buildings are up. We will see some camels on the rise. And I agree with you. I think there's quite a danger here from Marine Lord. The tempo is definitely in favor of Vortex. He's going to get a good split of the relics as well.
Yes, he's easily going to be able to secure at least 4 relics, most likely. I'd be surprised if Marine Lord is able to contest any of the mid-map relics. I mean, he is supervising his production, in fairness. We have double stable as well as an archery range. At least he was supervising it, but not anymore, it seems. He wanted to get that early pump with the excess resources he had built up, so gets a few units out quickly. But triple stable from Vortex means there's so many Camel Lancers coming out ASAP, and with the dervishes there to heal them when it comes to these fights, Vortex should definitely have the edge, and in small numbers these Camel Lancers do immense work, even with the few crossbowmen that are present.
Not to mention that Marine Lord's going for heavy cavalry himself, but they get minus 20% damage in the presence of camels with that camel unease. So it's basically like when you have massive units, let's say you've got 10 Lancers in the field, minus 2. It's minus 20%, so take 2 of them away. Those camels, they're not the strongest units in the game by any means. They're also not the healthiest as far as like actual HP, but man, they can do some really good work against cavalry in the right situations, and they're speedy and dangerous.
Yeah, one of the more intricate cavalry units, I would say, in the game. To maximize the value, you really have to be very proficient with the use of cycle charging. They have shorter cooldown and longer range on their charge, as well as additional vision compared to other cavalry units. So probably the most skill-expressive cavalry unit, I would say, in the game. And using them to their full potential requires quite a bit of finesse, something Vortex definitely isn't short of, especially when it comes to cavalry. Well known for his execution. He's already shown great glimpses of that this game so far, with the dervish blocking. Looking to continue that with the mass Camel Lancer play here, even going so far as to sell his stone for what looks like to have been gold, most likely. Well, that's the only thing you can sell stone for, but don't think he used the gold to buy anything else. He has plenty of food still now, having secured that berries at the front ahead of the wood line. And you can just see the numbers are pretty scary here from Vortex. Even though Marine Lord has the Pro Scouts, Vortex's food is not far behind at all, and just playing pure cavalry and only now switching into archers means that he's gonna secure the 4th relic.
That's not the 4th, that's the 5th.
5th even.
That was the 5th relic. Yeah, Marine Lord was trying to hold on to it. Finally, a dervish goes down, but boy, I think Vortex has gotten a lot of value out of him thus far. And he's going to have all 5 relics against China. That's still 1 TC, still in Tang Dynasty. This is a good spot for Ubids. This is kind of how you deal with China. And again, once that deer runs out from Marine Lord, and I saw on the chat, I'm not sure if this is true, but if just slowing down the deer the way he did, I wonder if that increases the decay or not. It does. I'm hearing from production, it increase the decay. The damage dealt, that food's going to run out quick. And then when that happens, China's going to be in a kind of a tough spot because the Ubids is just so far ahead. economically with those relics and with all the other things going right for them so far.
That's the issue, right? With such a significant relic lead, Vortex can actually afford to switch the roles that we normally see between these two civilizations, and he can just go on the defensive, and he's essentially just a casual 10 villages ahead, slightly more in terms of gold income here from those relics, and that's going to be big for him for sure. Just needs the outpost now to secure his external food. Food is the only limiting factor at this stage for Vortex. He has all the gold he needs. As long as he can secure that, he's going to be fine. And there's plenty more of it for him than for Marine Lord, who, although ahead for now, is going to start running out of deer.
Play with the village there. Well done, well defended. But the tricky thing is these crossbows. That's kind of the problem here. With Marine Lord's units, he's got good counters for what Vortex has. Crossbows into the Camel Lancers, his Lancers into the Archers. Those Archers soft counter the crossbows pretty well. It's going to be a matter of micro here, and again, that critical mass of crossbows for Marine Lord is scary. So, but again, the difference here is going to be siege. If Vortex opts to start making Manjaniques, there's not going to be a lot that Marine Lord's going to be able to do about it if Vortex keeps care of them.
That's another issue for the Irish, right? That's something that's become so prevalent and potent with them. The Manjanique or Lin timing, that is why they are the de facto timing civilization. And Vortex looks to press that advantage that he finds himself with. Trying to cross the mid-map, but Marine Lord is there to meet him. As we mentioned, there's a great crossbow count here. So Vortex will need plenty of archers to contest this. The Lancers as well make for a great front line and blocker here for Marine Lord to stop the approach of those archers onto his backline. Charge comes in again. Big damage dealt by the Camel Lancers. Takes out the Lancer instantly. Second one also left quite low.
Those berries are kind of a lifeline right now. Vortex is in a bit of a tenuous spot because there's just not a lot of food left. And again, you mentioned earlier, that is the lifeline. That's kind of the crux and the linchpin of all this for Vortex. He's got to make sure he's got enough food. The problem with the Ubids is the farm transition. Time and time again, they'll be going great. The tempo's on their side, and then the food's gone. And suddenly you're left up a creek without a paddle and no way to feed the army. And I'm just a little worried about Vortex for that, because he's going to have gold. He's got 700 a minute in gold, but he's only got 800 a minute in food.
Yeah, that's the trade-off for prioritizing the Lancer so early. So food expensive means you run out even earlier than you normally would. And the engagement comes in. Marine Lord wants to force the issue, presses directly to the berries and meets Vortex's army. Archers are microed straight onto the crossbows behind this. Camel Lancers doing a good job up against the Knights. Even Desert Raiders now being heavily prioritized by Vortex. They're going to do a better job than the Camel Lancers against the Knights in a direct engagement and will not take as much damage as the Lancers do from these crossbows. And it's a bit of a decisive fight here for Vortex, I have to say. The Desert Raiders are making the difference when it matters most. The crossbow line has thinned out significantly for Marine Lord, more than double the amount of archers to crossbows at this rate, as well as the front line is way healthier for Vortex. Marine Lord's army is cleaned up.
What a huge win here for Vortex. That could very well be the game. The archer fire being so well targeted onto those crossbows. The focus fire was massive because, again, that was the lifeline. Those crossbows were doing the damage per second, and now gold has run out from Marine Lord. He has to move forward, and where's the army of Vortex? Right in front of the gold. This could be the game. There is a market, so he's got at least access to gold.
Yeah, and what a game it would be to win, right? I mean, Marine Lord on China here, this is, in many people's eyes, just an auto-win civilization. You pick this just to make sure you get a map under your belt, but Marine Lord suddenly finding himself in dire straits in this game, in a very pivotal one at that, to break the tie that they now find themselves under. The villages, these exposed villages, all three of them, detected now by Vortex. He can see all of them, as well as the market, and they're going to become the next target for him. And these villages are not cheap. 100 wood a pop.
Oh, don't overextend here, Vortex. Don't overextend. I'm worried he's going to overdo it here. Manjanique now are kind of the thing, because now, if you notice, Marine Lord has swapped off of crossbows and is making archers. Those will counter Desert Raiders pound for pound. There's not a whole lot of Camel Lancers anymore. There's a couple in queue, a couple on the ground. Mostly, though, it's Desert Raiders are the main part of the comp with the archers. I just worry that Vortex has thrown games away by getting too aggressive too quick before. He had a major win. I'd like to see him secure that and start really focusing on his economy just a little bit more. Maybe get a Manjanique or two on the field and then make the final push in one cohesive move.
Yeah, I think Manganix is exactly what Vortex needs in this case to start closing this game out. He doesn't even need too many, just about 2 to really start contesting that Archer backline there from Marine Lord. The Lancer numbers aren't there anymore, the crossbows aren't there anymore, and because of this, Vortex knows he now starts reinvesting again into the Camo Lancers. This back and forth is all it's about. The crossbows did great earlier against them, so he goes Desert Raiders now. There's no more crossbows, he sees archers, back to the Camo Lancers. It's all about these switches, taking your opponent by surprise and having the edge in terms of composition and tempo. But Marine Lord, with the tiny room he has to breathe, he goes for the Barbican, exactly what he needs here to start his farm transition, as well as additional villager production, but the timing could be disastrous.
Wow. Even with the fast build speed, Vortex on it in the nick of time. We've seen some really close timing plays as now Lancers and Knights and Desert Raiders clash in the middle as Archers exchange fire, but Lancers on the back line. Vortex has reached the back line with his camels. This is not going to go great for Marine Lord. He's holding as well as he can. He's got some Lancers up front. They are pretty tanky, and it looks like the Desert Raiders have been picked off little by little. Now, looking at the Dervish going down, Archer Mass for Vortex is still good, but there's a lot of Lancers left alive. More camels coming in. Reinforcements trying to get there in time. Looks like they finally go down, and that will be it. Vortex takes a game on top of Marine Lord. It is now 2-1 with a win against Marine Lord's China.
Massive win here for Vortex in game number 3 to once again now take the lead in this set against Marine Lord. Now in the driving seat and removing the threat of China from the draft altogether. Must be very happy with himself indeed. A rough loss for Marine Lord. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board after this one. He does have this next map pick to determine how he wants to proceed from here on out. But make no mistake, although we're only halfway through this set, it's still a massive win in this situation for Vortex. It's not about every individual game and about who has the lead. It's also about the threat removal in terms of civilizations and matchups when it comes to these games. And this is a very crucial win for Vortex indeed.
Gosh. I cannot believe this still happened in this game. What on earth? My question for you, Maria, if I can rib you just a little bit. Would you still choose China in this matchup? Goodness.
Oh, you know.
I mean, I guess if you could do what Vortex did with the Dervish, maybe we all would, right? But gosh.
That's the thing, right? It's the impeccable execution. Combine that with also having a really good spawn for this type of play. True. And, you know, that the combination of the right circumstance with the ideal execution leads to miraculous results here. And Vortex just played it to absolute perfection, I have to say. Yeah,
incredibly well said.
Exactly when to go in, exactly when to not go in. Even here, just backing up to the right amount to his berries, and then as he gets the mass needed, he gets the veterancy for the Desert Raiders, so as they start joining the fight, they can really start putting their weight, and that's just enough to grab a nice lead in that fight in terms of destroyed value, and takes the lead in army, then takes mid-map control, and can really start dictating the pace of the game from then on.
No, that's really well said. That's really well said. A lot of things went right for Vortex that game, right? The spawn went right. The execution on his part was phenomenal. Yeah, just an incredible game. And I'm gonna be thinking about the little dance of the Dervish. I call that the dance of the Dervish that he did against the Pro Scouts, which was just on a different level. But now Vortex should be feeling pretty good. He's starting to prove that he can, you know. There's a reason he was doing so well in this tournament up to this point, going into Puppy Paw. Now he's up a game against Marine Lord. If you were to just, you know, be given the option to be up, jump in the middle of a match 2-1 against Marine Lord, I think we all would take that. Like, that's a good spot to be on. We go on to Kawasan, though. Mongols into another China. We got Zhu Shi coming on this time.
That's right. Now, finally, Marine Lord gets his Zhu Shi on the map. It's pretty much Zhu Shi's best map here, Kawasan, isn't it? And Vortex pulls out his trusty Mongols to try to contest in this case. And Mongols can do fine against Zhu Shi. We've seen this matchup a few times and has went back and forth a lot. We've seen Zhu Shi actually lose here up against Mongols too. Not typically what you'd expect, but the dynamics can get very muddy here for sure. And KT was the ban of choice for Vortex instead. KT, another fantastic civilization here. So you get a little look here. The cat, he got shy there as the cat was zoomed in.
I was enjoying watching him there. There he is.
Yeah, he's okay. He still wants attention.
Dabston was showing off his dog earlier as well. I don't know if you were there for that or if you were still in your midweek muster game, but we had some. I don't have any pets. My wife's allergic to everything, so and my kids are not here right now either. They're up visiting family, so I've got nothing to show off other than myself. A little underwhelming, I know. Man, having Zushi and don't look at me. No, I got a plant. Oh, I got a plant. You know, look at the plant. He doesn't have a name. You can name him, chat, if you want. I don't know. He doesn't have a plant. He doesn't have a name.
That is a nice plant.
But anyways, back to the thing you're all here to actually watch, which is not my face, but game. Kawasan with Zushi. Oh, don't do this to me, Cow. Don't do this to me. Kawasan and Knights Templar. Zushi and Knights Templar are both two exceptionally good civs on a hybrid map like this. I feel like there's an art to drafting well, and then with the new sniping rules, with the current change now to the drafting system, picking two civs that are both really, really good on the same map is also a really good power play from Marine Lord, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, he had the China to lean on before this. That has failed him when he needed it most. And now he has the Jushi to lean on also on a really good map for them. This is, although he obviously doesn't lose, if he loses this game, this is kind of a must-win for Marine Lord to even up the series yet again. I mean, you're left with really bad options going forward from here, relatively speaking at least, right? I mean, you have Rus left on just standard maps for them. Then your other great option is potentially HRE, which is also not nearly as strong as they used to be. It's just a solid civilization, but nothing great. Whereas on the other hand, with Yushi here spawning in the north side, Marine Lord has to make this one count. And a win he desperately needs indeed to retain tempo, or at least a semblance of it in this draft. And Vortex is looking to put a stop to it, who now finds himself in a big lead here. As
I'm getting trolled.
Yellow.
Hi guys.
Unhinged Cow has been engaged.
Unhinged Cow. You know, to go back to that too, like this feels like it's not technically a must win, but it feels like it because Marine Lord has lost with some really good civs. Losing with China and losing with Sengoku Daimyo, that's a blow. And that, if you're Vortex, must feel really, really good. And now Vortex has used some of his best civs as well. I think Ayubids and French both are up there in an upper tier for him as far as civs he uses. But man, like, Marine Lord really needs a win here. Tying the series up would help a lot. We are now underway into game number 4 of a very, very competitive series. I'm still waiting on that pink sheep. One day. Oh.
Did you hear that?
Cow's telling me that there's something special prepared. He's got ready for a pink sheep, but I'm not gonna ever get to see it. So.
What is the chance again? It's something like 0.05?
0.6. 0.06. 1 in 10,000 sheep. There's 24 sheep per map, so you do the math as to how many games you have to play to get the sheep. And then, if you think about that, double it, because odds are your opponent's going to get it, not you. So, oh, goodness.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. We'll have to see it in a competitive game soon. I think pretty much everyone's seen it at least like once in their games, right? Just because of the sheer volume, but seeing it in an actual professional match, that day's gonna come. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Can't wait. It's gonna be top moment for me in all of Age of Empires histories when I get to see a pink sheep in a EGC game. Bonus points if I happen to be casting it. Like that would make my, like I'd be able to die a happy man. Like everything would be done. I would have achieved the highest echelons of whatever I could have hoped to achieve. Seeing the pink sheep live would just, I'd be so happy. Meditation Garden's in a pretty good spot. Wow, that covers some wood, the berries, the gold. It's close to home. I guess it's not the greatest spot I've ever seen. Yeah, you got all those berries up there. We've seen that in the past. I'm guessing Marine Lord just knows that with Mongols on the loose, yeah, maybe you don't want to try and put that in the middle there. Barracks says otherwise.
That's one of the things about Mongols here up against Jushi. Although direct strength-wise, it's not exactly the best choice against Yushi, just from a raw civilization perspective in terms of what each of them have available. It's about the intricacies of the map at the end of the day. What makes Yushi so potent here is the timing of that food pump into the dock acquisition on those shores that leads them to out-tempo so many other contenders here. And with just the presence of a few spares, Vortex is able to completely stop that and get himself on the map as well with his own age up. No dock follow-up, however. He's instead going to camp those spares onto the shorelines, making sure to prevent any kind of dock play here. One spare will be enough to kill a villager, I think, even with the additional building speed, as long as he meets him just before he starts building that dock. Surely Vortex and Marino are both aware, so Jugenu are going to escort the villager first.
Zushi has the increased villager build speed as well, right? Is that right?
They have
that fact.
Boosted construction speed, but Zushi doesn't have the song bonus for faster villager build speed. That's only China with song. Yeah.
Zuganu ready to shoo away the spears, and that dock will go up without much more of a hitch.
Zuganu are gonna enable that dock here, and fishing ship production should begin pretty much immediately here for Marine Lord to start getting that edge. He still has the lead up in terms of tempo here when it comes to timing, so he can get on that pond way earlier than Vortex, who's instead going to go for military investment. The stable is on the way, almost completed construction now underneath that Uvu, and he has the stone necessary to afford 2 Keshiks at once here, which is going to be a great bonus for him. And we've seen both him and Lucifron do this. They just don't care about the water here. They go straight into all-out aggression to often good ends and sometimes not as good ends.
I mean, straight out aggression, we've been saying it all day. That's Vortex to a T. And you look up the definition of straight out aggression, and I think his picture is right there in the dictionary.
Indeed, and that's something Marino has to be very conscious of, because in theory, if he has fishing, he should be able to stop the push and not be under too much threat. It's about the turnaround time here for him. How many fishing ships can you afford to invest into before you're actually in serious danger because of the military presence from Vortex? That is the question and balance one has to strike on this map.
Yeah, it's a tightrope walk, right? Like, you want to get your eco booming, but against a civ that can bring up the heat really quickly, you don't want to overcommit and then find yourself stuck in a worse place than you were when you began. In come the deerstones, just kind of creeping on up over. Kind of ominous the way it just kind of rolls up slowly, heartlessly. And here come the Keshiks to boot. So now, Vortex able to start doing some work.
Yeah, rolling through that Daystone has, planting itself just outside the wood line. That's going to boost the movement speed of units within the influence as they come to reinforce. Vortex, looking for an aggressive dive already, is met with the Chukanu, but causes a decent bit of idle time.
Those jukes do pretty good damage. I mean, that took a Keshik down to half health. There's only a handful of them there. Just the fast fire rate that they have can be kind of devastating when you don't have any armor. And ways you look right now, no blacksmith upgrades yet for either player. Getting that from Marine Lord is going to be huge. And getting the defensive armor for Vortex will also be huge, but that will be, it's still early, only 7 minutes in. Most players haven't quite gotten to that point. But fishing is now under duress. Keshik say, hey, no, you don't have a permit to be fishing on this pond right now.
Yeah, that's what's so great about Zuganu here for Marine Lord. Because of their fantastic DPS, they're able to hold a candle even against high armored units in the feudal age, like the Horsemen or the Keshiks here. Once this number starts to climb, especially after that sealed arrow, Vortex has to be really careful with his engagements. Yeah.
Shooting the sheep so your villagers don't have to do it later, like that's reaching levels of micro here that is just unheard of in this game. Like, that is crazy, but it does make your villagers that much more efficient, I guess. As a Keshik looks like it will go down. That's -1 there for Vortex. No Vil kills yet or any other economy damage. So far, Marine Lord in a pretty good spot. And again, you gotta respect Marine Lord with any kind of form of China, and really just with any civ. You give him any civ and he'll make it difficult. This is looking like a pretty safe start, though, for the Frenchman.
Yeah, it's honestly about as good of a start as you can possibly hope for here. able to get away with the dock and a pretty hefty investment into fishing ships as well, up to 7 now, but really any kind of aggression potential here from Vortex. As I say that though, dives into the wood line, but the spears are there in time to block the charge. Good reactions there by Marine Lord, but I mean, really the scary part here for Marine Lord is over. It's this central wood line that was going to be the key point of contention for Vortex, and the timing just isn't there. The Keshiks were not there fast enough before there were enough Zuganu and spears to really meet them. And sure, he's going to have archers now, and with the Khan's Hunter, they will outrange the Zuganu by a decent margin, able to even kite them quite well, especially using the signal arrow once he has access to it. But still, the wood line, he just can't really poke as deep as he would like, especially because Marine Lord is always going to have the defender's advantage here.
He's got a kind of a prickly mass right there. Zuganu and spears, that's not an easy nut to crack. And he's kind of surrounding now a tower coming up here. Vortex thought he saw an opening, managed to get a charge onto the villager. It's only been 2 villager kills through all this, so well-managed defense here from Marine Lord. You can kind of sense the pressure kind of wrapping on both sides of this wood line, back and forth, back and forth. And the best thing to do, this kind of comp is perfect for this. Spears and Zoogs just sit in the middle. The Zoogs can, you know, just rain fire from pretty much anywhere, and then the Spears kind of rotate back and forth as well to match wherever the Keshiks go.
Marine Lord regrouping his forces here, looking to actually take a decisive fight here, looks like. He doesn't want to waste any more time, knowing the fishing is getting out of control, but the brace from the spears meet the Keshiks, and one falls immediately. Make that the Khan's Hunter as well to fall on the exit there. Goes to the back of the formation, and that hurts Vortex in this case.
Yeah, that was not a great time to dive. You can sense that he feels he needs to do something. In fact, we see the archers kind of trying to split up and go on the side, get some range, get some damage if they can. Only 2 Vil kills 10 minutes in with all the fishing eco going on. And Vortex, once again, ignoring water for himself. He is not gaining any ground and keeping up economically at all. And he hasn't really done anything about the fishing either. That one warship out there has been enough to keep him away.
Yeah, as the archers, unless they have a severe amount, they really struggle contesting the archer ship there from Marine Lord. Just the AoE damage is too much to withstand. The Keshiks can do better, but that makes it very predictable where they're going to be, of course. Marine Lord has great vision with those docks.
I almost kind of wish Vortex would sit back. He had his opponent kind of boxed in. Make some ram. Make like a ram. Like one ram would take care of it, I feel like. Well, I guess then he just makes a demo ship, so maybe not. But like, do something. You can't just let that go unabated.
Well, the ram will deal with the docks, but the problem here is the economy, right? He simply does not have the resources to keep up the archer production, the Keshik production, and then invest into a ram here as well, whilst actually even having enough to defend it for that matter. Makes it very difficult here for Vortex. He could have potentially looked to counter dock. Access to that stone allows him to get arrow slits up easily, but even that on the delay is so tough. With so many fishing ships present, Marine Lord could in theory just keep repairing his ships even in the face of the arrow slits. Whereas military ships are again such a heavy investment for Vortex here that he just can't really afford. And Marine Lord is slowly trending towards the inevitable here.
Towards
The
Castle
Jushi Castle Age. Cheaper as well here for the Jushi.
I was just thinking that the floodgates are filling up with the flood waters, and they're going to open up in about a half minute here. Because that's kind of what Marine Lord's waiting for. He's just making sure he keeps his military alive so he can defend. And as long as he keeps a stalemate going on up front, he can castle behind it. And once that happens, then the win condition gets brought on the table by Marine Lord. He's going to have the superior economy. He's going to have the tech advantage. And suddenly, the military numbers are still neck and neck. The villager numbers are neck and neck outside of the fishing. There's not much going for Vortex here.
There really isn't. This is kind of the only possible time he has to engage. It's only going to get worse and worse every passing second for Vortex. And the Juggernaut does do so great in these back and forth trades. Even though they are outranged, the damage more than makes up for it the moment they get a volley in. And they do so much on the exit from these Keshiks who look for an in. But the control from Marine Lord is exemplary here. And he does great tips. Keshiks do find a little charge in there. Trim the numbers of the Juggernaut. Decent engagement actually by Vortex. Does a good job of trimming the spears as well as the Zuganu, but now he gets the unfortunate news. Gold is very low, however, for Marine Lord here. He can't actually afford to upgrade these units. Spearmen are falling pretty quickly, but the Keshiks are as well, and with no Keshiks, it means that he cannot really dive any further. The archers are going to keep trading out, but they are fighting a losing battle here, as we are witnessing Vortex's last chances in this game falling apart before him.
Man, Zuganu could be such a frustrating unit to go against. It just feels like they just have machine guns strapped to their arms. They just fire so quickly, and at this point, with the extra damage, it's just so difficult to deal with. And here, Vortex, he's trying to make something happen out of nothing, but unfortunately, the magic and the rabbit just are not in this hat.
Yes, he's gonna keep fighting. He's gonna keep pressuring, but really the writing is on the wall by now. So severely behind Vortex is. Meanwhile, Marine Lord just kept adding fishing ships behind this. And yeah, he knows. GG is cold. Vortex again finds himself tied up to Marine Lord. Marine Lord securing this victory up on here on Kawasan. Exactly the win he really needed in this case. And Vortex shouldn't be too dissatisfied with himself. I mean, even losing this game in a rough matchup, I would say is kind of worth it. It's kind of the best outcome you can hope for, considering you did just beat China in the game prior. Yeah. And once again, they are now even.
Yeah, this was, we said, kind of a must-win for Marine Lord. He needed to get this series tied up. For Vortex, you took out one, you split the China series, right? You took a China Civ and beat them, and then you lost to a China Civ. So all things are mostly still equal. The Civ choices for Marine Lord going forward, we're going to start looking a little rough as we go later in the series. I feel like a lot of the best Civs have been played. We got a couple more still in the back pocket, but this one was just kind of a slow attritional loss for Vortex, right? Marine Lord got the eco set up, and then Vortex didn't really do anything to the water. He kept trying to pressure, but he kind of just kept trying to do the same thing again and again and again, right? Let me try the left side of the wood. Let me try the right side of the wood. Let me try that again and again. And, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again, expecting different results. Didn't get different results in this one. Maybe a different tactic, a different try, maybe a ram on the docks. Hard to say, but instead we look forward to the next game as Game 4 is in the books. Game 5 coming up on the horizon. It's going to be Golden Horde into Abbasid. Now, this is a matchup I have not seen before. I feel like I've said that a couple times today, but genuinely, this is one I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this previously. Also, Marine Lord playing the Abbasid, and I'm guessing he's going to be playing them again here for us today. He did win in this matchup against Anatan's Golden Horde, also on Lipany as Abbasid. That was a bit of a nail-biting game as well, and I mean, a very interesting matchup, I think, right? Abbasid, of course, coming back in force this tournament after quite the hiatus. And yeah,
yep.
They've certainly been looking very good. I mean, there's great things going for them on this map especially, right? The additional berries, the slightly more closed-off nature of the map often gives them the time and the space needed to boom with some safety, at least. Golden Horde is a new one, right? It's an interesting one, and I don't want to give away too much, but I think this Civ can have some immense potential. But it's probably a tough matchup for it, I would say.
I think I agree with you here. I mean, partly is recency bias and just seeing Abbasid actually be winning again, which is a good change to see. And, you know, Golden Horde, everyone kind of knows that on the multiplayer ladder and in team games, free-for-alls, it's just been out of this world crazy good. In 1v1s, it's a bit different. It's not been, I think, the dominant Civ. I think Sengoku of the new ones has been probably the best new Civ. Them and Tugalok Dynasty, I think, have been kind of the top two of the four that came into this patch. But Golden Horde, you know, I agree with you. I think there's definitely some potential there. There have been some reworks and changes in this latest patch as well to help kind of balance out things a bit more. But we'll see. I think I agree. Abbasid on Lipany feels like a match made in heaven with all the extra berries, all the extra food, a little bit more distance, a couple more cliffs and wood lines to help box things in. If there's ever time to pull it out and make it work, this would be the map. Exactly
right, and in terms of the matchup, it's a good one to try to do so, because Golden Horde are so slow off the blocks as well. One of those civilizations that have quite a bit of setup time. I mean, the age up takes a long while. They naturally slow down because of the double production of villages. Now, they do produce 2 villages in 35 seconds compared to the standard civilizations, 1 every 20 seconds. So they'll actually gradually get ahead in villages as a result, but yeah, it's still a little bit worse than French's bonus. Obviously, there's a delay on when that second villager comes out quicker per se. But still a decent little bonus here for them. After that, of course, they can get out the Batukan alongside the Torgud to get some good early pressure going. But I feel like by then, Abbasid's going to have their TC pretty much up and running. Gonna have to see what Marine Lord opts to go for here. It could be the military and could be the eco wing. Both have their pros and cons. And, I mean, we see the Byzantines here for Vortex. I'm telling you now, Sockington, we're not going to see Byzantines this set.
Yeah, you can see in the bottom row here of all the maps, this is the third time now it's been sniped in this series. I don't know we're going to see it. Then again, you know, Chinese got banned twice, and eventually it got kind of forced out on Coastal Cliffs from Marine Lord. So maybe Marine Lord's plan is just, hey, every time I see it, auto snipe. Don't let them have it. Just not having it. And you know, this would be a great map for Byzantines as well, with all the berries and all the olive oil just waiting to go. Not to be. Golden Horde instead. You know, I was thinking about it, like, 15 seconds for 2 vills, right? That's faster than what French gets, freeing 17 seconds for 1. So that is quite the speedy build, but of course the increased cost, there's trade-offs. But I like what you say about Golden Horde being slow off the blocks. Both these civs take a little bit of time to ramp up, right? And then once they get going, they can kind of snowball into just this unstoppable avalanche. The question is, who's going to be able to do it faster? Who's going to be able to slow down the other faster? And who comes out on top? We got 2 minutes before we find out. And after that, looking ahead, I mean, let's look at the draft outside of that. What other civs do you think we're going to see after this game? Because we got at least another game behind us coming up.
Yeah, we have Frisian and Dry Arabia left. I mean, we do have OTD as well as HRE available for Marine Lord on Frisian Marshes. That are the likely picks there, whereas Rus likely for Arabia. I don't think we'll see KT on either of these maps, frankly. Whereas for Vortex, on the other hand, we would have English as well as Tuglak, which are all both great picks for Frisian. So is JD,
Frisian
to
Marshes,
be fair.
yeah.
And English and JD can also be quite good on Arabia. I'm not even going to mention Byzantines because it's not going to be allowed through. It's just a very good civilization. And Marine Lord personally favors it quite a lot above a lot of others. So he understands what they're capable of, can play them very well himself. So yeah, he's not letting that one through, that's for sure. So, some interesting matchups. I mean, Tuglak is really scary on Frisian there for Vortex, and forcing Byzantines or Tuglak on something like Frisian, if theoretically he loses this game, that's a tough choice for Marine Lord, because they're both very strong there.
Yeah. It's to be seen. I mean, and you know, the fun thing is, like, this is not a match point. We are going to have a game number 6, regardless of what happens here. We are all tied up 2-2. An incredibly competitive series against 2 players who are at a very, dare I say, almost very similar level right now. Vortex coming into the series, historically, had not won a whole lot of games against Marine Lord, frankly. And then coming in this series, I mean, we know he's been practicing. We know he's been gearing up and getting ready. His performance has been very impressive through these series, through this tournament in EGC Masters Finals. And to be at the finals is a feat in itself. And now it's a tied series against the guy who people will usually just say automatically fill in number 1 in the world, Marine Lord. That's a great feat. And both these players are, I think, very well matched so far. And I'm excited to see what goes down here on Limpany as we get ready to dive into game number 5. Stay right where you are, unless you need to go grab some popcorn or something real quick. We are here with a tied series with Marine Lord playing as Abbasid Dynasty in the red and Vortex as the Golden Horde in the appropriate yellow color. And we got a game crash. So if you need to get popcorn or use the restroom, this would be a great time. Boy, I gave that whole intro. I was ready to go, and
you did so well, man.
Just kind of taking on my sails. I know. I tried.
And then Cal gives the bad news. Unfortunate. But here we are. Well, unfortunate start here. We're just going to go back, it seems. Back to the drawing board in this set and speak yet again about it. But the matchup is quite curious because, particularly going back to what you said earlier about the snowball effect, that's very, very true for both of these civilizations here. They get out of control very quickly. I mean, Abbasid naturally with the villages scaling, the economic scaling, and then culminating in a very oppressive army within that castle age, and even later a very strong imperial age for that matter, is not to be trifled with. Golden Horde, on the other hand, they have some incredible upgrades with with access to stone, all they need is the stone to enable this. That's their only limiting factor, and they can get out of hand very quickly with immense cost saves on units, huge production speed bonuses, some fantastic upgrades. For example, the debuff from the Khan, available in the Golden Tent for 400 stone, I believe it is. As we mentioned, the cost saving on either production building permanently for the rest of the game. I believe that's 900 stone for either one. All of these are very, very significant. Access to the Kipchak, although I think this is the matchup where Kipchaks probably struggle quite a bit. The Camel Archer, as well as the Camel Rider availability for Marine Lord's Abbasid means both of these units, I think, deal very well with the Kipchak. So I'd be surprised, frankly, to see them coming out. And of course, Torguds as well as Keshiks, always a great choice here, even for the Golden Horde. They are not as oppressive as they were before. Golden Horde getting some changes, both buffs and nerfs. A nice bonus is the faster age up speed for them. They're not as limited by that as they were before.
Yeah, and with the changes in the patch too, obviously Torguds were just insane in multiplayer games. And 1v1s now, they're toned back here as well, of course, because changes that happen on the civs happen everywhere. So, but that does open up these kind of the other options a little bit too. But again, it's just a matter of getting the scaling up, like I said, getting that engine humming, as it were. But we got 56 seconds before we dive in again. Thankfully, you know, if we're going to have a crash, I would rather have it happen right at the start and the onset before things really get underway too far. I mean, nothing's worse than having a crash like 15 minutes in a game, or 20, or heaven forbid, like 30 minutes or 40 minutes into a game. Better to have it happen at the beginning. Reset, restart. Don't miss out on anything really that way. And yeah, we'll be diving in. I'm going to let you do the intro to the game next time. I already did it. It's your turn now. So we got 25 seconds before we jump in. Myriad, which civ, if you had to pick, gun to your head, which are you picking if you had to pick a civ on this matchup?
Oh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one because they're both terrible. Nah, it's I do think it's Abba favored. I think the snowball effect for Abba, which is true for both civilizations, hits just a little bit harder, potentially even earlier, frankly, here for Abba, especially if they go for that economic wing. And Marine Lord did it to great effect against Anatan. That was against Kipchaks, however. We'll see whether Vortex has a different idea on his hand here. It's all to be discovered in this next game here, because Marine Lord and Vortex are tied 2-2 now. It is very close between these two. And once again, the tie will be broken in this game now on Lipany, as Vortex, as the Golden Horde, not getting much limelight, but here we see them yet again, spawning in the north side of Lipany, facing Marine Lord in the color red, playing for Gentlemates as the Red Abbasid Dynasty in the south side of Lipany. And the main question here for Marine Lord, of course, is it going to be that economic wing or that military wing? I think last time, if I'm not mistaken, he went for the economic wing, and he definitely has the timing to do so here. We talked about how slow Golden Horde is off the block, and sure, they can get the Batukan out as well as 2 Torguds, but I mean, they do even less damage than Keshiks initially, never mind something like a French Knight, so really it's not as scary.
Standard opening here from Marine Lord as the Abbasid. Looking at the spawns here, the golds are both, the gold for Marine Lord a little more in the front, but that shouldn't be a huge deal. He's not going to be focused too heavy on gold once he gets the upgrades he needs. Again, no real Dark Age pressure coming in just yet either. And it's kind of a long distance to get across this map as well. Both these TCs spawning rather close to the edges, so it feels like it's a bit of a long walk.
Yeah, so for Vortex, likely going to be seeing the Khan and Torguds age up from him. Certainly seems to be more popular and more effective. No surprises there than the carts that are available, which would be... The other alternative is 2 production buildings available immediately for him. But really, the timing is difficult because the units still produce in batches of 2, so they produce very slowly. So although the theory with this age up is some sort of timing, the timing just kind of falls flat as a result, which is why we see the cheaper Torguds and Khan opted for instead, which, I mean, saving stone, considering you have so many great things to use stone for, the fact that you can save some of it is invaluable here for Vortex.
it is going to be economic wing for Marine Lord. And of course, as you were talking about, the Conan Torguds is going to be the option. No surprise here. The only really change we were looking to see was what the wing was going to be for Marine Lord. And it's going to be economic, so he's definitely saying, hey, I can do this TC thing all day. And we already see him moving onto the stone, getting ready to go. It will be a 2 TC play. I'm curious where he's going to put that second town center. He's got some wood to the south of him. Maybe just right there? You think? Just right up front? Close that
I mean,
down?
there's quite a few options, right? I mean, this double deer back here is looking mighty juicy here for Marine Lord, but there's risks associated with it as well. Even the berries ahead of it. I mean, this is such a great place to place a TC, but also an impeccable place to strike for Vortex if that is on the menu for him, which, I mean, it's Vortex. Definitely could be. And the gold, on the other hand, I mean, it's frontal, right? This makes it a little bit tricky here for Marine Lord, because you'd love to place a TC there, but then your gold is all the way on the other side of your base, so you would need units stretched out very far apart and very thin on the defense here.
You could kind of angle it to the wood, deer, and gold. It's kind of just to the left of our screen right now. There's that gold in the back. Again, I feel like you'd want to put it in between the deer. Like, that's really the idea. And we see Vortex, ever the master of micro, pushing the deer. He wants to get that thing right in the middle of the screen, really make it difficult to place. Hey, look at that. He's really wanting to make it difficult to place a TC. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we tried moving that down just a little bit more.
You mentioned a very good point, though. The deer next to the wood, with the gold behind, would also be a great place for that TC, and then you can slowly move out towards the further away deer, as well as those berries as needed. But gives him a very safe sort of positioning early on, at least. Makes it very hard to attack the food as well as the gold, which he thinks he's going to need early on here as the Abbasid. And we still haven't answered the question, is it just one TC? I mean, I'd be very surprised to see Marine Lord greeting for 3, but he is gathering a lot of stone, and the first TC is placed on the gold as well as the stone. This could be 3 TCs.
This might be a 3 TC. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of not where you normally would put that if you're going to just do the 1 extra. He might be thinking Supreme Greed is on the menu. We'll see what these villages do afterwards. Can we actually see where they're queued up? Has he already shift queued them back to stone, perhaps?
I mean, he is also on gold at the same time, so I'm tempted to say no, but oh no, he's going back to food. It's probably just going to be 2. He's playing it safe, even with the positioning. So yeah, just playing it safe. 2 TC is greedy enough. Eco Wing is greedy enough, he says, which I certainly understand. We're just playing typical Marine Lord here, safe and methodical. And Vortex, no surprises. I mean, this screams all in.
Vortex going all in? What? No, I never. Yep, this is very par for course for these players. Should be fun. We already got the first Torgud already out on the field.
Indeed. Vortex all in. Not many had that on the bingo cards, I'm sure.
That's the free space, you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit of a similar case to what we saw with French against Abbasid, right, in the previous set. It's very similar here, but I would say that, you know, French is just way better at doing it than Golden Horde is. He does get a way earlier ball, to be fair, next to that archery range. That's a pretty nice little early boost for him.
And the stealth force is kind of a nice little bonus too, just nice and hidden.
The key differences here, alright, is that we don't have French Knights, and we do not have Military Wing for Marine Lord. That does make it all the more tempting to go into this composition, right, with the Horsemen, with the Spears. Charge finds onto the berries here. Great body block by Marine Lord to secure the life of the villager. Gets himself a scout as a reward as well.
Key thing here is he didn't lose a villager. That body block, he may have seen the dervish dance earlier. Now he's showing him the march of the villagers, able to tango as well a little bit. Keeps things alive. It always feels good when you can successfully use like a scout to block a charge or do something really fun. Little bit of showcase of micro. I do see some units though from Vortex starting to move around. Some horsemen in answer from Marine Lord. He's got horsemen and spears. He's got one of each at least.
Yeah, even adding Spearman here for Vortex, placing a lot of respect on the composition here from Marine Lord, recognizing that he doesn't have the strength of those knights that he did with the French previously, so might need to beef up his composition here a little bit with some more safety in the form of the Spearman. Makes him much less prone to any kind of severe wraparounds. Marine Lord on gold as well. He's going to get himself a wheelbarrow. That's the perks of the gold TC, is that you can get gold early and get your upgrades going fast. But food access is going to become a problem as the game goes. He does have ecoing, as we mentioned, so that farm discount from the Fertile Crescent is present for him. He can theoretically add those very early, but of course units will still be sacrificed. Yeah.
Yeah, you just don't, when there's so much food on this map, you can go farms. It just feels kind of bad. Like, you feel like you're missing out. However, this wall in the back here, excellent choice. Whenever you get the chance to do this, it's just always the right option when you have a little extra wood to spare. Especially again, it's a Civ that wants to get aggressive and start wrapping circles around your base to prevent that wraparound from happening. Meanwhile, some more infantry coming out now from Vortex. This is the scary thing about Golden Horde, right? Is, yes, Abbasid snowballs and does it very quickly, but Golden Horde gets a lot of units very quickly as well. And we were wondering, we kind of both felt like that Abbasid snowballs a little bit faster, and we're going to see that put to the test here, because Golden Horde already with 17 military units on the field.
Yeah, indeed, and the thing is with the food here, he does have those berries on the left, and that's already kind of more than Marine Lord should be able to access, but Vortex does smell something is off. He's going to look to check there. He knows that that's the next logical step here for Marine Lord, after seeing that there's nothing on the right side. Tower is already up, mill to follow, arrow slits on the way as well. More villages present on stone, so he's going to look to fortify this as well. Definitely a good choice. I mean, you want to, for sure, if you want to have access to
gotta make sure he's got food. Yeah, 100%. Needs to make sure there's food. And I love what Marine Lord's doing here. We saw Puppy Paw do this in the last series as well. Send some, horsemen of your own, punch the shark back in the nose. The best way to slow down an aggressive Civ is to hit them back in their eco. Suddenly, they'll be reeling. Now, this is a problem, though, is that outpost is not yet fortified, and it is going down very, very quickly.
Yeah, the unit presence from Vortex is pretty severe already. There's a lot of units here, and Marine Lord may have not realized that there's so many units out already. Just loses the outpost with the arrow slits. So quite a bit of investment lost there for him. And already struggling with food-wise, the sheep are already starting to run low. Villages with very little space to work with anymore, as the carcasses are now limited for him.
I'm starting to wish he maybe had put that town center on those deer. There's just so much food right there. The land flowing with milk and deer carcasses right there. But it's just on the other side of that wood. Doesn't feel safe.
Yeah, still a little surprising, though, I gotta say, because it's kind of safe if you think about it. I mean, the wood is there, like the deer.
If you build that way, you could make it safe. Obviously, right now it's not safe, but you could have made it safe. You could wall. Yeah, you can wall in. There's some possibility there.
It's hard to question Marine Lord, but yeah,
it's very true. Very true. Here we are, just sitting in our casting booth, like we could just know all or something. Meanwhile, we're talking about the guy who's pretty much unarguably the best in the game. But you never know. He's lost 2 games already. I think we can poke and prod a little bit as the forces of Vortex, speaking of poking and prodding, looking to get some Vil kills. And he's going to make the full commitment. Here comes the dive. Backs off now with the horsemen and spears behind. But either way, some idle time caused.
And Vortex looking to put on the pressure yet again now onto the wood line. He's denied the food. Now he wants to pressure the wood as well. But it's the problem. Being forced onto this side of the map now to pressure the wood suddenly opens up the way for Marine Lord to venture out onto those berries yet again. And starting to add in a few farms as well. Horsemen, find a batch of 2 archers, and this is another little bittersweet thing with Golden Horde. Your archers producing 2, so if a horseman finds 1, he finds a second one as well.
Vortex took all the time to break that wall down and instead wraps back into the front door. Backing up here, it looks like the Torguds are looking to go in though. They know they have a way out if they go in. Now he can commit to the dive all the way. Villagers fleeing for the hills, looking for safety. Meanwhile, Marine Lord's wrapping his military back and around, trying to see if he can maybe corral Vortex's units in a favorable fight. Not going to get one though. Town center fire, trying to pick off a spear. I don't think it actually got one though.
Oh, the composition from Vortex here is very well rounded. Marine Lord is also climbing his archer count now, after seeing the sheer level of investment into spears. Production here, relatively safe, but the barracks is a bit on the edge. Vortex could potentially commit to this, but yeah, I mean, you can see these are not knights. They take pretty significant damage from DC fire.
They are quite intimidating looking though. you know, they look spooky. But yeah, the TC Fire can do quite a bit. And not to mention that both players have their blacksmith upgrades at least, so nothing too crazy as far as Archer Fire goes. But doing normal damage. And come the fight, Marine Lord is kind of playing some cat and mouse. He's just kind of buying time at this point, you know? He's slowly getting the food and gold he would need to go Castle Age. But meanwhile, behind this Vortex, Muscovy coming up, he is going Castle Age.
And this is a timing play here from Vortex. The Muscovy can read there. +2 ranged armor for all heavy units. That includes Torguds, Keshiks, as well as men-at-arms. Only Torguds on the field now for Vortex. Compared to the Reliquaries, which is the greedier option, but against Abbasid 2TC here on Eco Wing, that would be a brave choice indeed. Vortex instead wants to go for the kill, as we'd expect from him. 2 Torguds find the wood line here with double outposts, so Vortex might be a little sour that he wasn't earlier to spot this, because that position is already very secure. Fortification coming in as well. That's going to be a tough one to push into for him. But this age up tempo could be pretty significant. Marine Lord smells it, as he does. I mean, Marine Lord, so great at reading the state of a game. Understands that even a slight bit of extra room to breathe means that Vortex is preparing something scarier behind it.
Now he gets the confirmation. He gets to see the Vils on gold. He sees the landmark. And it was pointed out by our observer, shout out to Cow again. He showed us that the villagers do have textiles, helping them stay a little bit alive a little longer. And the Vil lead now 71 to 51. Marine Lord's up by 20 and aging up as well. He'll be up just a minute after Vortex is.
A minute can be significant there for him. Or counting the veterancy upgrades as well. Vortex is going to look to upgrade his archers, probably his spearmen as well. And the Torguds do get upgraded automatically per age, which is going to be a great detail for him. That's all of his cavalry.
I love what Marine Lord's doing here, walling in the base, making things tricky. He knows he needs to buy some time. He knows he's back behind about a minute, but he has some extra eco. So now the priority is keep the eco alive to make that time difference not matter, as we see kind of a hovering T-posing Torgud just hovering around the map. Don't ignore that, everyone. You didn't see anything. This game has no bugs whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about.
But of course.
That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, a lot of gold. He knows that he's probably going to get pushed off of this very soon. He wants to get all the gold he needs for the most important upgrades. It's going to be that triple veterancy most likely. Some heavy units as well. Either some Gulams or some Lancers, as well as ideally composite bows too on these archers would be crucial. But Vortex is wasting no time. There's plenty of villages are trapped here. 2 in the tower will fall immediately. 1 as he retreats to the 3rd tower will also fall. More villages trapped in the towers, but 1 is fortified, way harder to damage, and Vortex wastes no time. He wants to go in straight into the heart of Marine Lord's base here, diving on the triple outpost TC, and there's going to be a second TC that he's diving under now as well. Only now has Marine Lord finished aging up. The Camel Lancers here are a crucial detail. If he keeps that one alive, one dies immediately, then all of these Torgud's damage is going to be debuffed. He has to keep it alive. His own veterancy upgrades are on the way, on the archers as well as the spearmen. He finds a great choke point to hold here, but the veterancies are in for Vortex. Level 2 range damage is on the way as well, but that's going to be a while out for him still. Marine Lord's numbers are dropping really quickly here, Sokoten, and there's not really much left for him, but the diving is only getting deeper by Vortex. Could he be overextending here? The value from the camel is absolutely unprecedented here. The Torguds are tickling, really, Marine Lord's forces now, even though he's behind an age, but it's too much. The veterancy from the archers especially, the damage is overwhelming, and Marine Lord's entire army is cleaned up.
Wow. Camel was doing a lot of work there, but now there's nothing. 0 military standing in the way of Vortex and all of the economy, and that will be game once again. Vortex taking a game above Marine Lord, and now Marine Lord's on the back ropes here. It's going to be match point. Vortex is 1 game away from getting his rematch tomorrow against Puppy Paw.
Indeed, Marine Lord finding himself with his back against the wall here. In the lower bracket finals against Vortex, now only 1 game away from total elimination in the EGC Masters Finals. Well, outside of a 3rd place match tomorrow, but Grand Finals will be a distant memory for him if he loses the upcoming game. Well, actually, there is no 3rd place match, excuse me.
This is 3rd place match.
Arranged that
So
way,
you're confusing me there, Myriad.
Different format from the previous tournament. So this is
Yep.
basically the third place match we're witnessing at this very point as well as the determiner for the grand finals.
I mean, that means that these guys are already on the podium, essentially. I mean, if we had a podium, virtual podium, as it were. But yeah, I mean, none of these guys are playing to be in third place. You know, both these players, they want to face off Puppy Paw and try and go for gold. This dive, man, Vortex has been showing us again and again that if you have good timing, you know, good timing, good composition, incredible micro, and just a little bit of luck sometimes, you can do some seriously good damage to your opponent. And we saw that on full display here. Torgoods seemed to be just fine. Golden Horde, it seems, would ramp up a little bit better than Abbasid. At least it did in this game. And I can't help but wonder again, man, all that deer sitting on the other side. Eventually, Marine Lord got on top of it, but it just felt like that may be a bit of missed opportunity. I don't know, but a tough loss here. And now down to a match point. We've got one game left. Or no, up to maybe one game for sure left. And after that, it's going to depend on the outcome here. We go to Frisian Marshes. It's going to be English like we suggested. You nailed it, by the way, Myriad. Let me give you your flowers. The two HRE civs, HRE and Order of the Dragon, being chosen for Marine Lord. And then on the other side, English and, of course, the Delephants, the Uglock Dynasty. It's going to be English going into Order of the Dragon on Frisian Marshes, though.
Very interesting and unusual matchup as well we have on our hands here. This is what's quite nice about these longer sets especially. We end up, especially as it gets deeper, finding some very unusual and unexpected matchups as players are slowly running out of top tier civilizations to lean on when they need them most. We just saw Abbasid Golden Horde. Now we see English up against Order of the Dragon on Frisian Marshes. Yeah, we did somewhat expect this, right? Looking at the civilizations that are left, these are really the primary options. Vortex had a little bit more flexibility. JD could have been chosen by him as well here. Wouldn't be a terrible pick either, for sure. But opts instead for English or Tuglak and gets himself English. Meanwhile, he snipes out Marine Lord's HRE in favor for OOTD, Order of the Dragon here for Marine Lord. And I'm very curious to see what they go here, because both of these civilizations are typically love to go to town centers. But how does that match up? I mean, it's a difficult one to call, because in theory it's pretty even, maybe even at least early on favored for Order of the Dragon, but because of the map, it can be hard to call. Yeah. Fishing could very well still be on the cards, right?
I agree. I think Order of the Dragon obviously could go with early spears, get some pressure early, but again, that doesn't work super well into a civilization like English. Your villagers have short bows. English just has a really defensive town center to begin with. It's gonna be, it's not easy. It's not an easy matchup for either player. They both kind of have similar goals. I agree. I think it's gonna come down to the fishing and how the builds differ a little bit. I mean, one of the dangers of Order of the Dragon is that when you go wide, this map sometimes doesn't go very wide. Sometimes you just kind of go straight down the middle through the stealth forest to your opponent's town center. But Order of the Dragon has a weakness where they have really strong units, but they don't have as many, right? And so if you spread them out thin, you go wide across the map, you can sometimes find some advantageous fights. But on this map, like, there'll be some fighting on the pawns, but a lot of the action is just kind of right down the middle. And I feel like that really goes into favor for Order of the Dragon. But again, English is English and can turtle up and take a lot of pressure as well. So we'll see. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to figure out what we like better. But I'm pretty torn on this one.
Gotta have a preference though, right? I'm not sure who I prefer. It's tough. It's really, really difficult. I think in theory, Order of the Dragon should be a little favored here. By just a tiny bit, but there's so many factors that determine that, like Burgrave against Regnitz, fishing, no fishing.
What the
English
spawn
as well
looks like.
has so many options. Yeah, it's just so many factors that make it very hard to call. But that makes it exciting as well.
It does make it exciting. It makes it very exciting. And this is this map and this matchup has a lot riding on it at this point. Marine Lord has to win. I mean, we were saying his what was it? Which game was it? The Lipany one was kind of a must win, right? This one is literally a must win. It's win or go home at this point. And Vortex, I think he can smell the blood in the water. He's performing. I mean, if you were to say at the beginning, before this tourney started, if you told me that, oh yeah, Vortex was going to be up against Marine Lord in the finals in the bottom bracket, I probably wouldn't have believed you, right? But here we are, and Vortex has been outstanding this tournament. And I think he's just seeing that Marine Lord, to his own admission, isn't quite at that upper tippy top performance that he's been for like all of history in AoE 4. This could be this is a huge opportunity for Vortex to take down the king and go back to the top of the bracket.
Indeed. I mean, Marine Lord's logo for Red Bull might be a shark, but it's Vortex that now smells the blood in the water. That's for sure. Only one sweet victory away from reclaiming his spot in the grand finals there and taking out what many deem to be the #1 Age of Empires 4 player in the form of Marine Lord. So much on the line here for both players and so much to be gained from Vortex, whereas Marine Lord is just fighting for survival still. Never even accounting for the last game still to be played if he does win.
After this, if this one goes on to a game 7, we'll end up on Dry Arabia, the final destination of maps. Yeah, he's got KT, he's got Roos. Both of those decent. Well, KT doesn't feel as good, but he's got Roos. That'd be the one he'd want, but it probably wouldn't happen.
It's not gonna happen. He'd have to play KT.
Vortex is Byzantines and Delephants essentially. So, and he's got JD, and there's some wiggle room there.
Wiggle room there is indeed. The honor is all yours.
Game number 6. Here we are. I'm praying it doesn't crash as I go into this one. 20 seconds in the red on the western corner. It's Marine Lord as Order of the Dragon, and as yellow English, it's Vortex down in the southern corner. And we are underway here. Game 6. Marine Lord needs to win this one. Vortex hoping to end the series here.
Vision Marsh is maybe the last stand for Marine Lord here in EGC Masters Finals. Finding himself one game away from elimination against Vortex, who relies on the English here to secure himself the set. Dock opening here from Order of the Dragon. The Marine Lord went against the grain a little bit as to what is typical for the Dragon at least, but of course not the typical map and not the typical matchup either. Opts for the dock here to start off with.
Immediately has something. I'm guessing it's a fishing boat in the queue.
Must be a transport ship. Oh no, it's...
Yep, sure enough. Nope. I was like, why would it be? I just didn't see it anywhere up on our overlays. But yep, sure enough. Couple boats in the queue. You know, English, no move to do that. No docks in the horizon yet. Just making the way around the ponds.
This looks like it must be a little two-town center intention here from Vortex. No other reason to really age up so quickly. It's not like Order of the Dragon can really contest. I mean, they could go for Gilded Spearman,
Council
but...
Hall Rush, maybe?
I mean...
It's Vortex, so I have to throw it out there. It's Vortex. Is he gonna go for it? I don't think he should. I don't think he will. But it's like Vortex has this thing, right, where he just always seems to ignore water. And here he is ignoring water once again, and it's like, he's just going to go all land, all in. I mean, it's kind of a straight line to the base.
See, if it was any other map, I think there would be a real possibility of that, but the backwood makes it so hard on this map, and Vortex agrees fully. It's going to be Abbey, and it is going to be the second town center here for him, the classic English playstyle that has...
That's the right play.
I mean, really kind of has been their only playstyle for so long now, if we're honest.
I mean, I'll contend that on Cliffside, you can do Council Hall Rush, and that can kind of work. There's a close enough rush distance, but again, it's an all-in. It's a very Vortex style of play where you just go all in and hope it works. But yeah, this is definitely the standard play for English here. Going for the Abbey of Kings, using that king to get some pressure, and then adding a second town center behind it, getting the eco advantage going, especially if you're not going to go for the pawns and get the extra fishing eco. Got to get some kind of eco to match what Marine Lord is doing.
Meanwhile, Marine Lord now has his second dock on the way, going towards that central pond, past the secondary ones that are closest to his home one. Not sure, wonder why that is. It could potentially be a fishing ship situation where he doesn't have access to 3 shoreline fish with the dock placement on the other 2. It could just be that he wants to extend deeper that way. Great. Yeah, so this one has 3. That's good for him. He goes for this one. Another 3 here. So are those 2 only 2? Is that the issue there? We can have a look and sort of determine whether the placement will block it.
kind of just went right past it.
Like,
There's that berry bush right there, so I want, but maybe. Just say there's berry bushes on all of them, but. Ow! Look at the pond up there. Pond we skipped over. Give us a look. No, to the right. To the right.
The two
Right,
ponds that are not docked. Okay, yeah.
3. He just went over it.
Yeah, no.
It's kind of hard to place though, because it's blocked
There
by
will
the
be
wood.
3. Yeah. There will be 3 in every pond, but we can't place a dock here without cancelling out one of the shoreline fish. So it loses quite a bit of value. I assume it's similar on that frontal pond towards the left of the first one. That's probably why he skipped over that one. We can find out towards the left there. See if it's the case. Oh, this one's tough to tell.
That's
I think
tough. Maybe you can get
there.
one right there.
Yeah, these ones
The
are
tree
hard
would
to read.
disappear. I think you can do that. We're getting really into the weeds here, guys, when we start looking at the ponds and the dock placements. Never have I sounded more nerdy talking about AoE 4 than I have talking about dock placements on puddles. But here we are, in a very important game and a very important series here at EGC in the Masters Finals. But as we just kind of wait for Feudal Age to kick up, it's going to be Aachen Chapel on the back wood for Marine Lord. No real surprise there. Sometimes you see on hybrid maps, HRE and Order Dragon go for like a mine work, but going to go for the Aachen, get the extra wood gather right here, and some deer and an extra town center on the corner. I do like the placement of this quite a bit. Securing that back gold, getting those deer, some wood as well. A nice place for a second town center for English, if a little bit far from the hometown center.
Yeah, that's kind of a really nice possibility here on this map that you want to take advantage of when you do have it. Indeed. Nice little campfire. For those who don't know, somewhat recent change for the campfire. Now boosts gathering rate from huntable animals by plus 10% in the influence, alongside the sight range it provided previously. So, going to give a nice little boost here. Not a massive difference, but every little counts,
nice.
Of course. And of
It's a
course,
mechanic that's really gone through a lot of changes, right? That mechanic used to be under longbowmen, used to heal the longbows. I remember using that years ago now.
Days. Yeah, but the placement is really nice. We get the gold underneath there for Vortex, as well as the deer and the secondary wood line that he can lean into pretty safely if the first one ever becomes under threat, but somewhat unlikely on this map, it being so safe already.
Marine Lord going all in on the eco. 10 fishing ships already. This is an interesting play, and this is definitely a meta style play where you go onto the docks. There's many ways you can play it, but this is very typical. The tricky thing with this build that I've noticed is that eventually the fish runs out. And you can get a lot of food very quickly, but you have to keep that in the back of your mind that if this game goes long, how are you going to follow this up? You got to be aware of how fast you're consuming all those fish, because it can kind of creep up on you every now and then.
It really can indeed, and it can be hard to estimate just the level of income you get from the fish as well, relative to every other resource here. Because you're not, a lot of players are used to full water maps and the income from deep sea fish there, but it's very different with the shoreline fish and multiple docks like this. Can make turnaround times to units or castle age a bit more tricky to fully utilize. King, gonna look to wrap around the back here.
King wrapping around. It's kind of like a shooting star, right? Like your economy is going to burn bright and fast, and it's going to just give you a huge influx, and then it's going to pitter out and burn out. And so you just got to be kind of mindful of that. As the king tries to get onto the horseman, they just kind of trade little love taps and call it a day.
It looks like it's gonna be, Marine Lord has made up his mind. With the stable, we weren't quite sure, but one stable with the horseman just to be a checker to the king is a good idea here. And they're gonna stop at the 1 and go straight for castle age now, as we saw a heavy lean into that gold mine to follow up. Surprised there's no 2 horsemen here, just to beat the king.
Yeah, it takes 2, right? 2 to do it. 3 if you can get it.
Yeah, two gilded horsemen is definitely going to be enough here.
Oh, a gilded horseman. That's right. That's right. See, I'm thinking standard horseman. It would be 3. Yeah, 2 gilded would do it as well. Vortex getting a good look at every single pond. He wants to understand exactly what is it he's going up against, and he's starting to see the greed that Marine Lord has opted for. In fact, that greed extends all the way to Vortex's side of the map, as we do see the White Tower coming up, though. He will be Castle Age. Yeah, Marine Lord's just saying, hey, all your water, everything. I want every puddle for me.
That's a pretty radical White Tower timing from Vortex, I gotta say. The deer really paying dividends there, allowing him for such a quick castlage. I mean, this is almost a normal castlage timing, but he has 2 TC.
with 2 TCs.
Impressive indeed.
English. Another tower, another dock. I mean, for Marine Lord. He's got 16 on gold. He is actually going to match this timing. He is able to click up right now. What will he go for? I'm assuming it will be, oh, it's going to be the Burgrave. I wasn't too sure. I was kind of leaning towards the Regnants, but Burgrave, I think, actually makes a lot of sense here. You've got a ton of food coming in right now. You've got a lot of gold you can get right now. The Burgrave can get you an army right now.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing because the promise of the Regnants is so sweet with the additional gold, but often the situation you run into is the relics that you would be able to get with Burgrave become inaccessible with Regnants because of the lack of units. And that's probably the case here, right? We have the Knight priority from Vortex, one already on the field from that white tower. It's going to allow him to pump Knights very quickly. And with the Burgrave, you can often secure yourself a lot of relics here as OTD. Of course, you miss out on the additional income, so we'll have to see. I mean, of course, if he gets 4... then he's going to have the same income as he would from 2 with the Regnants, but also has a Burgrave working for him.
Yeah. No, I think if he'd gone for Regnants, with all the docks he had, it would have been too greedy, right? This now is a greedy play, but it's also a more calculated play by including some military production in there. Gilded Spear is going to go down, but does a pretty good amount of damage to the Knight and to the King. English King now having to back up. Spear grabs a stab onto that Knight. Not enough to kill it, but the Horseman, he's kind of low health too. Yeah, I can't really chase that down. Not worth the resources he would lose.
And Vortex continuing to just lean into these Knights, but now comes a pretty painful transition for English when playing like this. You play very loose on the food, you make no farms to get that ASAP Castle Age, but now you're just out of food. The deer is running low. The sheep are also running low by now, so farms are next on the menu, and they're still pretty tough to afford at this point for Vortex. No economic upgrades to help him out. You know, Marine Lord is just pumping. Already the military queue looking very impressive.
This is why this works, is he's got a lot of fishing eco, again, right now. It's again, shooting star kind of vibe, right? It's going across the sky, it's bright, it's hot, you gotta strike while the iron is hot. This is the time. Eventually that fishing will run out, but I don't think Marine Lord's playing for a really long game. He wants to take the tempo and swing it in his favor for now. And right now we see the fishing already starting to get consumed a little bit. We got about a third of it gone on some of those ponds. And the Gilded Knight on the field. Yeah, that's something you got to watch out for. That with some crossbows. Vortex militarily not in a good spot right now. And Marine Lord needs to flip the script on this and get over to his base and start doing some damage.
Vortex already actually leading in terms of relics. Has the second one on the way home by now, courtesy of that early castle age. Very good turnaround time for him and great execution in doing so. Doesn't really cost him very much here. The king is going to discover the prelate as he picks up that center relic and start working him down with the sword. One Gilded Knight to serve as a pretty scary little raid boss in these skirmishes here for Marine Lord. That guy can certainly find a lot of damage and value. Very expensive. The #1 cavalry game in the unit in terms of cost. Well, in terms of population, that is, of course.
Marine Lord sitting on a pretty good, healthy economy. Look at that. 1,000 food a minute compared to Vortex's barely 700. So he is firing on all cylinders right now, getting the sacred sites, getting as much things as he can. I like the idea. Now, this is kind of nice. He might not get all the relics, but if you can hold those sacred sites, that'll make up the difference.
So Marine Lord making a little bit of everything here. We have the one knight, the spearman, who serve as a blocker to those early knights. Now leaning heavily into typically something the English do best, and is going to be that gilded crossbowman with the men-at-arms, cheaper from the Burgrave Palace. A very, very strong composition here for Marine Lord, but a slow one at that, so moving across the map.
Love to see it.
Oh, that's a great touch. Yeah, I mean, they keep giving the gold, even if they're there, and it's not like he's too worried about the docks being burned down, really. So might as well get that gold income in ASAP.
This feels like we've really flipped the script. For the longest time today, we've been watching Vortex all day for hours now, and he's been the aggressor. And now he's the one who's got to sit back and boom. But Marine Lord, I think, might have beaten him to the punch. He's boomed quicker and earlier. It's not as long lasting. But can he do something with his military? That's the big question. And I'm just curious, when the food runs out, how Marine Lord responds. for the time being, he is very well ahead as far as military presence.
Indeed. Food income also looking very healthy for Marine Lord. Vortex still struggling with that farm transition. So many added now, but still a while for that really boosted income to kick in. Leaning heavily into crossbows as a result. That's one of the problems with going for farms so early. Even their cheaper cost now means that Vortex can't really afford to spend wood on units, but only on farms. So he has to lean into very wood inexpensive units like these horsemen. Of course, the crossbows costing no wood at all.
Vortex looking for a place to stab, looking for some damage. He's gonna lose a knight though, just from town center fire. And meanwhile, Marine Lord's starting to secure those sacred sites a little bit more, adding in a tower there. These villagers running for their lives though. He might lose one, or he might get away with one. Okay, able to keep them alive in the town center, able to shoo the knights away. But they could get on that gold vein there, or they could just keep running by. Even better for Marine Lord, I suppose. Yeah, tower's now in place. I could see those getting placed with relics later on.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is a definite lean into the sacred side victory condition. But it takes a while, doesn't it? I mean, 8 minutes and 40 seconds is a long time for English TC to really start paying off. And when it gets to like 2 minutes, 1 minute left, you know, all it takes is really one push and keep that side constantly under contention. And suddenly, if you can't reclaim control as Marine Lord, you're definitely in for a tough fight from then on out.
Yeah, but look at the army value right now. Doubled that currently. And keep in mind that 38 to 30 units, but those are Order of the Dragon units. Now, some of those, I believe, are scholars, but still. King goes down. A scary looking mass right there. We've got 11 Gilded Men-at-Arms, as well as a number of crossbows to go with it.
Inspired Warriors not far out now from Marine Lord, and such a potent technology here for the Order of the Dragon. Even more value to be gained due to fewer units to be inspired, so you don't need as many prelates, and the inspiration is ever more powerful because of it, due to the boosted stats of these units. Incredibly potent army here for Marine Lord. He's going to look to keep up the pressure.
I was going to mention that we need to get some blacksmith upgrades in for Marine Lord, but he's already working on it right there. The first one, piercing armor coming in. That's a lot of towers.
Yeah, just all in on this. I mean, he knows that eventually Vortex's military will just be better, and his income will just be better. Already now we see a farm transition has been completed, and 2,000 food a minute for Vortex already. And it's going to be the Elsbach, actually. Yeah, Marine Lord's just all in on these sites. He does not want to allow these to go uncapped. And, I mean, the Elsbach, yeah, it's on the side, but it could even be a little bit closer.
Yeah, he could get a little more with that. That's a little conservative given what you're trying to go for here. I'd put that puppy right up on it. Yeah, move that over a tile. You get a whole tile. You can put a whole farm right there.
Yeah, I guess you might be worried about
a really heavy landmark. It's a big landmark to put right there. And, you know, it's going to be hidden in the Stealth Forest for a while. Vortex is going to have to either scout this out or find out about it when he goes to decap the site. Oh, it's the closest you can be. Oh, without revealing it. Oh, good point. Cow telling me that is as close as he could put that landmark without revealing it through the sacred site vision. So you can see the tower. You can see that right there. It kind of pokes in the vision. This is the vision that Vortex has. He does not get to see this thing go up. There is some heavy mind gaming going on here as horsemen get onto the crossbows, trying to get on. Meanwhile, in come the men-at-arms. Crossbows on both sides trying to exchange blows. This could be dangerous here for Marine Lord.
It's a very pivotal fight for sure, but the sheer bulkiness of these units with the Inspired Warriors, I mean, those horsemen do not last long at all. There's a heavy men-at-arms front line here from Vortex, but they are melting to these overpowered crossbows with the Inspiration Warriors. They've become so potent. I mean, the army from Vortex is just melting. The timing isn't there, especially with the Elsbach having gone up. I mean, the food income is fantastic. Second reinforcement group of horsemen here. Vortex is keeping up production better than Marine Lord is, but the trading potential here for Marine Lord is way higher. The destroyed value tells you all you need to know. Marine Lord almost 3,000 ahead at this point, just trading so effectively with this way more potent army at this stage. And
this is the danger of Order of the Dragon, right? Is that their units, they may not have as many numbers, but they pound for pound will beat you up. And again, spreading them wide is the way to beat them. But if they don't have to spread wide and just take a big central fight, more often than not, they will come out on top.
And that's a
Look
big
at that farm transition.
It's massive, yes. But that's the kind of fight Marine Lord needs, right? I mean, taking one bad fight like that when you try to decap the timer and actually losing that fight, suddenly there's 5 minutes left, that's a very scary position to be in here as English, for instance, because, yeah, I mean, you're still scaling. You have most of the farms you need, but now you need to remass the army. Behind it, most importantly, you're also an age behind, so the second fight is going to be even harder than the first one, because your units are just worse, even way more worse than they were before, once those elite upgrades do come in. Very expensive, however. And looks like Marine Lord, I don't know if we got any elite upgrades, actually. Looks like he was straight into hand cannons, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe check on some of these units, but I don't think we had any. Maybe the men-at-arms, yeah. Okay, on the men-at-arms we have it.
And then he's into hand cannons, yeah. He's got tithe barns coming in, so he's going to be getting a little bit of extra resources everywhere, which he really needs, because the fishing eco, as Cow was showing us, is pretty much spent. We do see as well, we got some feudal spearmen still out in the mix. That fishing eco now, though, is gone.
Yeah, most of it is in fact gone. Marine Lord fully extended those docks even onto Vortex's side, so the income's still looking pretty good for him in terms of food. Of course, he still has all the organic food on the map to work with outside of fishing. That's going to be on the cards for him now. Berkshire placement by Vortex here on the front, but I mean, it kind of touches the site.
This game's not over just yet, boys and girls. We are in when this is, again, match point for Marine Lord. He needs to win to continue, or he is out. He is done otherwise. Right now, he is in the driver's seat, though. It's 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the Sacred Site timer. Vortex now in age 4 as well, matching that with his Berkshire. This is going to be intense, as we see men-at-arms, men-at-arms, along with crossbows for Vortex and some horsemen, to be matching off against Marine Lord's men-at-arms and hand cannoneers. He's got the static emplacements, though, on the sacred sites, and that's going to matter a lot.
Indeed it will. With the Elsbach as well, making these towers all the more tankier within that influence. It's going to be so hard for Vortex to challenge that position, but that's clearly his intention with the Berkshire. I'm not even sure if he actually saw the Elsbach Palace in position there.
I don't know if he knows it's there. He probably doesn't know it's there.
I think he just doesn't know, yeah. Okay, he did get hit by in the fight, apparently.
Okay, he knows.
But hand cannons are a massive problem here for Vortex, specifically because of the sheer lack of longbows here. I mean, these hand cannons will absolutely melt through any kind of frontline Vortex throws, even those horsemen. I mean, you need about triple the amount of horsemen to hand cannons to really get us around and start taking them down.
Culprin's gonna get sniped.
Uh-oh. Not quite the range.
Need Trebs still in this day and age. Still need a trebuchet to take down that silly landmark. Thing can just snipe you from a screen and a half away.
Yeah, indeed. Only the Treb outranges the Berkshire.
Look at the food income for Vortex. He's getting 3.3 thousand food a minute. That's only next to 1.8 for Marine Lord. So the farms are fully online for Vortex. The problem is he needs to be taking trades at this point. He's got to be trading stuff out, because otherwise the sacred timer is down to a minute and a half, and there's been no move, no play. The only thing that maybe is an option is, yeah, that upper one, but there are some towers and stuff now with cannon emplacements. That would be a problem. It's more open, though. This is going to be tough. Vortex has his work cut out for him. He needs to make something happen very, very soon. We've got about a minute left.
Yeah.
Here they come. That's not going to be enough, though.
He's waiting as much as he possibly can, right, to get as close to 200 out of 200 as he can, get as many of these upgrades in as he possibly can. Now sends the horseman just to see exactly the level of defense that's present here, and sees a total of 5 outposts. Quite a bit of defense is the answer to the question. Gonna try to push in from the south side in turn, thinking he distracts Marine Lord, but there's plenty of defenses there as well. Marine Lord is gonna block this site, has the units and towers necessary to do so. Just a few seconds gained only with those horsemen, and he's gonna go for a raid with them, but
Too late.
I don't think you have time for a raid at this point.
There's no way. This game is very close to going Marine Lord's way. We might just go the distance with 7 games here. All he needs to do is hold and keep them off of the timer. Right now, stuck at 29 seconds left. Here comes the flank. Horseman coming around trying to get onto the hand cannoneers. They're going to do some damage, but man, all the emplacements, all of the static emplacements just shredding through the horsemen. All that's left is a mass of crossbows and a couple of units to the front line for Vortex. Instead, Marine Lord starts pushing back. The timer now is going to start recontinuing here in just a second. 28 seconds to go, 27, and this game is going to be probably over. Marine Lord has it in the bag. 20 seconds remaining, and that has to be GG's.
Yeah, there's nothing left for Vortex in this game number 6 here. He taps out, GG is scored, and Marine Lord once again ties up the series. Every single game, this series keeps getting broken and retied, broken and retied. Back and forth is indeed the name of the game between these two currently, taking us all the way to a game number 7. Fantastic understanding shown by Marine Lord in this game. Just goes to show his experience and how deep his knowledge is of this game. Knowing exactly how slow the English are with that 2-town center, and he just undercuts their scaling completely with the fishing, with the Imperial Age timing, utilizing these sacred sites to force Vortex to come out way before he's ready to do so.
And that was a man with a plan. Marine Lord, he knew from the get-go what he was going to do. This was not some mid-game, oh, I can maybe make this work. This was from the outset, from the word go, the moment those scouts started searching for sheep, Marine Lord knew he wanted to get all the docks, and he wanted to go for the sacred side play. That was a planned build, almost from the beginning. Like, he had an idea going into that game what was going to happen, and it worked out perfectly. Good execution, excellent timing. And now suddenly we find ourselves in a game 7 on Dry Arabia, the perfect place for a final showdown. It's going to be Jeanne d'Arc versus the Holy Roman Empire. This is going to be just an incredible game. This goes right up both these players' wheelhouses, right? Vortex, the aggressive player with a French-like Civ. Marine Lord, ever meticulous, ever like just crafty, having HRE, a really good Civ in his hands, I think. And, you know, there can be only one. Only one of these players gets to move on to the grand finals. And it's going to be decided within the next hour.
Very, very nice matchup here to round out this deciding series between these two here in the losers bracket final. JD up against HRE. I mean, it's basically French against HRE, right? Another classic here. Yeah. And Dry Arabia to determine it all. It cannot get more fitting than this, and I'm super excited to see what we have on our hands. So many possibilities as well, especially from HRE mainly. I mean, JD is going to do what JD does. She's going to go castle like 30 minutes into the game. Just going to stay feudal age as long as possible. Hopefully get level 3 JD.
Yep.
But HRE has a few other options, right? We could see a lot of fighting. We could see even a pretty early cast stage from Marine Lord. We're definitely not going to see a naked cast stage. I think that's begging for death.
It's just not tenable against Vortex. Yeah, Vortex is never going to let you have the time of day to go to a naked fast castle. And Marine Lord knows this. There'll be some kind of skirmishing in feudal, but to your point though, it could still be a fast castle. We could still be in castle within 11 minutes. Marine Lord can make that happen. The question is how much. And you're totally right, Myriad. How much does Marine Lord want to play in feudal? How does he want to play? JD is figured out. She's going to do JD things, like you said. HRE, though, has a lot of different, things in its toolbox that it can work with. I mean, you're probably going with the Aachen Chapel. You're probably going to go with the Regnitz. Like that's kind of those are the things we kind of know. How you get through there, how you do that, that's really up in the sky right now. We don't know. Now, in 2 minutes, we're going to find out, but man, I don't know who I'd pick to win this. At this point, this series has already been everything I'd hoped it would be and more, as we have a gone the distance 7 games. Myriad, I've asked you most games, which would you prefer to have? I'll ask you again. Which of these 2 civs would you prefer to use if you were one of these players?
Now, this is a tough one because these 2 are quite close now, I would say. I mean, most people would have HRE as having the slight edge, and you can make some great arguments for that. Fantastic early game economy, ability to set tempo with something like Horsemen and Spears, especially using mine work, though I don't think Marine Lord often tends to go for the mine work. And, Spear Horseman up against something like French is fantastic. It can do very well and forces the French to stay on their toes early on. So fighting feudal isn't always terrible up against French. But the key detail with JD is that it is way worse to fight Feudal against JD. Because every unit that dies next to it is going to give XP. And I mean, even nowadays, it used to be way worse near release. But if JD gets level 3 in Feudal Age and you're still Feudal Age or your Castle Age with barely any army, that is such a scary timing, Sokoton.
It is. It is. It's going to be really interesting to see. I'm excited. I'm excited for this one. I genuinely have no inclination as to who I'm leaning towards at this point. I've been impressed by both players today. Vortex, I mean, this is Vortex's, what, 13th game today? How many has this been now? I mean, he played a lot in a row. He went 4-2. That's 6 games, and now we're going 7. So yeah, 13th game coming right up for Vortex. Man, I gotta tell you, when I play on the ladder, I play like 4 or 5 games and I'm done. I don't have the stout. Granted, I'm playing late at night after a full day of work, so I'm not, gearing up for my whole day to be tournament. But man, for Vortex to come in here and to play at this high level this long, and I know these guys are professionals. This is what they do. It's still impressive to me. It's still very impressive as we get ready to dive into our final game of the day.
Impressive indeed. And it is the final game of the day. No matter who wins it is, there's no more ties from here on out between these two. Because it's Marine Lord and Vortex. Vortex himself sporting in the color yellow as Jeanne d'Arc in the south side of the good old dry Arabia. Facing Marine Lord in the color red, playing for Gentle Mates as the Holy Roman Empire here. And after many tribulations in this set, it will all be decided here between these two. Who goes home and who gets to face Puppy in the grand finals. Spear opening from Marine Lord here to start us off with. No surprises from the HRE. It's always great to push off JD or French for that matter. Plenty of civilizations. Fantastic value to be gained from getting them off of gold nice and early. Of course, JD is way tankier than a regular villager, so she can actually even fight a few spearmen early on.
Yeah, she could. This is not as easy a push as it would be into like the classic French, but it can still be really effective. And as they say, it all comes down to this. One last game on the classic, most classic of all maps, with 2 of the most classic civs in this game. Man, here we go. 1 minute, 47 seconds in. The spear has arrived. Let's see what happens. He's a stab, little stutter step, doing some damage. And at this point, Vortex he's so good at micro, he just moves him around. Second spear right behind though.
Yeah, 2 spears.
This might slow down.
Even a third one is on the way by now, and with infantry drills, he's gonna get across the map rather quickly here. I mean, you're never gonna stop the gold needed for an age up, so that's expected.
No,
and
what I was gonna say is that you're not gonna stop the age up like you were saying. What this does do though is it delays that first knight. It keeps that first knight off the field, and it makes it either a horseman or something else. And we do see a tower now coming out. So Vortex knowing that he needs to get his gold resecured eventually if he wants to make knights.
Yeah, the delay is very significant here, especially with this tower as well from Vortex. Stopping the knights early on, or in this case, well, he's not going to be able to stop the knights because gold access will resume for Vortex, but just delaying Vortex further makes a big difference here. Although the turnaround time from Vortex is very impressive, all things considered. He's aging up whilst placing this tower at the same time. His age up really isn't that delayed, and now he's right back onto gold. Whereas Marine Lord is still yet to click up. It is really nicely executed from Vortex.
I think it was really smart that he didn't go for a mill and an early wheelbarrow here. I know sometimes French and sometimes JD like to do that, like to add that in. It was smart of him not to spend the wood on that, as he needed it for that tower.
Exactly right. Especially with JD, you need to chop additional wood in order to be able to afford the mill, the wheelbarrow, as well as a house and the mining camp. You do not get the discounted gathering buildings as JD. Unlike the French, still get those cheaper techs, but that makes the opening just a little bit slower for JD here, so Vortex opts to not worry about it at all.
And it's been a long time since I've felt this excited for a game, Myriad. I'm genuinely like on the edge of my seat, ready for this to get underway. Like, I don't care if it goes for an hour and 10. I don't care. I just want it to be as exciting as it can be. We see the spears coming around the other side now. Looking to see if maybe there's something on the berries. There's not. So they'll take a little loop, take a gander, and walk back towards the home. The Aachen Chapel is coming up for Marine Lord behind this. I don't know if we can take a good look at where that's at right now. Looks like it's next to the wood line from the mini-map. Sure enough, ooh, butted up right there, nice and snug.
Pretty significant here.
Oh
with the
no,
Aachen Chapel.
Cow just did the
Uh-oh.
something. Did we get a crash? Both players have crashed. Oh, you're really killing me, Smalls. You're really killing me.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
better at
a
the beginning of the
bit
game
a,
than the end of the game.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, you know, it's one of those. It's a bit unfortunate because of the spear rush. I'm quite curious to see if Marine Lord will
Yeah.
look to go for it again or not. That's going to be an interesting little mind game that we're going to see. Yeah, we're quite sorry that
Just the
happened.
end.
It's just the reality of the
Yeah.
game, unfortunately. It happens sometimes.
Alrighty, well, I'm a little sad about that.
And we're back. Just like that. As if nothing even
Yeah.
happened.
Hello. Hi, guys. We're back. Minute and 30 seconds. I mean, I guess we can take a look at what happened in there. I mean, that wasn't...
That was a
It wasn't
hallucination,
really a huge
everyone.
win either way. That was, yeah, didn't happen. I mean, in reality, neither player really got a crazy edge in the first couple minutes anyways. I mean, there was that Dark Age rush, but it slowed down Vortex, but it didn't also, like, end in absolute defeat for Marine Lord either, or Vortex. It was kind of a wash, right? We can just ignore that and go again. I don't know.
One of those
Well,
things, unfortunately,
these
it
things
happens, right? It's just the way it is. But again, like you mentioned, we'd rather this happens now, get it out of the way with before it actually really impacts the
Something really
game.
important happens.
And
Yeah.
people might say, you know, oh well, the spear rush, you know, that's a big problem. It's not. It's really not. Like it's not going to
for this
be.
level.
It's not going to be. You know, the answer was there. The delay was caused either side. The game is going to sort of progress from normal as then on with just the tiniest leads for potentially either one. I'm not even sure which one has the lead because the tower was forced out, but gold gathering resumed. But then early economy from HRE is still better. You know, it
was an equal game. It really was equal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got a tower out of Vortex. Your spears didn't do any whole lot of damage besides that. It's a wash. It really is. At this level of play, it was going to... In 10 minutes, we wouldn't have remembered that it was started with the Dark Age anyways. It's not like, you know, Marine Lord had denied Vortex gold entirely and he was just unable to age up to age 2 or anything like that. That would have been much more game-breaking, but luckily for us, we get to dive back in here in 2 more seconds. Look at this. Another final game.
We treated to two
Kind of.
final games in
Two
this
final
set here.
games.
Crazy.
We dive back in, reset, and unfortunately, like Maria had said, these things happen, but there can be only one. Let's re-get the hype here. Dark Age Barracks coming out again. It's probably going to be the same song and dance for the first couple minutes, but we'll see if there's any changes this time around. This time the gold's a little bit on the far side, on the other side of this wood line.
Yeah, I mean, even the spawns look very similar. So actually, this is kind of exactly what you want to see when... I mean, the opening is whatever, because, you know, players are going to opt to maybe change their mind. And you can't really blame them for that, I think, if they want to think, oh, the element of surprise is no longer there in these 5 minutes. I don't think that's an issue at all. But it's really nice when the spawns are very similar as well, because the situation surrounding the game and the likely plans are still in place from then on. We still have the back gold for both of them, double front woodline for Vortex as we had before, as well as front and side woodline for Marine Lord as he had before.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. I mean, like I said, it'll probably be very similar. We'll see if that tower pops up again. That wasn't the best option for Vortex. But at the same time, it wasn't bad. And he's preempting the tower now. He's ahead of it. But again, that slows down JD from gathering gold. So this there's payoffs for both, you know? And before anyone cries foul, just know that when you're going against HRE, this is kind of an expected play. So, you know, it's reasonable to want this tower up. In fact, will it even get up in time? He's got to move around.
Yeah, JD should be able to build this no problem at all. Faster build speed as well as her being way more durable than a regular villager. It's a bit of idle time caused, but it's just going to be back to business as normal. Marine Lord even still invests into the 3 spaces beforehand. In theory, even 1 would have been enough here. The response would have been completely the same.
He might even lose this one if he's not careful. No, he's going to pull it out in time, but if anything, I'd say Vortex is in a slightly better position than he was before.
I mean, the spearmen are there. The tower was up earlier, so I guess slightly less idle time caused, and JD was mainly the one to build it, so yeah, overall a little less idle time compared to before for Vortex. And on the other side, Marine Lord is in a way in a slightly better position technically with the sheep than he was last game, but there's still plenty of neutral sheep to be discovered by either player.
Vortex aging up, School Cavalry, nothing crazy here. Same old, same old.
There should be Archon Chapel again here for Marine Lord. Issue is that if he wants to go for the wood line, this is one of the issues now for Marine Lord. The wood line is slightly more forward than it was last game.
Yeah.
So he might... optimal place would be next.
There.
Yeah, next to the berries.
Kind of,
behind
yeah,
the
between
wood.
the berries and the wood. That's where I would put it.
To get the full value though, like... I mean, he could put it just 2 towers away, and then with a mill he still gets all the berries in influence as the villagers come to the mill to drop it off. You could place it 4 towers out, but that's quite greedy. Yeah, it's only going to be 2.
I think that's about the right spot. Last time, keep in mind, he had it butted up right next to the town center. So this is a fine placement. I mean, again, in about 10 minutes, this is all going to basically be a wash anyways. I don't think I see anything that's too crazy that's going to affect things in the long run. Sheep split slightly in favor of Marine Lord, but there's still 5 out there to be picked up.
Indeed. School of Cavalry. No wheelbarrow as we're aging up here for Vortex. There's going to be night in production straight away and a delay on the wheelbarrow. Could this potentially even mean pro scout from him? We'll have to see.
I mean, he is a little bit short on sheep, so it would be a worthwhile investment, right? Because he is going to want sheep, or he needs food in his TC to kind of sustain what he wants to do in Feudal Age, which is going to be get aggressive. So I actually think going pro scouts could be worthwhile. The tricky thing is you can already see, yeah, Marine Lord is using those spears to kind of herd the deer back. He knows what's coming, and he wants that food for himself.
Yeah, the closer he can get these deer, the better position he will be in later. Even if Vortex doesn't go for pro scout, he's being closer means that Marine Lord has an easier time defending them when it comes to it. He's going to bunch them up and a simple little mill, and there's going to be great gathering efficiency there.
I like that use of the spearmen. You know, it's really good. When you have units, the worst thing you can do is have them sitting in your base, sitting on their hands, right? You want them out and about doing something that gives you value, because you spent resources into those units. You want them to give you resources back, essentially, right? Otherwise, you've been better off making a villager. Keeping them in your base doesn't do much. Using them to, you know, herd deer, do little things. If you have the micro for it, that's just more value.
Could be significant here, right? Obviously, it's a non-issue at this point, but just look at Vortex's gold spawns. The tower there would have been pretty disastrous, I want to say.
Oh yeah, all 3 in a row just like that. That would have been rough. Looking at professional scouts, and sure enough, there's the click up. This is for Marine Lord, though.
Yeah, it is for Marine Lord, whereas Vortex looks like he's skipping it altogether, right? Yeah. Opts for the specialized pick, excuse me, as well as double broadaxe. Wheelbarrow should be coming in quite soon, but he's going to pepper in these economic upgrades as he can between night production. Now has the 3rd one in queue after 2 upgrades. But Marine Lord going for pro scouts when Vortex as JD doesn't is a bit scary, because you're going to need a lot of units to actually protect these deer, which looks like they are both forward here for Marine Lord, so that's going to be a bit of a tricky thing to get for him, especially considering he is against JD here. Going to be way more potent early on than French in these fights.
Well, she'll be looking to take the fight, right? Like, JD wants the XP, so Vortex is going to be more than happy to take fights in Feudal Age, especially against scouts. Any bit of free XP he can get to inch his hero unit that much closer to level 3, that kind of works in favor, which is kind of a reason why he hasn't gone pro scouts, and we do see instead Wheelbarrow coming up.
2nd barracks now on the way here for Marine Lord, so great respect being placed on those knights. What is going to look for a name, but there's plenty of space to meet him. HRE spares are fantastic in these situations, as the innate infantry drills, marching drills, excuse me, close enough, means that they have quite a bit of extra speed. Actually, even faster than the knight whilst they charge.
Vortex did pick the woman-at-arms for JD, so she's not the huntress. So she does get right there, that splash damage. She can really clean up some spears if she gets in the right spot. And meanwhile, I love this from Vortex, attacking on both sides, dealing with me up front, and then I'm going to go raid you behind as well. as a couple villagers go down. Some early value already for Vortex. Needs to be careful not to lose JD though. This is one of the things, like high risk, high reward. Like she can do so much damage, but don't let her fall. Getting another good splash damage attack right there. But getting a little dicey. There's the archers. He desperately needs those.
It's a really good start here from Vortex, I have to say. I mean, getting good damage on those spearmen, a few XP points, and 2 villages behind this. I think he did lose a knight, it looks like, or potentially archers, because the sword value is quite comfortably in Marine Lord's lead. But I didn't see a knight go down.
Spear goes down with a splash attack, so getting a little bit of XP now. The knight did go down on the woods. Yep, right there.
Okay, that makes it less
good. You can take one knight
good.
loss. One's not great. You can take a loss like that, but you don't want to be dropping too many of those knights, because suddenly you end up in a lot of debt, so to speak.
And now we see the consecration. One of the big reasons why JD is so fantastic early on in the game compared to French. You get this discount way earlier than French does. It is only food. You need an upgrade in the Castle Age to enable the gold discount as well. But the food is the main problem in the Feudal Age, and having access to cheaper knights, definitely significant. 55 wood cheaper here for Vortex per knight. Massive cost saved for him. Now on the boar as well. Survival technique's not in yet. That should be on the cards for him quite soon.
Just have that specialized pick, though, kind of to your point about how the gold's not discounted. So he's going to get that gold a little extra boost by the specialized pick, getting those eco upgrades. On the other side, Marine Lord doesn't have any upgrades of his own. Looks like he's just kind of making some military and waiting for, well, I guess his big eco upgrade really is the professional scouts. Getting those deer in while he can.
Yeah, and with that little early skirmish he took, he brought himself the space needed to bring in that southern deer pack. Only the northern one remains now for him to get at least minimal value from this professional scouts play. Horseman will look for reinforcements, find an archer, but take an holy smite in turn, dealing quite a bit of damage, but none fall. Even those horsemen give a lot of XP over to JD, but he does spot a crucial detail. He sees the boar completely undefended by any tower.
Again, I say this every time I watch a French game or JD game. You want to slow them down? You don't like having knights in your base? Go raid their hunted meat. Go hit the boar. Go hit the deer. They are on it more often than not. You can get onto them or even hit their gold if they weren't towered up like they are. You can slow this down. Marine Lord, lose maybe another villager right there. Archers getting on. That wall's not completed. Knights taking down what is completed though. Archers going to get maybe a shot on the wood line. Can't quite reach though.
Very detail here for Vortex. There is no scout with this army, it looks like, so he doesn't know exactly what he's riding into. There's a lot of units here from Marine Lord. Actually, horsemen causing massive idle time. Vortex didn't realize that the villagers were on attack move. Even now, they're so far away from the boar. His food income has plummeted. And the engagement!
Don't want to have here.
Oh, I thought that was JD that low for a second. She was on top of a spearman, but it was a spearman instead. Marine Lord looks for a wraparound, almost finds it on JD. She manages to slip her way out from that huge mass there from Marine Lord. Gets away barely with her life. Oh, that could have been disastrous.
Great engagement there. I'm amazed he didn't lose any vills on top of that. He's got a lot of weak ones right there. He's up 3 villager kills, but meanwhile the deer continue to funnel in towards Marine Lord in his base. Some unforced errors here by Vortex. He needs to lock back in and do some good damage or get ahead some way. He's got 8 knights on the field now.
Yes, Marine Lord again with another good engagement finds himself more room to breathe. Does exchange a villager for it again. One did die that we did not spot there at the engagement. Now down by 3, but the idle time from Vortex means he's only ahead by 1. And Marine Lord's gonna secure that secondary deer pack at this point in time, and that little stone gathering should give Vortex, if he sees it, a good bit of info. That normally means arrow slits on a tower, likely on the gold, which likely means Castle Age, and picks up a 4th actually, villager kill here.
Those kills are adding up slowly but surely. Those have been some good pickups. Vortex has, dare I say, gotten away with a couple things here. He's been a little bit lucky. Let's say that fate has been kind to him given the blunders he's made in this game. He's very much in this. Both players pretty neck and neck. That's a scary amount of knights, but also Marine Lord's really massed up a lot of horsemen and spears. This is going to turn into some really micro-intensive fights in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, this sort of situation is so pressure orientated for both players. Marine Lord under constant pressure from the potential of these night raids, but Vortex as well has to be so careful with his raids, because if he runs into Spearman and doesn't notice, knights will fall very rapidly. So incredibly high intensity from these players, both in the zone when it matters most.
Jeanne d'Arc is about 2/3 of the way to getting to level 3, and that would be just a massive improvement for Vortex here in Feudal Age if he can get that to happen. Needs a couple of really good engagements though to get there.
The presence of Spearman now from Vortex could be a bit of a problem here for Marine Lord, because his archer count isn't really there yet. He can barely two-shot these spears at this point in time. And the tower wasn't for the gold, it was in fact for this northern part of the wood line as well as the Archon opening. Good place tower, but it's gonna come under threat now from Vortex. There's so many knights on the field. JD is now very close to that age up, and I gotta say it's looking really scary here for Marine Lord. I mean, JD's quite low, but she heals passively. If Vortex can just keep sort of getting small trades and getting XP on JD, that level 3 could be pivotal here.
That's close. One good engagement essentially away. Trickling up the XP little by little. Every spearman, every archer that falls, every unlucky villager that takes an arrow. Looking to maybe raid some back. This really is what Marine Lord needs to be using some of those horsemen for, is get back on the line, force this military back onto this side of the map. This is going to be essentially just some free idle time here in a second.
Another engage by Vortex. More villages.
Vortex is actually housed. There we go. He got a house built. Lots of XP coming in though. She's kicking ever closer. Almost there.
Yeah, just like you said, every little unit falling here is actually a massive problem for Marine Lord. He must know that it's creeping ever closer, and he wants to force the fight. He knows it's around the corner here for him, but he's just not in a position to force it. The spears make it so difficult. And level 3 is here. The companions are called in. And these men-at-arms are no regular men-at-arms. They have additional damage against spearmen, which is the only thing keeping those knights from massacring the rest of Marine Lord's army. And Vortex knows it's go time. Just needs to find the right engagement here. Holy Smite also does tremendous additional damage here as level 3.
One good engagement here could be everything. Armies collide, knights on knights, lots of units go down right there with SJD, gets the heal off and does some splash damage at the same time. Wrap around both sides, trying to wrap around the other. I just see the numbers ticking up and up and up for JD.
The mass is too much for
breaking
Vortex.
through, and that's going to be it.
The level 3 JD is too much. Marine Lord, disaster for him here at EGC Masters Finals as Vortex eliminates him. 4-3 Vortex with the JD strikes at the opportune moment here against Marine Lord. Even before the fight is over, it was clear that there was nothing left there for Marine Lord.
Wow. Look at that spike at the end. Getting up to level 3, little by little. He was just biding his time, knowing it was close. He just keep baiting out those little engagements. Marine Lord just kept producing units, trying to fend him off. And then once JD was leveled up, there was just no going back. Those champions, and then the heal at the perfect time. Vortex has done what, if you had told me at the beginning of this tournament that this would happen, I would not have believed you. But Vortex has gone the distance with Marine Lord and won. The king has been dethroned, and now Vortex stands with an opportunity to face Puppy Paw once again tomorrow to win it all in EGC Masters Finals. What a series. What a finish.
We have just witnessed history here at EGC Masters Finals. Marine Lord has been defeated before, but this was the pivotal set for him. Sure, he lost to be placed into the lower bracket and had some very close sets, but he pulled through in the end. But now Vortex has toppled him and eliminated him from the tournament and secured his place in that grand finals in a stunning series, Sockton. That was...
That was something. I mean, put this one up for... This is a series people are going to be talking about for some time. I mean, it's not every day that Marine Lord loses a series, which is just all credit to Marine Lord and how good he has been for years now. But you got to give it to Vortex here. I mean, he had been coming in this series, this tournament, winning, not just winning, but sweeping players up the bracket. Finally gets knocked down by Puppy after a competitive series of his own. And then to turn around and that same day, go the distance against Marine Lord and win 4-3. That is no easy feat. And I'm excited for you to interview Vortex in a second, Myriad, because what a series. I mean, goodness gracious me.
I have very few words left for this, honestly. But maybe the winner himself can give us some words as to what happened here today. Vortex. Massive congratulations. How do you feel, man?
Thank you. I'm feeling super tired. That's the first thing I can tell you. I've played 13 games in a row. My head is like exploding. I don't even know how I managed to play decent on the last games. But yeah, feeling super happy. I mean, beating Marine Lord in a best of 7 is always great. And having like a second chance against Papi also kind of relieving.
Yeah, exactly. It's. I can only imagine how you feel, right? You know, I've been through those long hours myself, but at this level, it's something else completely. It was so much on the line. But yeah, absolutely massive congratulations. I know you're probably eager to get off, so I don't want to keep you too long, but there's been some amazing moments in this set. And I mean, let's start at the beginning, right? I mean, the Delhi Marlians matchup, such a back and forth matchup, I find, and what a great map to showcase it as well. You looked really strong there early on, right? We're taking a great fight there, the center sacred side, and getting a few of these raids in as well. But that castle age turnaround time there from Marine Lord, maybe he had the sights for too long. Where do you think it went wrong here?
I think the biggest problem in this game was losing the villager that's supposed to build the pit mine. And that's, I think, because of me making a stable before barracks, which is probably greedy in this map, because the big gold is like super far away, right? So you need early donsos if you want to make it. I went for the greedy path. I lost my villager before building the pit mine. I think from there it's kind of downhill, but honestly, I think I did okay. I sniped a few builds, maybe 2 or something, even though I probably was like 5 behind, right? Because I idled my TC, so probably not the biggest deal. But yeah, he played that game really well, I think. I think I had like a decent fight on the center at some point, but it just felt like he was so ahead all the time.
Yeah, the TC idle time is something that comes up a couple of times through this. It's something we're gonna ask you about, but it's something that happens in these high pressure situations, right? The thing is, yeah,
we need auto villager queue like in Mythology. That's what we need.
It could definitely help out. The thing is, like, it's significant, right? Because it saves your attention span to be spent on so many other things, right? It's somewhat significant, I would say. Do you agree or not?
Yeah, I think so. I actually really like the idea, but obviously I'm kind of biased because I always idle my DC. But I think it's awesome. Like, if you don't have to queue villagers who likes to queue villagers every 20 seconds, right? There's no strategy there. I think you just want to play the game, play the map, and not lose because you forgot to make 4 villagers, like I do.
I'm willing to agree with that one. I mean, if something extra is given for us attentions, it's one of those things. We'll go to the second game now, because obviously you get the secondary map pick there after losing the first one. We had Sengoku Daimyo up against French, and is this a matchup that you planned? Because Sengoku Daimyo letting them through on what is arguably their best map as opposed to China, right, to Bandao, it makes sense. But how did you feel going into this one? Because obviously it's a bit of a new matchup.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've played the matchup, actually. I'm not even kidding. I don't think I've practiced a single game French against Sengoku. But I don't know. I feel like if you let Sengoku do what he wants to do, he's going to be really strong. But I think with French, you can just, look for raids everywhere. So my plan was just, it's pigeon view. There's not a lot of view because of the forest. So I'm just going to try to raid a lot and try to win like that. Shinobi is kind of nerfed, so it's not a big deal, I think, against Knights as it used to be. So yeah, my plan was just get some raids in and see if I can capitalize when I get to Castle Age. This is what happened.
I'm wondering, when you aged up with those 20 knights, did you feel an overwhelming need to go for the Royal Institute, or was Guildhall plan all along?
Yeah, I did, but then I remember my own sentence that I always tell my chat. when you think Royal Institute is the best answer in the game, forget it. Just make Guildhall. You shouldn't get baited by that landmark. It's always Guildhall, always the right answer.
Yeah, it's one of those things. The temptation is strong, but resisting it is the mark of a great player indeed, as you have proven here. We've got to game number 3 here. Ayubids against Chinese, and I think this was actually, in my opinion, a pivotal moment in this set, right? Because Ayubid is definitely a very strong civilization, but against Chinese on map, that's typically really good for them, and a matchup that isn't... It's not their best, but I wouldn't say it's bad. I think it still favors China. A win here is absolutely huge for you, isn't it? And were you a bit worried about the potential for a win even being there from the start, or did you have a plan going into this that you were quite secure in?
Yeah, I mean, I had the plan, which right now the meta is pretty much like just make some dervishes, just make the dervishes on feudal, and then just try to H up and make some pressure. I had that back goal, so when I saw my spawn, I thought I have a good chance to actually get away with going fast castle. And then he, I don't know, I think he played the correct answer, which is going fast castle and making knights yourself. So yeah, I don't know what went wrong for him. Maybe the composition, maybe he made too many crossbows. And then I actually at some point switched into Desert Raiders, and he didn't have like a single archer. He only had knights and crossbow, which is the fight we're seeing, right? I think that's the point where the game started going wrong for him, because he didn't have an answer to Desert Raiders.
And the food started running out, and it all sort of goes downhill for him from there if he can't secure it. Do you think the relics played a significant impact here as well? Because that's always an interesting thing for Ayubids in this kind of a matchups, I think. How significant is the relic split for this matchup in particular, for instance, you think?
I mean, yeah, I think if you get 5 relics, it's super good for you. I mean, China has the taxes, so it's not that big of a difference, but I think as China you should at least deny 1, right? The one next to your base. If your opponent gets 5, but then he can abuse the market, right, and make more units than he should. So yeah, it was kind of weird how he let me get all the relics. Maybe he wasn't scouting my dervishes when I aged up, so he then knew which ones I would take. I don't know, that was a bit weird.
Moving on to game number 4 here, we have Jushi up against Mongols on Kawasan, and it's a bit tough here because you were forced into a pick your poison type of situation, right? Either KT or Jushi, both really tough saves, I think. I'm sure you would agree, but maybe you disagree in this case. You opted to go face Jushi instead. Do you think KT is stronger here than Jushi, or what was the reasoning behind that?
No, I don't think it's stronger, but Sushi is also good in land maps, and KT is not. So I thought I'm going to have an unfavorable matchup no matter what. So let's just deny a land map sip. And that actually paid off a lot in the end, because I think that's actually what made him have to pick HRE on the last game.
It's very, very true and greatly thought out, actually, I have to say. Because, yeah, I mean, it's a really tough matchup, isn't it? You obviously went the aggressive route, which you've seen Lucifron do as well, exercising some ignorance towards the water there and just going ham and trying to find a lot of damage. The potential is there, but I'm guessing it's the timing is just very hard against a very tempo-based civ like Jushi, right?
Yeah, I got debated by Lucifron. Now I think against Sushi it's always hard, right? Like normally I would go water, but I think against Sushi, if I just go water, he can just make the garden on the center, and then he goes water himself. There's no way I win. So I just thought I would try something upwards, see if I can cut him off guard, but not really.
And that obviously tied up the series again, 2-2, and takes us to another tiebreaker into game number 5 on Lipany. That was Golden Horde for you up against Marine Lord's Abbasid, which Marine Lord won before against Anatan. Anatan, I think, opted for a fast castle play there into the Kipchaks, but you had a different idea in mind. You just wanted to kill him.
Yeah, in fact, I wanted to make ramp push. That was my plan all along. But then, I don't know, at some point I was like, where am I even going to ramp push? Like, I can only pressure maybe his barracks and stable and stuff, but that's not going to do anything. So I was just improvising this game. I think I only won because he misread the game and he didn't H up early enough. I think it all comes down to that. But yeah, surprisingly, I don't know, even if he had 2 TC, I could keep up with the eco without actually doing any damage early on. That's interesting.
Yeah, I guess that early boar find there in the center was a really nice perk, right? Able to expedite the food income quite early and exceed the numbers, keep him under pressure, then find that good age up window. That was definitely good because it becomes quite difficult later on, I imagine. Even the Golden Horde scales quite well. And then Frisian Marshes, as you're in the lead now, 3-2, and you opt for English up against Marine Lord's Order of the Dragon here. And I kind of predicted this matchup happening. I thought we could even see 2TC from either of you, but Marine Lord opts for the docks instead. And yeah, it just feels like, I would say you didn't make any mistakes this game, really. It just takes so long for that economy to kick in for English against mass fishing on every single pond, pretty much, by Marine Lord, and then the sacred side priority, right? Did you feel like you had potentially a window here to contest and maybe get yourself back into the game?
Nah, I just I ran out of sieves for this map, so I ended up playing English, which I hadn't practiced at all. So I was just improvising, really. I don't know. I thought maybe if it can go to Imperial, my army can contest his army in Imperial. But then I saw like a window for maybe making horsemen and going for like a surround on his army because he was making a lot of crossbows, but it was just a really bad idea. Just awful game. I want to forget that one as soon as possible.
Do you think English has some potential here on this map, or is it really just a case of there was no other option really and English shouldn't really be played here?
I mean, maybe with dogs. For sure, what I made doesn't make any sense, I think, especially if you are playing against a ship that has good eco when they go on water. But maybe with 2TC, definitely not. Maybe with dogs, but definitely not with 2TC.
That then again tied up the series 3-3 and took us to the final map here. HRE up against JD, and the matchup I think is quite close in theory. Obviously, HRE has that fantastic early eco injection with the Aachen and the inspiration. But then I think, honestly, I'm curious if you agree with this. I think JD is one of the scariest feudal civilizations in the game, and I've held this opinion for a long time now. The ever-looming threat of every trade being exponentially worse because of the build-up of XP, then culminating with level 3. It's really scary to hold this if you're not Castle Age or you don't have a crazy mass going for you. Was that your intention all along, to find this type of timing to finish him before he can age up or as he ages up?
Yeah, basically, I don't play a lot of JD. I think no one does anymore for some reason. I guess it's not that great. So I think also people kind of forgot how to play against JD, right? Like he was constantly feeding me experience, I think, which is really bad. I didn't know how to play, but then I remember one game against B where he was just all game in feudal against me. And at some point when JD went to like level 3, even though I was ahead in my eyes, I actually got wrecked. So I was like, I mean, let's try the same. Just play full feudal and just full aggression, right? Also, when I saw his wood was forward, I thought it's probably the best thing I can do, right? To pressure the wood. And also, I think he lost like 2 villagers early on for some reason against 2 knights. And from there, I think the game looked good for me. I think I played it well after that as well.
The early damage hurts a lot here for sure. And yeah, I mean, it was just fantastic execution in this last game especially, and then throughout the rest of the series as well. Such back and forth games. And I mean, it might not be what you wanted, like a 4-3. I mean, you'd love to win 4-0, obviously, but it's Marine, though, we're talking about at the end of the day. So obviously the set was very long, but I mean, it was just an amazing show for all of us, and we can only thank you for putting it on for us, and massive congratulations. Do you have any fighting words up against Papipo, who obviously took you down in the winner's bracket earlier today, but now you get your chance at a rematch in the grand finals? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so about the other thing, making it 4-3, I just wanted to make like a good series. My series lately have been so quick that I wanted to bring some more games on the table. I don't know. I think I didn't know what to expect from Papipo, but I don't even think I played bad. I think he just played really, really well on that series. So I don't know. I will just think a little bit about my drafts and try not to idle my TC. And then I think I should be okay. Even though I'm like one game below already. I'm like 0-1, but I think I can do it. We'll see.
Well, under pressure, sometimes when people thrive the best, right, and being one game down, that's often when you can bite back the hardest. But I mean, once again, Vortex already kept you long enough, and you definitely deserve a break after such an intense day. And once again, incredibly impressive and very well done. Best of luck for the finals tomorrow, and we'll be seeing you then.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
And that was Vortex.
That was awesome, is what that was. Man, what a series, what a day. I mean, today has been the day of Vortex, right? I mean, he lost the first series, then to come back and take it all against Marine Lord. Just great stuff, great stuff. I'm excited to be tuning in tomorrow. You guys have been watching EGC Masters Finals. This was the semifinals, essentially. The top bracket semifinals and the bottom bracket finals. The grand finals are tomorrow. So don't anyone miss that. That's going to be between Puppy Paw and, of course, Vortex, who Myriad was just talking to. It's been a fun day. Any final words, Myriad?
I mean, it's all about tomorrow at the end of the day. Today was absolutely fantastic. Some incredible matches, and it all is going to culminate tomorrow, isn't it? In the very grand finals here at EGC Masters Finals, the final ST event of the year, and we will undoubtedly be back next year, of course. But tomorrow is plenty to look forward to. The rematch between these two, and you know, without Marine Lord in the finals, it's undoubtedly going to be a fresh one in this case, as we see this matchup happening yet again. But Sokoton, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being with you today.
Pleasure's been mine. It's been a great day.
And of course, it's been a pleasure entertaining all of you guys, the viewers, today. Massive thank you to the staff as well, Cal, and everyone else involved, of course, as well as Vodka, and the organizers Lidico and Chum as well, making it all happen for us, as well as Pesty behind EGC naturally, and plenty of others as well. We'll all have them to thank for the show, but that's going to be it from us, unless you have any other parting words, Sokoton. That is it for EGC TV today.
Nope, just excited for tomorrow, and we'll see you guys in the future for next year after that.
Go to the shops, get your snacks.